job end and the regular folks then take up the pick up the mantle and move things forward after a disaster.
Talk to us, Mr. Worms, about the transition from the cluster to things going back to normal. When does the infrastructure cluster stand down, so to speak, and regular operations resume?
So the chairman and acting deputy governor would make that call in respect to when New York would stand down, and in respect to our roles would also stand down as well for the nature of our business. So for argument's sake, from a public works standpoint, after we've done our damage assessments at this point, the next step for us is to take down our shutters and go once the all clear has been given. Various departments also have those same responsibilities. But while we are stood up in the New York to deal with whatever is to come, we have persons that we can rely on in the departments to keep operations going. So realistically, that call will be made based on what is in front of us, and we don't know what that is at this point. So it really comes down on a case by case and making that call with judgment and experience of what's required, following our leadership from our acting deputy governor as well as the other members of government that support him at this time. So it really comes back down to the circumstances in front of us and just knowing when is the right time to make that call.
Thank you for that.
Any more questions from the studio?
Not as yet. Mr. No. Thanks both, Jerry, to you and Mr. Worms.
No worries. Mr. Worms, thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to more updates from the infrastructure cluster as well as the remaining clusters as a part of the National Emergency Operations Center. Reporting live from the Government Administration Building, I'm Jeffy Ebanks.
And as we look at some of the messages from individuals coming in, people are starting to feel, literally the effects of the storm. One person messaged and said, that might be because I'm just waking up, But as you predicted, Mr. Hart, people were going to bed and they were expecting this thing to roll in about this time. I believe an update will come up shortly. The 4 a.m. update for us, and we'll disseminate that to our listeners. And as people start their day, for some of us, 4 a.m. isn't early. For some, it's probably late. But
I do think it's wonderful that Radio Command's on, that they're providing the information to the people. I'm going to have to step back. I go on duty. My shift begins again at 4 o'clock. But I just really, I think it's been really interesting hearing these interviews from Jevi as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Getting insights into what's happening in the NEOC. I think it's good, and I think
adding a lot of value to
don't you think? And it gives people a bit of confidence that there's so much work going on, so much hard work, so many dedicated, diligent people doing the best they can, and will get us through. Yes. And just. Thank you so much, Mr. Orrit, for your contribution too, and for allowing me to come on. Good to see you guys, and I just hope Cayman makes it through safely. As we begin to feel the effects, and I guess you'll give us the update in a minute, but I'm going to slip away.
Thank you too, Simon, and you do a lot of hard work as well, and you're extremely dedicated.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Both of you.
Thanks, Simon. Thanks. Well, when that update comes, we'll share with our listeners. I'm certainly interested from people out there as to what they're feeling
in their particular areas. Yes, we want them to keep feeding us with that information, so we can pass that on as well, and we can share it with others. We're all in this together, so don't keep your secrets to yourself in terms of what you are witnessing. I'm sure that some people are taking photographs and everything to share, but we want to know what's happening.
Do you want me to provide the update, Mr. Hart?
Sure.
Okay,
yes,
so the 4 a.m. update gives the coordinates as 18.5 north, 81.0 west, maximum sustained winds at 120 miles per hour, moving west-northwest at 20 miles an hour, right? So we're seeing, some little thing. It's come down from 125 to 120. It was at 21 miles an hour the last update, and it was down to 20 miles an hour. So it slowed slightly. It moved, from 18.3 to 18.5 north, and then what was 80.1 west is now 81.0 west. So let people sort of think about that for a second as we go back to the studio.
With your latest news, I'm Carsley Fuller. Strong winds and dangerous storm surge and damaging waves are expected across Cayman. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center says that Hurricane Beryl is located at 18.5 degrees north, 81.0 degrees west, moving west-northwest at 20 miles per hour. Minimum pressure is 968 millibars. Max winds are now 120 miles per hour. And the weather is starting to get a little hairy in Georgetown. Radio Cayman's April Cummings popped outside to get us this update.
Well, Carsley, I'm not sure if you can hear it, but the wind is definitely whistling at this hour. I am just outside the Radio Cayman building. I am still sheltering in place. I'm just sheltering on the porch. And as I listen around, I can hear the wind whistling through the trees. I'm beginning to see the trees sort of moving around. There's a bit of rain, although not a lot so far. The parking lot here, of course, filled with people who are in the National Emergency Operations Center at the Government Administration Building next door, as well as the team of people who are hunkered down in Radio Cayman tonight to make sure that our coverage can continue through the storm and afterwards. So far, things have been pretty quiet for most of the night, but as you can hear, that is changing. Reporting from outside Radio Cayman, I'm April Cummings.
Like Joshua of old, let us be strong, let us be courageous, let us not be afraid. This hurricane will pass.
Premier the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly is taking time this morning to speak directly to Cayman's visitors riding out the storm.
Many of you may never, ever have experienced a hurricane before. Rest assured that your needs have been duly considered, and many of our tourism partners have taken precautions to enhance your safety. However, this is definitely not a time to go out and take unnecessary risks. Please follow all directions, remain indoors until the all clear is given, and most of all, stay safe.
Now, for residents, those in the coastal areas are being encouraged to understand the dangers of storm surge and to make sure they have taken necessary precautions. Residents need to be prepared for rapid flooding in low-lying areas. Hazard Management Cayman Islands' Simon Boxall.
The seas continue to be, the primary concern. As we reach the sort of sunrise hours, the wavelength, in addition to the wave height, could potentially be an issue. And obviously the rain in the context of very saturated ground and abnormally high tides. So that raises the water table up and creates a bit more of an issue with drainage. The flooding is certainly a hot topic at the moment and has been since that big rain event we had a couple of weeks ago.
Areas that can expect some issues include Cayman Kai with a high risk of sea level rise and inundation, Prospect, which could see significant wave impacts from the North Sound, and the South Sound North Church Street area, which is prone to coastal flooding and high wave activity. The Human Concern Cluster Manager says Cayman shelters are carrying the load of his cluster operations at this moment.
We know that across the Grand Cayman, we have 19 shelters. In Cayman Brac, we have 2 shelters. And in Little Cayman, we have 1. At the moment, you can imagine that all shelters are in full operation at this time. And we have over 500 persons that are currently sheltering in those.
Jace Wilson tells Radio Cayman the next agency that will be busy is the voluntary agency led by the Red Cross. He says the medical relief team is also standing by in the event of a, quote, worst-case scenario. And one of the most important clusters ready to tackle any snarls from Hurricane Beryl is the infrastructure cluster. Troy Worms is that manager.
So where we are now is standing by for the storm that is passing towards us still. So for us, we're being ready, vigilant, keeping our energies in the right places, doing our rotations, ensuring that we're up to date, handing over notes, making sure that real-time data is being exchanged, and still not taking the system for granted for what it is, because storms are also, while we can predict them, there's an element that we still have to stay vigilant until it passes us and not be a threat anymore.
He's encouraging everyone to stay indoors until the all clear. That's your latest news. I'm Carsley Fuller.
That news sort of update together with the latest reports sort of indicate that we have much to be thankful for, but not complacent. And for those who are listening, we want you to share with us. Where are you? What are you experiencing now? Give us a call, 949-837, 949-6990, or you can WhatsApp call us at 925-3261. And it's a going, getting reports from the sort of the Bordentown district that is windy and rainy in there. So we've seen it as much as people were sort of advised to happen, right? That as we get closer and closer into the morning, 4 o'clock I think was what Mr. Boxall had shared, and Mr. Tibbetts. Well, this is where we are. This is what we're gonna find. And as Mr. Boxall was sharing just then, the grounds are probably saturated, so it doesn't probably take much of a heavy breeze to topple some of the trees.
Precisely, yes.
And if people are rushing out and about, just let the all clear, and even when that's given, still move about sensibly and safely. Mr. I was thinking back to the different hurricanes, and the Cayman Islands on a whole have had a number of hurricanes.
A fair share, yes.
And I was wondering, we had Ivan, which was primarily Grand Cayman, and then went across to the Brac. We had Paloma, which was primarily the Brac, and what Grand Cayman was able to support. But here's one that potentially, could threaten all islands. It's a tight storm. Hurricane force winds are, what we're told, still relatively close, but a tropical storm extending. But all 3 islands could be affected by it. An interesting impact.
Yes, because normally we have a situation where sometimes the sister islands may avoid, the impact, and we would be more impacted here in Grand Cayman, and vice versa as well. When you look at Hurricane Paloma, for instance,
right? Ivan and Paloma were good examples, but maybe that's where, as we look at the country as a whole, and the insurance sort of that comes into play, your capital is on Grand Cayman, but if the Brac or Little Cayman is affected, they're not separate entities. They are one and the same. It's just a deep, wonderful body of water that separates us.
Yep.
So I wonder, in going forward, if there's a way for us to say, listen, it's not like the U.S. or Canada where one state or province could be affected. This is the country. The country is making a claim. The budget for Little Cayman and Cayman Brac doesn't come from a different government. Again, we adopt and apply things sometimes out of the box. Maybe sometimes we're not willing to negotiate because we feel that we're, as Mr. Dolan would say, on our back foot. But it's good, though, that we have that resilience, and listen to Mr. Worm speak just then. It instills a sense of confidence. He talked about the training, and 20 years hence, he went from being naive now to being very seasoned.
Yes.
That's a good start, because many of us 20 years later are still not, as seasoned, but that's a different day, right? What would you say, Mr. Hart? I mean, we just gave the coordinates. We're seeing people report, as Ms. April shared just then, hey, the winds are picking up, but some people might not. I'm saying that to ask you, how do we give not just a reassurance, but get people to appreciate that, we're not just here to be here. We want their safety, as the government has, to be a primary concern, but there are things that they can do still to make sure. Don't stand outside in the shelter and, pelting rain, as it were. Don't, leave your good sense and judgment behind when you do go out. That is safe to do so.
And I think that is why it is so important for us, to be here, and for, other platforms to keep people informed so that they don't become complacent, so that they don't misread the situation, and when they feel that it is all clear, I can go out now without knowing that the official all clear, has been given. Those persons who are not accustomed to being locked away, or being indoors for long periods of time, they have to get accustomed to that as well. Those who are tempted to get out there in their vehicles and say, well, I wonder what's open. Nothing should be open at this stage. But again, getting the message out to them, because there are people who have experienced hurricanes. They know what it is all about. And there are those who have never experienced it and either take things for granted or decide they're going to take risks.
Yeah.
And neither, is to their benefit, really.
And as I listen to you, we're under the impression that for the most part, businesses will remain closed today, Thursday, reopening tomorrow, provided all clear is given, and each business would determine on what time. But in the whole scheme of things, we've not really been without supplies for that long. And God, His mercy continues. There'll be no damage. Shouldn't be much of a rush for people to, get back into it. It's a Friday. Some may find in need of some additional libation. I certainly want my dark chocolate, but that's a different story. And some of us will want to go to the coastline to see what happened, to see
people will be curious. Yes.
If you're doing that, don't go in the water, and if you're going near the water, don't leave your good judgment and common sense. Don't, put yourself, as you shared, at risk. Would be nice if 50 years from now you could still be telling the story, as opposed to people mourning your loss. 1-800-534. Is that working anymore? Not just yet. So 949-8037. We do have a call. Let's take this one. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Hey, good morning. Again, Raymond here. Remember what I said a few hours ago, that it was moving its way closer to Grand Cayman. Positively correct. That's exactly what it has been doing. I said 18.4, and I hope it didn't go to 18.5, and that's what it's at now, putting it on 81 West. That's putting it just about 55 miles south of the east end of Grand Cayman. And it has roughly, the island is 22 miles long. 1 more hour to reach the west end of South Sound. And at that distance, it would pass there roughly 43 miles south of South Sound, Grand Cayman.
Are you seeing any changes on the Brac now, visibly experiencing anything different?
Yes, the wind has decreased. It's blowing now roughly 20 to 30 miles an hour, and light rain. We had that heavy wind continuously going on for roughly 4 hours. Fierce wind around, I would say, hurricane force winds for roughly 4 hours. It just subdued here within the last 10 minutes. I'm actually sitting in my vehicle because we have no electricity in the buildings to get any current to charge my phone. So I'm sitting with my phone plugged in my vehicle now.
Right. Hurricane Paloma and the passage of this storm, how do you compare them? I mean, you talked about 4 hours of some hurricane or near hurricane force winds by your estimation. With Paloma, how is it different? How is it similar?
Paloma was more than twice the velocity of the wind than this.
Mm-hmm.
And I was actually at the West End School shelter, and we were on the porch sitting there watching it, and it was ripping up trees. You could see the trees bending. I said to my friends that were there, when we get on the road, we're going to be shocked of the disaster that it's going to be, and that was exactly so. And, that was actually on my birthday, November 8th into the 9th. My birthday was on the 9th, so that's the time that came in 2008. But that was recorded. A friend of mine, Mr. Chris Randall, told me, he said, Raymond, on the bluff where I live, that's by the Hillside Chapel, he recorded 183 miles per hour on his winometer by the Hillside Chapel, and that one building there was just completely destroyed.
Now, when he recorded that, and we're not going to try to emphasize or overemphasize that, would his recording say how long that wind speed was sustained, or that just the maximum wind speed that he was able to register?
He told me that he clocked it at 183 miles per hour. He didn't say for how long. Regrettable. Sadly, he has passed away now.
Mm-hmm. So it might have been a gust, it might have been for a while. And the reason is that sometimes, this sort of information, even though just shared by people, by the way, may help us to appreciate the historical analysis, so that as we put in place measures, we may appreciate that, whether it was a 75 mile an hour wind, 150 or other, the damage can be had and people can be injured if we're not taking it seriously, preparing adequately and timely.
Yes, sir, and you're all going to get plenty of wind damage in Grand Cayman. A lot of structures will be damaged by the wind.
Well, I pray that's not the case, but I can understand what you share. And, again, that just goes to emphasize how important for people not to let the guards down now, let the winds, pass, and then the all clear is given, and then we can safely move about. What else would you want to share with us, Mr. Raymond?
I just need to find out what time that report was given, when it was at 81 West and 18.5.
All right, I think that was the 4 a.m. report. I'll just double check for you, but I'm thinking that was the 4 a.m. Report, right? So
that's the one he said it was
18.5 north and 81 west at 120 miles an hour, moving west northwest at 20 miles an hour. That was the 4 a.m. update.
Yes, sir, received that. Okay, so that means just in roughly it's 4:15 now, thereabout. By 5 o'clock, it'll be off the west end of the island, off South Sound area on the western tip. And after that pass, once it passed here, we were pounded with the heavy winds. I would say hurricane force winds around that for 4 hours. So you can figure probably the same Grand Cayman will be pounded with it for roughly 4 hours after 5. So it could be 9 o'clock before you get any decrease in the wind down there. Based on what has happened in Cayman Brac, it was maintaining around hurricane force winds for roughly 4 hours.
Okay. And do you think people, no matter how many hurricanes or weather systems they've endured, do you think people felt very, very nervous and unsettled? Or do you think there was a sense of calm and people feeling safe?
Lots of people were frustrated and worried to death about what was going to be the outcome, and some people were frightened and scared based on what has happened with Ivan, what has happened here in Cayman Brac with Paloma, being those two devastating storms. So lots of concern, numerous concerns and frustrations among our residents tonight in all three of the islands.
And thanks for reminding us that, Mr. Raymond. We'll talk to you again later on, right?
Okay, fine, and be safe. All the very best.
All the very best.
Okay, Mr. Raymond, you do the same as well.
Is there another call, Mr. Art? No? For our listeners, 949-6990. and 949-8037 or WhatsApp 925-3261. There's no call just yet, right? Just making sure.
No call.
All right.
No call.
Mr. Raymond's last point, whether it's Paloma or Ivan, people feel in a certain way, and maybe we here, ourselves and our families and the wider community, the mental health professionals and the like, don't, discard or downplay that this thing passed, there's no damage, that people are okay. Just because they didn't get no physical harm to themselves or to their properties, they, may look okay, but what's happening in their minds, that what if, that unsettledness, and for those people, if they're feeling that, if they're not quite sure, they're recognizing that, don't hesitate to talk to somebody. Yeah. If you know you are, please reach out to someone. I don't care if you're 81 or 18 or however old. It's not to scare people, but it's a recognition that you might all of a sudden feel a certain way. You're not quite sure why.
Sure. Yeah.
And
you might not be well, and
yeah. So I'm hopeful that, and this is where, as we look at the sort of the clusters, they have aspects of it and the health and well-being of people. All right, we got a couple of calls. Thanks so much for joining us as we take this next call. Hey, welcome.
Hey, good morning. This is DJ Lynn reporting live from Homestead Crescent in Savannah.
Oh, that's a familiar voice. Hello, DJ Lynn.
Yes, good morning, Ted. Good morning to Radio Cayman listeners, the people of the Cayman Islands.
Morning, DJ Lynn.
It's OC. Good morning, sir. Thank you very much for your service. Appreciate what you guys are doing.
And to you, sir.
Yes, I'm just safely under my porch here, Homestead Crescent in Savannah, but the winds have picked up quite a bit from what it, several hours ago, and the rains, of course, are starting to come in at this time. The trees are starting to crackle and stuff, but we still have power in the area. There's still street lights and stuff on. Thankfully, there's no one on the roads at this time. Haven't seen any salt water come up from the gully as of yet either, but I'm sure that's going to be heading this way in not too long from now.
All right, and how are you feeling? I mean, you got some rest, hopefully. I know you've served us valiantly throughout the day.
Well, hopefully I will be able to get some rest. I haven't been able to sleep since 7:15 yesterday morning, but you know what? This is what we do. We are here to get our information out to the people. And I really must say, I'm happy with how the people have responded to this situation and not take it lightly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Obviously, this is a very serious storm, a very serious situation. And, hopefully we can get through this, through our preparations and informing people as well.
And thank you for reminding people that their individual preparations, the collective messaging, the collective response could mean that the outcomes are improved in a positive way,
Yes.
So that one person who does something could negatively affect many others. So it's good.
Yes.
DJ Lynn.
One of the things I would like to remind us is, I'm not sure if you guys have spoken on it. When people tend to lose power, one of the first things they do is hook up a generator. I want to remind them about the safety of using a generator properly and not having a portable generator indoors because, it can be hazardous and possibly cause death through carbon monoxide poisoning. So I don't know if you guys have spoken about that.
We can't overemphasize it, speak to it enough. We have throughout the day earlier, and talk today, this evening as well.
And the CMO.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we have to keep letting people know because we're reaching people all the time, new people all the time. So there might be somebody listening right now that didn't have a clue or that wasn't sure. So this is why we're doing this show, to keep people updated and informed, let them know what's going on. Like I said, overall everything is going as you guys have predicted. Along the way, around 4 o'clock in the morning is when things started picking up, and things are starting to enhance a little bit in the Savannah district as of now.
As you reference the generators, maybe through you and some others listening at some point, just to emphasize the safety, the storage. Those propane, those small propane cylinders that we use for the portable stoves or grills and the like. where do you store them? In your garage, inside your house somewhere, or are they outside? You're going to use the equipment outside, but where are you going to store that filled tank of propane?
Right. Yeah, me personally, I have 2 propane tanks that are strapped to the house, so they're very secured.
Mm-hmm.
They're anchored in there. I guess with the company that keeps his stars these days. I personally don't have the little portable ones like you're talking about, but for those out there who are listening, like we said, I'm not sure where's the best place to store those. If you can give us some tips or ideas as to what to do about that.
Yeah, I had once or twice was inclined to ask one or two of our guests, but I make a point to do that and have that information. As many of us, we may put it somewhere where we think it's safe,
right?
But is it, and is there a better place? So anybody knows, huh?
Some people may just store it where it's available. Some people may put it in their attic, and maybe that's not the best place for it to be.
All right. Mm-hmm. And is storing it in some places just because of where it's stored, does that create a hazard in and of itself?
I see one light flickering on Homestead Crescent right now. I don't know if that. But go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. I don't know if it's.
That could be Ghost One. I mean,
transformer. It could be a transformer. It could be, like we say, it could be a ghost. I don't know. I
mean, this is Savannah, right? So it could be ghost.
Yeah. Castles around the corner there. So.
There you go.
No, but yeah, I'm looking up the road here now, and I see one of the street lights is flickering quite a bit.
Right. Well, I think Mr. Tibbetts from CUC earlier has shared that if you see that happening, be advisable to go to your panel box and switch off your electricity.
If it starts
if that starts to flicker in your house, so if someone's listening, maybe that would be helpful for them to avoid any damage or any sort of injury.
There you go. Good idea.
Yeah, it's about where we help each other, because end of the day, whatever little inconvenience we have, will pale in comparison to a long-standing regret or loss.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, man.
So, as a reminder to our listeners, the current wind speeds now are 120 miles per hour?
120 miles an hour.
So is that 144 US, or how much is that?
No, man, if you're doing 120, I mean, you convert it and you put the 1 and carry the 2.
You're doing by 0.84 or 0.84.
Let's use the mid rate. Let's do 0.8321.
Oh, okay.
Oh, man. Always marveling. Anyway, that's a conversation I engage me start in at some point relative to, the CI dollar. And it's fiat currency being backed by a fiat currency.
But DJ Lynn's point in relation to the generators is so important. And it becomes crucial when we see and when we know exactly how many households have lost power and the length of time that it takes to restore it as well, because persons, if they know it's going to be restored in a couple of hours, then they're not likely to resort to alternate sources. So that will determine, and I think we, in terms of dispensing information, need to listen carefully in terms of what the level of the damage is, so that we know that we can we should be placing much more emphasis on the careful use, of generators depending on the level of the damage.
And it could potentially delay the connection, to the grid across the board, because CUC is going to assume, as they share, that all the lines are energized. That generator, maybe, if wired improperly, or certainly, as they say, do not wire it to your panel box, it's going to push electricity down the line. That's a safety issue, and causing them to, maybe be even slower and more cautious, because the health and safety is paramount. But with you now, I mean, are you, as you look at it and you're seeing the winds pick up, the little rain coming through, moving at the speed it's at. You feel relatively good that we will weather the storm?
Yeah, this time, I'm hoping, like me personally, my house, I feel like I'm about 95% where I need to be. And it's funny because initially when I was, getting things set up, I had my vehicles parked on one side of the house. And then when I realized we parked the direction of the winds were coming from, I moved the vehicle to the other side of the house when it was safe. And you don't really know what's going to happen, but you have to take a look at your surroundings and say, okay, this tree is here, the wind is coming from this direction. What puts me in the best position, in regards to protecting my vehicle, protecting my home, and that kind of stuff, Because right now I'm outside looking at one of my trees just dancing right in front of me. So,
is it doing the salsa, the merengue, tango?
No, it's more of a merengue kind of style, Yeah, that's more upbeat,
My friend probably says starfish dance, but we won't say that.
But we've suffered, or we've survived Hurricane Ivan and other storms as well. And this storm, I think we're more prepared than previously, and maybe because of the past experiences that we've dealt with, that we said, you know what, we're not going to take this lightly. And I think we're more in a better position now, preparation-wise, getting information out, updating people, and even helping out one another. Because I had a friend of mine, he's on a cruise with his wife, and he couldn't get the batten on his house properly, but he had relatives and friends go and help secure his place while he was off island.
Yeah, that probably was a better option than going on the cruise with his wife.
That's true.
But I don't know, No, but this is...
So.
Yeah, but this is where we find that being our brothers keep us, Mr. Art reminds us every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, right?
Yeah.
That we come together, and helping so that that potential impact,
And that's the thing, and then aside from, whatever damages may happen, to people's property and all that, there's also the mental aspect of this that people have to deal with. People have to deal with anxiety. What's going to happen if something breaks or if they don't have power. I remember in Ivan, and one of the reasons why I ended up buying a generator for myself, the day before Ivan hit, my father had a generator installed for his house. After Ivan hit, of course, destruction was everywhere. We looked outside. We're the only people at that time who had power. And power, as you remember, for many places were out for over 3 months. And we had friends, family, relatives who didn't have power, even people we didn't know, strangers, that had to come to our house to cook, to bathe in hot water, and wash clothes and do different things because of, the luxury of having a generator at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So, I just say that to say that, the experience 20 years ago helped prepare me for, what we're experiencing today and any other future endeavors which may incur in regards to a storm or power outage.
Yeah, and I'm glad you shared that because maybe as we, look at either renovations or new construction, what can we do to, make our houses more resilient, structurally sound, not just energy efficient and the like, but, what will that look like should an impending storm pass?
Right, indeed.
Yeah, man. Mr. Art, kind of makes you want to go up to, is that Homestead Crescent?
I have to cross there to go to get home.
You'd have to get here quick enough before the salt water gets across the road. So,
well, I may come that way, but not that far.
I would imagine in another half an hour, you're likely to see more activity.
Possible.
Yes.
Yeah, it's quite possible.
Well, please.
But I'm going to leave the line open for anybody else who may want to call in and stuff.
Yeah.
Just want to say, want to call in and let you guys know what's happening in my area.
Uh-huh.
And as I said, the winds not like it wants me to go back inside.
Yeah, man. Well, be safe, be well, and thanks for keeping us informed.
Thank you very much. You gentlemen, be safe as well. And thank you very much to everyone there, Ms. Susan and everyone at Radio Cayman and all the people who have come in from the Cayman Islands National Weather Service to help update us and, help keep our island safe and informed.
All right. Well, we hope to get a chance to hear from you again, and maybe that'll be a report that there's no winds, no standing water, no pack in the gully. The numbers, I think.
We want to hear from people. We want to hear from you. Tell us of your particular situation. Tell us what the weather is like in your area. 949-8037, 949-6990, 925-3261.
Yeah, that's the WhatsApp. If you call in that cell number, you have to use the WhatsApp app. I guess that would be the call. If you call it otherwise, we can't access that on here. So as Mr. Art says, call in the WhatsApp 925-3261, or just a regular call to 949-6990 or 949-8037. It's interesting that we watch this slow but consistent, very just a progression of the weather, the wind, the rains, and you can hear the increasing howling. But hopefully people, not in their impatience, puts themselves in peril. But if you're out there and you're up and about and you want us to share, we've got reports from different parts of Bordentown, Savannah, Newlands, and the like, from different parts of West Bay, a couple places in South Sound. Share with us, what are you experiencing? Don't do it in an unsafe way.
Right.
If it's, to your porch or you're just looking through the window, that's fine. Is that another call, Mr. Orrit?
Yeah, that's another call coming through on WhatsApp.
All right. And then I think Susan's going to connect the red button to the blue button.
Yep.
All right. You're joining us here on Radio Cayman's continuous coverage.
Ready?
All right. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, calling back again.
All right. Well, we're hearing the ringing on this end. Okay. Well, welcome back again.
Yeah. It just came to my mind thinking back about other hurricanes that we've been through. I just remembering a little experience in Northward Prison, and I just want to say, I just have my prayers for those guys up in the prison. They probably still locked up in their cells until 7 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
So I remember like, even though we got the warnings and all those things, the signs and whatnot, the windows were still left open because of the fact there's no air conditioning in their cells, and just the fans and the water blowing through the windows and all that stuff. You had to get improvised. We had to get cardboard and stuff to put against the window. I just hope that maybe it be a little bit different now, but I could remember still even seeing water flowing through the power lines, where the light switches and the phone lines and everything, water getting into those areas. And I just say, if I was still there, I would probably still been in that situation thinking about what to do next now. But thankfully I'm not there, but still got friends and we got family in there, so just keep them in mind as well.
And that level of anxiety.
The last time we didn't have no phone connection. We would have had one line, and I think that was Flo. If I wasn't wrong, I think that was Flo. That was just only one phone for each unit, each part. So.
But you are right.
Yeah.
I mean, and understanding that they are there, for whatever the reasons, their safety is still important. They're physical, but what's their mental anguish? Are they worried about something? Their mindset. What are we doing, and what lessons can we take away, for future similar events? All right. Before we take the go back to Jevi quickly, is there anything else you want to share with us?
Just No, that just came through my mind, just to keep them in our thoughts as well. They're not animals, they're human beings as well, just like us. We need to keep them in consideration as well. And hopefully the security guards out there, the prison officers are safe as well, and they're doing their thing, and everybody all right over there.
Right. Thank you for that conscience.
Yeah.
Very quickly before we go to Jevi, one of our listeners has written in and said that there's a lot of wind in the Midland Acres area as well, that the wind is extremely strong there also.
In a sense, that's the South Coast, right? I mean, when you think of it,
yes,
that's what's coming down.
That's coming down. Near to you, the real South Coast.
I can see where Jevi going. Jevi, my friend, are you there?
I am here. Good morning. We are nearing the closest impact that Hurricane Beryl will have on the Cayman Islands. I am now joined by Chief Meteorologist of the Cayman Islands National Weather Service, Mr. Kerry Powery. At this point, certainly no stranger to the Radio Cayman airwaves, and undoubtedly one of the most important persons in the Cayman Islands right now as we look closer and closer to getting that all clear. Mr. Powery, tell us what the current state of play is with Hurricane Beryl and all of the new updates.
Okay, from the 4 a.m. update from the National Hurricane Center, we have Beryl located at 18.5 north, 81.0 west. That makes it about 55 miles south-southeast of Grand Cayman. Beryl is moving towards the west-northwest at 20 miles per hour, and it is a major hurricane at a Category 3 with 120 miles per hour. The pressure is estimated at 968 millibars, or 28.59 inches of mercury. The projections on Beryl, bringing its closest point of approach to Grand Cayman to be about 49 miles to the south. That brings us very close to the hurricane force winds. So the winds are going to pick up. The closest point of approach is around 6 a.m. this morning. So the winds are going to pick up till then and begin to subside a bit after that. We expect the tropical storm force winds to cease over Grand Cayman by at least 11:30 a.m. This morning. The sister islands, obviously, tropical storm force winds would come into an end, say around 7:30 this morning. So they will be, they will still be experiencing these showers and continue pretty much for potentially another 4 to 5 hours potentially, because if you look at the layout of the rain associated with Beryl, it seems to be skewed from a southwest to northeast direction. So basically, Beryl is southeast of Grand Cayman, but most of the rain is heading towards in the direction of the sister islands. So rain for all the Cayman Islands are expected to continue for most of today. Again, the peaking should be around sunrise and then start to subside from mid-morning to late afternoon. Showers could be expected throughout the day, but the bulk seems to be around now through mid-morning.
So tell us what the islands can expect in terms of storm surge, and when that storm surge risk would be estimated to drop.
Okay, storm surge is associated with the center of any tropical cyclone. In this case, Beryl is estimated to have storm surge around 2 to 4 feet that will be impacting especially Grand Cayman now as it comes to its closest approach to Grand Cayman. So we already anticipate wind-driven waves of 10 to 15 feet, and if we add the 2 to 4 feet storm surge, we're looking at 15 to 19 foot seas that will be impacting essentially all of the south coast of Grand Cayman, but other areas could be impacted by the heavy wave actions expected. Again, the peak of this wave action is anticipated around 6-7 this morning and begin to subside as Beryl continues to move away. So even on Friday, we expect rough seas with some swells, southeasterly swells. So we still expect about 5 to 7 foot wave action by Friday.
And you mentioned those swells that would be happening. Talk to our mariners who are listening. When is the earliest point that you believe mariners will be able to take their vessels back to the open waters?
Again, today is out the question. We have a marine warning, so all marine interests should be in safe harbor and should remain there, at least through the remainder of today. Tomorrow, the seas improve slightly, but they'll still be rough, and we don't recommend you venture out. But if you have to, you will have to be extra cautious. Normal sea conditions, we kind of anticipate to return to our shores around Saturday morning with wave heights of around 3 to 5 feet.
And talk to us about barometric pressure. What are the current readings? I know you mentioned it earlier, but then if you can explain for our listeners what information we can understand from the barometric pressure.
Barometric pressure, as it relates to hurricanes, are inverted. They have an inverted relationship, essentially meaning if the pressure drops, the wind speed increases, and inversely, if the wind decreases, the pressure rises, right? That's one relationship that you could get from reading the pressure. And bad weather likes low pressure because it allows it to be more buoyant and you get more shower activity. So falling pressure is also related with bad weather in that sense. So they have, in terms of cyclones, there's two relationships: the wind, which is inverted, and then the pressure, which pressure and weather, which is if one drops, bad weather, chances of bad weather increases.
All right, I'm going to take this opportunity to see with our friends back at the studios if they have any questions for Chief Meteorologist Mr. Kerry Powery before we send him on his way back to New York.
Yes, Jevi, the original forecast for storm surge was, I think, between 4 and 6 feet. So we have seen that. We have seen that change dramatically. What would have impacted that change?
Mr. Connor is noting that there has been a change in the forecast for storm surge, originally forecasted at some 4 to 6 feet. Can you refresh what the expected storm surge would be and what would likely contribute to that increase?
Okay. Prior values were higher.
Actually, that was a decrease.
My apologies. Yeah. So it was a decrease.
Yes, it has decreased.
Explain what would have caused that.
Okay, storm surge is a combination of factors. Again, we mentioned the correlation with pressure and weather and wind. So essentially, the stronger the tropical cyclone is, the more the pressure drops. So it allows for the sea to rise abnormally higher than the normal tide. So that's what you get the storm surge with. A day or so ago, we were looking at a dangerous Category 5 Hurricane Beryl. Gratefully, it has weakened, and now it's Category 3. Mm-hmm. So just that alone has improved or or reduced or risk due to storm surge. Because initially we were talking waves in excess of 20 feet, to be honest. And now we're just kind of just shy of those values. So for low-lying areas, that change would also reduce the potential damage. It's almost an exponential factor. So the reduction is a good thing for us.
Mr. Connor?
Great. That was all for me, Javi.
Sterling, any questions?
No, thank you, Javi, and thanks to Mr. Bowery.
All right. That is Chief Meteorologist Mr. Kerry Powery, a key essential person as a part of the National Emergency Operations Center. We want to thank him so much for coming and sharing the updated information as it relates to Hurricane Beryl. Before you go, tell us a little bit about when we can next expect an intermediate update from the National Hurricane Center in Miami and subsequently a full update.
Okay. The intermediate advisories from National Hurricane Center are basically just positional fixes on the progress of the storm. That we expect around 7 a.m. and then with the full advisory giving you new projections expected to come around 10 a.m. today.
All right. There it is. That is the latest from Chief Meteorologist Mr. Kerry Powery. We are reminding the public that the islands remain under a hurricane warning. Residents are still asked and encouraged to stay and shelter in place until the all clear is given. More updates will be forthcoming from here at the National Emergency Operation Center as the Cayman Islands government continues to monitor the progress of Hurricane Beryl. For now, that is it from me here at the Government Administration Building. I turn you back over to our wonderful host in studio, Mr. Orrit Connor and Mr. Sterling Dwayne Ebanks.
Thank you, Javi. Great job. You're doing a great job over there. We have several reports coming in. One resident in Lower Valley, Hibiscus Gardens area, is telling us that they're getting winds 25 to 30 miles per hour with gusts to 40 miles per hour. Now that was around about 4:35. Another listener reporting from South Church Street, they indicate that the wind has picked up drastically and rain has been scattered more consistent in the last 20 minutes. Howling is heard, but nothing like Ivan. Please also remind employers to have some sympathy on their employees as well. So that is, and employers have to take into consideration that their employees should not be out there on the roads in inclement weather, as well. Then we have another one here that's advising us that electricity has just shut down for a few seconds and came back on. I think in the Buttonwood area, that I'm not sure if that's the Buttonwood area in Prospect or not. Could be there. Mr. Sterling, you want to grab the caller?
Yes. Thank you very much. And as we go to the phones, we welcome you for sharing with Mr. Art and myself. Hey, morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning.
How are
Good
you
morning.
today?
Now, I would only be holding on this long for the two of you.
Oh, boy, Mr. Art, I'm glad to be in your company, sir.
No, he should be happy to be in your company.
Thank you.
It was him that I heard doing all this reading out, ignoring me. Anyway, I heard you all calling, asking for people to call and say how it is where you are. So that's when I called. I didn't realize that I was going to be, what's his name, the meteorologist. I didn't realize you all were doing an interview, with him at the time. Anyway, I don't know how to measure wind, I can only say they're mild or strong. So where I am, the winds are strong now, having rain that looks like hail, and then you're having gusts, periodically. And the gusts seem to stay, last a little bit longer than I, normally see gusts with hurricanes. But it's blowing here as I speak. There's a gust going on right now. So, and I'm in the Savannah area. I don't know if I said that.
And you're feeling, increased winds. Is there any rain?
Yeah, there's rain. Yeah, there's rain. But like I said, it is very strange because I don't know if this makes sense, but it's like the wind, is cutting through the rain.
Mm-hmm.
That it almost looks like it's hail, So I think for people who flood, if the rain is, if the wind is cutting through the rain like that, there mightn't be much chance of settlement, or a lot of, I should say. So.
Right. Well, we hope you're safe, and as you shared. Now, have you ever had any issues with your electrical supply? We heard DJ Lynn share that there was some aspect of, lights flickering in
Well, I was about to say that I've had 2 flickers in the last maybe 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure if that is CUC or whether that's the storm. So I'm kind of anticipating that they may shut this area down soon. Because I remember with Ivan, we were one of the first areas that, were shut down, power-wise.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, I hope that's, not the case, but as you shared, it might be, right?
Well, I mean, it's 5 o'clock, so if they do, at least it won't be in the darkness for long. So
mm-hmm.
I'm just watching, like I said, and I'm praying, and I don't know if I should share this story or not, but maybe I should.
Mm-hmm.
I recently had back surgery, and yesterday I was in my yard, and I fell face first, so I got cut up and stuff, and face is swollen. And then about 4 o'clock this morning, I suddenly realized that, because my neighbor came to close the hurricane shutters for me, and then I realized there was one window I didn't recall, the shutters being closed on. So I decided to go and check, and I was absolutely right. So the shutter's not pulled across on one of my windows. So I've been praying that nothing will happen there.
Mm-hmm. And we hope that nothing too serious and you recover, have a full recovery from your fall.
Yes.
Well, I'm just praying I didn't re-injure anything.
Mm-hmm.
That's my prayer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like I said, both my knees are cut up, and my right leg is cut right up to the hip, and my elbows and stuff, my hands. But that's trivial at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It was just unfortunate.
Yeah, well, it's, you're strong and resilient, so we're hoping that.
I know.
Yeah. And it's, as we listen to one listener has shared that power is out in East End as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm watching your messages on Facebook. I don't know if anyone's seeing them, but I saw one writer say a bit back that the winds were very strong in East End, and I think I saw one of them say that it's heavy in Borden Town. I don't know what area. And then I just saw one of them write and say that there are heavy winds in Prospect. And somebody in North Side also said that there are heavy winds. That's on your Facebook comments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
But thank you for that, and speedy recovery and a continued smile in your face and in your heart. All right, I think we have. Take care, huh?
Okay, both of you too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Art, I believe you have another caller. You have some messages you want to share?
Yes, I have. This person has sent a message. Please remind employers to have some sympathy. Shout out to CUC, powered all the way, to Logic Internet Service Providers. Logic had a glitch yesterday about 4 to 4:30 p.m., but they are back up and running thanks to the good Lord and his son, Jesus. So you want to thank that writer for that information and those kudos as well. I'm going to grab the caller.
Yes, sir. Hey, welcome. Thank you so much for calling. Yes, hello. All right, well, for those who want to share, it's 949-8037 or 949-6990. You can WhatsApp 925-3261. Is the call still there, Miss Susan?
Good morning, Dwayne.
Hey, welcome again, man. How you feeling now?
I down by Norwest Point Road, man.
Okay, hey. And the turtles crossing the road?
Oh, not yet.
Some people will say, boy. No, but I hope it's going well for you.
Yeah, like the other caller said, the lights went out a few seconds. And then one light pole that's right across the road keeps going out. Like every 10 minutes or so, I would say. But the wind is picking up stronger now. So I know East End and in Barton Town and Northside in those areas the wind must be very strong. So I think this is just a warning, the beginning of hurricane season. This is a warning for us because they're predicting at least 4 to 7 major hurricanes. So I think we should just take this as a warning and just be prepared for the worst, but pray for the best and be thankful. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome, man. Thank you for sharing. And as those who are listening, Mr. Art joins us and facilitates. All right. We have a news update.
Yes.
From our news team.
Okay.
With your latest news, I'm Carsley Fuller. The National Hurricane Center in Miami, Florida's latest update on Hurricane Beryl shows that the Cat 3 storm is bringing deteriorating weather conditions to Cayman with strong winds, dangerous storm surge, and damaging waves expected later this morning. Chief Meteorologist with Cayman's National Weather Service, Carrie Powery.
As of 4 a.m., we have Beryl located at 18.5 north, 81.0 west. That's about 55 miles south-southeast of Grand Cayman, right? It's currently moving towards the west-northwest at 20 miles per hour. Still a Category 3 with winds of 120 miles per hour. It has been weakening throughout the night, and though they expect some more weakening, it's not going to be too significant by the time it gets to its closest approach to us, which is expected around 6 o'clock, especially for Grand Cayman.
The closest point of approach is expected to be 49 miles to the south around 6 a.m. with between 65 and 70 mile per hour winds.
Leading up to that, we're having some dangerous waves with storm surge of 2 to 4 feet on top of waves expected of 10 to 15 feet.
Mr. Powery says that Brac is expected to see the end of its tropical storm force winds around 6:30 a.m. Around 7:30 a.m. for Little Cayman, and Grand Cayman will be easing off around 11:30 this morning. In the meantime, Grand Cayman can expect between 4 and 6 inches of rain, which could lead to some serious flooding in low-lying areas. Folks across the island are really starting to feel Beryl's passage now.
So yeah, we can get it now, and I got one tree limb fall so far. I mean, it just pure wind now.
We had that heavy wind continuously going on for roughly 4 hours. Fierce wind.
Radio Cayman's DJ Lynn just checked in from Homestead Crescent in Savannah.
Taking a look outside at this time, the wind picked up what it was a few hours ago. A bit of rain coming in stages as well. Trees are beginning to crackle as they shake from side to side. Taking a look out, also currently we still have current in this location. The power is still on, streetlights are still on, but as you can hear, the breeze is blowing extremely hard at this time. And as we speak right now, I can see branches falling off of trees. Homestead Crescent, there's no salt water as of yet coming in from the gully. Usually that is something that usually takes place, so I'm going to keep an eye out for that as well. I'm going to continue to monitor the storm safely from inside, but I had to come outside and give you a quick report, quick update. And of course, want to remind people to stay off the roads as this storm continues to progress.
News director April Cummings also popped her head outside the Radio Cayman studios.
Well, Carsley's things have certainly picked up right now. The sounds of the wind whistling through the trees here, it's gone from more than a whistle to more like a roar. It's a bit intimidating, to say the least, and I realize that perhaps we've had stronger storms before, but witnessing and listening to it right now, this is definitely not something to mess around with. I just cannot imagine if the conditions were more severe than they actually are. It was dry for a while, but definitely we're seeing some more rainfall right now. Trees are swaying back and forth in the breeze, and again, that sound, it's a roar. I don't know of any other way to explain it. Yeah, that is the sound of Hurricane Beryl. Reporting from Radio Cayman, I'm April Cummings.
That's your latest news. I'm Carsley Fuller.
Shaken yet standing firm. This is Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Cayman's continued uninterrupted coverage of the weather system known as Beryl, taking place in the Cayman Islands. We've received reports from sister islands, Cayman Brac. I think they have seen the worst of the situation for them. In Grand Cayman now we're experiencing more activity, more rainfall, stronger winds as well. In the studio with me, my colleague, Mr. Sterling Dwayne Banks of famed Talk Today talk show as well. And we have been with you since 7 o'clock.
Yesterday.
Yesterday, 7 o'clock last night. 7
12
p.m.
hours, that's not too bad.
Yes, not bad, not
Some
bad at
people
all.
marriages don't last that long. Oh, boy.
And I believe, Mr. Sterling, that you have a question or some questions from one of our listeners.
Yeah, some listeners were, asking if we could share how far out, the hurricane force winds extend, and as well the tropical storm force winds. For those who are joining us now, a graphic on screen sort of shows the satellite map. But this is where people want to understand what sort of wind that they can expect. And even though our chief meteorologist and the director general for the National Weather Service, respectively, were talking about being a tight system, we know the hurricane force winds are not that far out. But then the tropical storm force winds can extend initially up to 185 they told us, but maybe your navigations might give us a more immediate update, because I'm not sure. You want me to see
if you have the same thing as I'm going to try to see whether or not this is coming in from Mr. Kerr Forbes, and this one came in at 4 a.m. So this, or if you want to read this will actually give you all of the details. That's the one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hart. And we do have some calls, and we'll take those calls in a sec, but let's just share this from the Chief Meteorological Officer. He says as of 4:30 a.m., the Hurricane Beryl was located at 18.5 north and 81.0 west, 55 miles south-southeast of Grand Cayman, 110 miles southwest of Cayman Brac. Maximum sustained winds of 120 miles an hour, moving west-northwest at 20 miles an hour. And as he goes through, he says, the center will pass 48 miles south of at approximately 5:30 a.m. Today at 120 miles an hour for Grand Cayman. On Little Cayman, it'll pass 106 miles southwest at 4:30, and then at the same time for Cayman Brac at 4:30, there'll be 110 miles southwest, all at 120 miles an hour. Now the tropical storm force winds for the Brac, will end at 6 a.m. for Little Cayman at 7, and then for Grand Cayman at 11:30. So it's a few more hours of some heavy winds, but still tropical storm, not as we've seen it now to start, and a major hurricane force winds, potentially, from a hurricane force wind strength, nothing significant.
Right.
But not to be dismissive that, it's only a tropical storm. We saw Grace, some say a young hurricane. It can still affect you in many ways, so it's not time to become complacent or impatient.
And tell that to my mangoes that it's only a tropical storm.
Yeah, a lot of people. I mean,
yeah.
All right, I'm told we have some calls, Mr. Hart.
Yes.
Hey, welcome. Thank you for sharing.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, how are you now? Is the sun up now?
Yes, sir. I'm outside in the yard walking around. Light rain, light drizzle rain, and daylight is appearing. And the roosters are crowing, and it's blowing about 15 to 25 miles an hour.
Okay. Winds are significantly reducing.
It's improving very fast.
So it's going fast, and the winds have reduced, is what you're sharing from earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, 15 to 25 miles an hour, I estimate.
And for those, this is the famous Mr. Raymond Scott giving us a report from the Brac. Mr. Scott?
And the skies are very cloudy and light rain, light drizzle rain. And I just was in contact with someone at the Seaman Center. There's no electricity. Down here at West Inn at this location, there is no electricity. It's been off for hours now.
Wow.
And remember, I told you that you all going to get some very bad wind damage down there. The wind going to be extremely strong. That's exactly what's going to happen. And also, sea will be coming in. And there was a question asked about what is the backlash of a hurricane. Backlash of a hurricane is after the hurricane passes Grand Cayman or anywhere and goes on 50 miles or 100 miles away, 200 miles away. The seas will come back around from the opposite direction and bring big swells and destructive seas. Remember when Michelle passed, one of those storms passed west of Grand Cayman, and in Cayman Brac we had seas about 15 to 18 feet came in after the storm had passed way down to the west of Grand Cayman. So that's what you call a backlash. After the storm has gone, then the seas come back from like it passed on the south side, like later today and tomorrow, you will see the seas coming back around Georgetown area on the north coast of Grand Cayman after the hurricane has gone down past the island.
Passage of a hurricane that you think, it's all good. There could be other negative consequences.
Yes. So one key bit of information that we want to put out there again, because I think this had been asked by one of our listeners, Mr. Sterling, and it has to do with the end of tropical storm force winds for Grand Cayman. So we're looking at possibly another 6 hours before that, 11:30 before that is likely to happen on Grand Cayman. So at least another 6 hours. That is still quite a bit, of time.
Right.
And I guess it depends again based on what we're hearing from Mr. Raymond, how quickly that speed, the speed of the hurricane changes, that will determine, when the tropical storm force winds will end as well. But forecast now for 11:30, 6 hours away.
I think we have some more calls, but is that you, Mr. Raymond, with anything else you want to share, sir?
Yeah, I'm still on here. Yes, daylight is clearing up good, and as far as I can see east on the island, there's no heavy clouds. It's brightening up, so the worst has gone for Cayman Brac, and you all is getting the worst there now. So it will be continuous improvement through the morning for Cayman Brac, and people can get back to their things. I would say not long from now.
Chief, we are just Mr. Parry was sharing. So keep us posted, Mr. Raymond.
Will do.
All right. Thank you too, and hopefully the power that is off will be restored. I think there's another caller, right? Hey, morning, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Good morning, Mr. Sterling, OC.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Susan, all of you guys. I hope everybody's all right. I'm here in Lower Valley, and we're getting some, not that much rain, but I'm getting some squalls and some heavy winds in gushes. Could be up to like 35 miles an hour. Here in gushes, I'm sorry about my mangoes and my breadfruits. But otherwise than that, I think this too will pass in a little while, and I think we gotta give God thanks. So far, I don't have any problem with the electricity as yet, but it's expected. This thing, like I said, the fruits are dropping off the tree, so we will survive with that. And I hope you gentlemen get some coffee, because I'm looking at your eyes, and you need to get some coffee, but get it black. Don't use no milk. Get that.
I'm not a coffee person.
Get that Colombian coffee, man, and drink it black and hot, and I think we'll be okay. I think Cayman at this time was really prepared, and all I can always say is God is good, and we don't deserve what we get, but because of His love, So you guys keep safe, and we'll talk later on.
And you too, sir.
Thank you.
And,
I hope you're not gonna bananas on your tree.
No bananas at all. I only mangoes, no avocados either. Avocado trees didn't do well this year, at all. So,
all right.
But my East Indian mango tree.
Yep. Well, I got a mango tree too. I got some Julie mangoes as well, and I enjoyed them up to this earlier in the night. I was eating some, but the crop was over now. I was waiting for some rain to get the next crop. But anyhow, that's expected. And so much breadfruits, I picked some today while I was preparing, boarding up, and not boarding up, but putting my shutters down, and so much breadfruits, But anyhow, I'll make some breadfruit soup. I don't know if you know what that is.
I don't know if I've ever had that.
Oh, I've never heard it.
A fried breadfruit, certainly would enjoy that. But thanks. Anything else, Mr. George, you want to share?
Yeah, just remember that God is good, and just all it came on to remember that He has founded it upon the seas.
Yep.
Established it upon
the floods.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you very much, right? And
have a good morning.
You too, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Mr. Artis, unless you have something, just 2 messages from some of our listeners. One says, in the West Bay area, there are not any heavy rains, and for us Ivan vets, That's those who went through Hurricane Evans, so it's not too bad. Felt like Grace was worse. Maybe gusts 50, 60 miles an hour, what this person says. Yeah, has no clue how to gauge it, but it seemed like it was okay. This one from one of our MPs in West Bay Central says that, areas in Mount Pleasant have lost power.
Yeah.
So,
and people need to understand it isn't over yet. We still have 6 hours, of this. So, it could get worse before it gets better.
Yeah, I won't. All right, well, a voice note, I'm told.
Yes.
No chocolate, but a voice note.
Voice note.
Hey, it's your boy Silver Fox out here on the front steps of Radio Cayman Studios together with JJ the Iceman. JJ, what's your experience on this, man?
We're getting a good little blowing right now, probably 70 to 80 mile an hour winds here in Georgetown.
It's nice and cool, and strangely enough, I'm actually enjoying this. I know it's not a nice thing to say. I mean, a lot of people are stressed right now with all this gusty winds. As Jared just said, we just saw like a 70 mile per hour gust of wind, hearing that sound blowing through our towers. So once again, we urge you to stay safe, stay indoors until the all clear is given. The circulation of the system is just south of us now, I believe. And we expect a few more hours of this, probably 3-4 hours of this. So this is Silver Fox and JJ the Iceman reporting outside Radio Cayman Studios.
All right, gents, thanks very much for that. I think Bob Dylan said the best. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind.
Blowing in the wind, yes.
While they were there doing just that. And but it isn't, for us to drop our guards, because, there could be another storm, days, weeks, months, maybe the end of the hurricane season. It could extend like it did in 2004-05 into January of 05, right? And it doesn't have to be a hurricane. It could be like Grace, as many would say, was a young hurricane. Wind and rain can affect people in a negative way.
Yep.
So I'm hopeful. For those who are listening, share with us, give us your experiences where you are. Are you out of power? How are you functioning? And we want you to be very, mindful of your health and well-being, your mental well-being, and speak to someone. Don't ignore if you're feeling, a little unsettled. You're not quite sure what's transpiring, but maybe you haven't been through it before. Maybe you've been through a few, and you just don't feel right. Please don't ignore it. Okay, It's nothing, but it'll get worse more than likely with anything if it's not addressed.
Yes. And keep in touch with your friends, your relatives, your co-workers as well. Make sure that, everyone, is doing well, or if they aren't, then, you can give them advice, or you can put them on to someone, or put someone on to them in terms of assistance, as well. But please, keep in touch with each other. This is the time when we all need each other.
Yeah, that song will lean on me,
Yes.
And I think something that, Mr. Worms referenced, and I've said it, there are people who are doing what they're doing, but they, like he said, what he's looking forward to, spending time with his children. He appreciates the responsibility, the trust that he's, placed in him. He appreciates the level of training and expertise he's developing. But for the rest of us, be mindful that, we are away from our families, willingly. We may have volunteered, we may have been appointed. And as you shared, Mr. Hart, check on each other, Check on them now. Make sure they're okay. Check on them tomorrow or next week. Don't wait and say, I wish I could have, would have. One day in a dollar short, it'll be too late,
Yep.
So, what did someone share here? No, I don't think I can read that just yet, because I can't. Literally, I can't read it. So, but for you, Mr. Hart, it's as you shared, it's approaching 12 hours of us being on air continuous, a lot like our elections coverage. That's a little bit different, because there are going to be upsets, disappointments, there are going to be cheers of jubilation, and for some it's just, another spectator sport as we commentating on the electoral returns. this is different, very much different. As much as we may want to give information, we want people to be aware. What more do you have for us, Mr. Hart?
Someone said in Frank Sound, electricity had been out for more than a half an hour. I think that was a few minutes after 5. This person says, wind and rain very heavy and strong in Bordentown. Trees swaying heavily, slightly howling in the wind. In electricity flickered 3 different times, but still on as well. What did Mr. Tibbetts, that is Sasha, say about the flickering as well? There was some advice. I think I heard you repeat it not too long ago again.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to protect your appliances and everything else.
And to just be absolutely safe, if you see some flickering inside your place, go to your panel box and disconnect and turn off the breaker. Make sure that limited inconvenience that you might have could not just protect your appliances, but you as well. It may not be anything, but err on the side of caution, because something's happening in the area and causing your electrical supply to perhaps be somewhat affected. And then he reminded us, as you had a number of times as well, the use of generators and the like, not inside. That may seem for some as obvious, but as we know, some may put it in a doorway or a window and go, it's ventilated, it's okay. Not to appreciate how fatal and noxious, those exhaust fumes, from the carbon monoxide poison is sadly fatal. And as Dr. Gent said, he saw it more often than he wanted to. Now, Mr. Hart, with that though, as people are waking up for someone, and expectedly, they felt it wasn't too bad. They had prepared. Last hour or two, they come into life. They get in their black coffee. Maybe they pour in themselves a black tea, or maybe they picked a few grass tea before they went to bed. Now and just sleeping it. They're gonna want to know what's happening.
Yes,
and they're gonna be anxious to figure it out. Not a good time to venture outside now and it's not too bad. While you were asleep, room wasn't burning, but certainly the storm was brewing. It's pulling away, but it's not gone yet. And we got another from expected forecast, until about 9:30 of some winds, potential rains, some higher gusts. May not seem like anything, but you could slip and fall, God forbid. Something could hit you. We don't want anyone to be injured.
Precisely.
When Mr. Raymond referenced, and as you shared, that 22-year-old, I think it was in Jamaica, who went to rescue something or do something.
I think 20 years old.
20 years old.
When I double check, I think it was
20. Yeah. A young beautiful fellow, doing something that he thought wouldn't in any way, put his life in peril. And sadly now a family has lost a loved one. And it happens, we don't want to tempt faith, as it were.
So true.
But I was asking earlier, we've as a country have been through, I think Ivan was a point of reference and probably still the 1932 hurricane for many, but there are some who, for them, Ivan is that thing even if they heard about the 32 storm, because it's more recent than there are those who have no clue. How do you think the country is? I mean, you were sharing some trivia earlier about the development. So before the show is over, I'm hoping that you'll tell us how we've gone through. We've set up disaster fund. We've done different things. Shows a very responsive country. Shows a country not just with resilience and resourcefulness, but a country that is poised to make sure that it carries its own water. It's not going to wait for somebody. It's not going to rely on the government, whatever that looks like.
Yeah, the Cayman Islands, we have developed a certain quality of resilience, and it is not by accident that we do what we do. When you read about the history of the Cayman Islands. When you look 1955 in the Cayman Islands, on an annual basis, seamen were remitting $1.5 million annually came to the Cayman Islands through or seafarers or seamen going to sea. $1.5 million in the mid-1950s.
Right. And a population that, 8,000 maybe?
Probably around about that,
right.
yes.
Maybe 30% of those, or 24% maybe, if that much, are at sea.
Yeah.
That's a significant, and in today's value, that's a lot of money, even then, 1.5 million. But yet we didn't seem to experience any great inflation when huge sums of money were pumped into the economy on Lake Ivan, where all of a sudden insurance claims, and even now, after we've seen more money. It speaks to a different approach, huh?
Yeah, it is. And, you're more on the economic side of things than I am. But, again, the men sent the money home. And I was reading one of the colonial reports, and they talk about the fact, and it wasn't demeaning in any way, but it spoke about the aspiration of a Caymanian man, what he wanted to do. Once he went to sea, he was going to send most of his earnings back home. He wanted to build a house. Once that house was built, he wanted to, to get a vehicle and have some savings so that he could live comfortable. That and basically that was what the average Caymanian aspired to, at that point in time. Government Savings Bank the Government Savings Bank was established in 1908, I believe it was, and you saw steadily the deposits, despite the fact that men were sending their money home, trying to save some, but they were using most of it to, accumulate blocks to get Mr. Brown and Mr. Sammy Ebanks, or Mr. Ashley Godfrey and the other carpenters, Kitchener Solomon and all of those to build their homes for them. You saw on a steady basis the deposits in the government saving banks going from the 40,000s, then 50, 60, 80, 100, 120, $127,000. And that is where we have come from. That building that took place, and they taking their time to do it, and we didn't build then by any South Florida building codes.
It was much better.
But it was much better, yes. Yeah. And Hurricane Andrew proved that, over there. And Hurricane Ivan proved what we had here in the Cayman Islands as well, as far as structures, went. Roofs and windows, maybe another story. But the structures, were all there, as well. That's what this country was based on. That's the resilience that we had, and that is the resilience that many of us display today as well.
Yeah. Well, as we take the call, I'll come back and talk about those men sent home. There's a quick thought that many of the women, their mothers and their sisters and the like, were the bankers, the financiers.
Yes,
right?
yes, yeah.
Maybe that paved the way for them to get into that sector because, all right, so we're told that we have a caller rejoining us. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Yes, good morning again.
Hey, welcome back again, man. Thanks for joining us.
Okay. Speaking of the seafarers, they truly are the best one.
Oh, yeah.
Those who are passed away and those who are still alive, I truly have a lot of respect for them. Especially knowing that they went to sea from the age of 14.
Mm-hmm.
That's the age my earthly father went when he went to sea. Caleb Austin Orrit. So we have a lot to be proud of, man, and it really hurts me when people say Caymanians are lazy, you know. That is something that really disappoints me, and I feel really sad when I hear people say that, not knowing how far and how hard our forefathers worked for this country.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a little bit of trivia for you as well before we go to the next caller. Do you know that West Bay had their own seamen's club in the I think this would have been in the 50s, 40s and 50s as well?
No, sir.
Their own seamen's club. I'm going to take a snapshot of that part of the colonial report.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, because they did that on an annual basis, showed that West Bay had, a seamen's club.
So much of our history that hasn't been told and always denied, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're told we got a couple of calls. Thank you for sharing and holding on. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey, hi. How are you?
Good morning. I say I went to sleep after 1 and I wake up after 4 and it wasn't too bad up in him because I could go to my front steps to look because I can't see nothing through my windows, everything. But not. But besides one, but I just come back out and it was raining little bit, not much.
Mm-hmm.
But it's horning now, and I mean I hope all of my breadfruits don't drop off, and I'll just peep out one little part of the kitchen window, and my plant and tree look like that still holding up because I got a young plant and just spoke, and I put a crutch under that, but then I just see with my light in my I noticed the light in the I saw when that flickering meadow in my yard because I have a pole in my yard that going out, but the one down by my mother-in-law still on, and so far, thank God, we haven't had any problem with lights, but the wind is horning up, and heck, we close to the north song, you know what I mean? She's horning, and it's raining harder now, so, but thank God, so far, everything going okay, so all we can do is pray and try to stay safe. I do drink coffee, but I drink my Coke and eat my cream cheese and chai biscuits.
Man, you're tempting everybody who doesn't.
Yes, sir. Hopefully, everything go all right.
We pray so, yes.
But I mean, it's horning, it's blowing, them wires, it's shaking like anything, but like I say, thank God, my current not going up, and we not had no flickering or nothing, so anyway, all we can do is, like I say, still thank God, because it could still been worse. I see worse than this.
Yeah, well, you be safe, and thanks for keeping us posted. Anything else you want to share?
Yes, sir. No, that's good.
Okay, well, I hope your planting tree and your breadfruits survive, huh?
I don't see none.
All right. Well, take care, huh?
Thank you very much, caller. Thank you.
Thank you, Mom. And I believe one more call, Mr. Hart. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling. As we go through our WhatsApp, thank you for calling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me again.
Hey, listen.
Still checking in. You know, I see the winds really picking up, really strong now. Definitely is consistent, and I find a new tree sprung up on my staircase. So that came off from my orchid tree in the backyard. I mean, the trees are bending over now. You can see the tops of the neighbors, and I just getting some rain, and so far not too much damage. Still, the trees is the problem. We're the only ones that dancing around the place enjoying this.
Okay. And while you're listening, right, we're told, one, that in Frankstown area power is out. One of our listeners and shares this, thanks to OC and myself for, being those voices of hope and inspiration during this weather challenge. And in the northward area, they still have power. There's some intermittent strong wind gusts and pelting rains most times. At about 4:53, a heavy aircraft could possibly have been, one of the hurricane hunters had passed overhead, but the person writes that they could not find a site to confirm the flight schedule. but it may have been a Hurricane Hunt aircraft. And asking us to ask India and the northward area of one town. Any other listeners heard something similar? So 4:53 this morning, did you hear a loud aircraft, something that would sound like a Hurricane Hunter overhead? And this one's extended prayers and wishes that everyone, keeps it safe. I know you said you were in a different part of the district, but have you heard anything?
I'm close by you guys, but I didn't particularly hear any engine sounds. And if I did, it was muffled by the sound of the wind, because I mean it's really blowing now, and I didn't hear any unfamiliar sounds like like the planes flying in the air or anything like that. I haven't heard the weather plane if it was.
Okay.
Yeah, but so far, I thankful that we made it through the night without any power outage in town. At least I mean during like 4:30, I seen a little flickering. It just flickered one time, and then I was like, okay, so then it back to normal again.
Mm-hmm.
And I just seen the flicker again just now actually, and we in the morning times now, so we getting a little not sunlight, but the light coming from the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And thankful that we can still see, and left us stranded in the night, like without electricity. I mean, I understand the rest. The eastern parts of the island went for a little bit of it, but probably they just woke up and found it out. Hoping that everything is okay. And yeah. Other than that, I just seen tree leaves blowing around the place, and the wind is howling.
Yeah. Well, we got a listener asking if there's any reports of coastal damage. I was looking. I haven't seen anything. Mr. Hart, from your sources, no reports yet of coastal damage. So hopefully there won't be any. Coastal damage. Not.
I pray there's no coastal damage to that, like in a serious extent, because I'd be having my eyes on one of my favorite beaches, and I'd be like, just praying that it doesn't get any worse than it is right now. When, from what I see in my area, I don't see the area flooding out as you would have normally see it on a bad weather.
Mm-hmm.
I see a little water settling on the ground, but it's not flooding per se. In the parking lot area where it would usually flood.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So,
well, keep us posted, right? We have a couple of other calls. Anything else you want to share before we take those?
I just wanted to give a little update what I see, because I got the window. We see a clear view of what's going on, and we're in a good direction. So it's not like any injuries that possibly happen or anything like that. Pray to God if you don't.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But we're in a safe direction.
Yeah. It's a little bit late to know about coastal erosion and things at this point in time.
Yeah.
Further down the day when the surge, has stopped, or it may not be today, maybe tomorrow or something, and depending on the tides as well, whether or not it will bring the sand in, or whether or not it'll take it away, depending on how the tides are.
Too bad you can't call the chief immigration officer in deny
another visa, right?
All right. Hey, thanks very much, my friend. All right.
Yes.
All right. Talk to you again soon, hopefully. As we take a couple of more calls, let's take this next one. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Excellent.
Good morning.
I said you guys Sterling, you were mentioning something about hearing something this morning. I heard that. I heard it sounded like a plane.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, I said, oh my God, a plane. But then, like what you say, it's the plane that's probably was going, reconnaissance plane, going in the, but I heard it about that same time this morning.
Okay, well.
I live in the Bontown area near Anton Borden Drive.
Okay.
Kind of like borderline Belford Drive. And the winds are really packing over here now.
Wow.
We are actually getting some more rain now as well. So, but they're packing. There's really strong wind gusts. happening here.
All right, and I hope I'm not being too personal intrusive. You feel personally safe and okay?
I feel safe. I'm a person that I don't sleep well, so I'm up, but I'm feeling pretty much safe.
All right, well,
yeah.
Thank God. I mean, and that's probably partly who you are too, but you.
Ivan was certainly a lot worse than this. Lot worse.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
And I went through that. So in my same area, the thing about it is not cold. It's inland, so we're hearing the sea, but we're not getting that big surge that you would get. I mean, wave action coming in too. Those that are out on the front, we're more inland. Look out, Belford Drive, that area there, and by the way, as well, we still have power.
Okay. Did you have any power outages, flickerings, or anything? Okay.
No flickering, no anything.
Yeah. Well,
Mm-hmm.
that's very, very encouraging. I mean, from all reports, not any sustained strong winds. Hopefully, it stays that way.
Hopefully, it stays that way. Yes, because I got small kids in the house, so you know how that is with the heat.
Well, most of us these days we're so accustomed to an air-conditioned space.
I call it the generation today is not accustomed to getting up in the middle of heating, fanning with cardboard.
Yeah. What a friend talks about, he has first world problems. Which car he's going to drive, which restaurant he's going to eat in. As he's going to put the AC on full blast, so he's going to be a little more conservative. Those are some of the challenges that we have, right? Well, you take care of yourself.
But anyway, I just wanted to let you all know that I did hear that being sound, whoever else heard it, and what was happening within our area.
All right.
Thank you, guys. You've been doing an awesome job.
Well, thank you. We're
Thank you. All
right, appreciate it. Well, that's having those company. So you take care. We may talk to you again if you get a chance.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And I believe we can take one more call, Ms. Susan. All right, let's try the other line. Mr. Art.
Yes.
All right, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Mr. Sterling, it's me again. Yeah, that plane, that was a reconnaissance plane. She came from the southeast. It sounded like to me, and flew out to the north there, but and seemed like she was very low too, because she was very strong, passing over, But she that was her. That was a reconnaissance plane.
Okay.
Passed over here checking us out there, but it's like the lady said there, the winds now in my area has picked up very strong, and we're getting the more gushes of rain, but it's the wind is a bit stronger now, So I guess this must be the peak of it right now, because we're getting some more rain, like she said, and I'm in the Lower Valley area, and I can hear the wind. The wind is howling for a longer period now, So that's what I wanted to say.
Celebrate his fantastic wisdom and knowledge, right? But his access. So this is a flight tracker.
Someone said that. Yes.
Yeah. And it shows that it was a hurricane hunter, right? Moving over an area. I guess that's probably, come out of the Lakeland, and tells us the plane and the ground speed. And so we went into that space and, got that information. Those guys, and by that I mean male and female, not just the courage they have, but the skill to fly those planes into those hurricanes.
Yep.
I know you were a peace officer once. Would that be something you'd want to do? Go into those?
I don't have no problem in plane, When I sit down in them, I said if the pilot can go, I can go. Because everybody has their life and everybody want to live, so I don't have a problem, not yet anyhow. Sometime I've been traveling, I've been making some long trips. I know sometime I used to have to go to join the ships with National Boat. I would fly all like 14, 15 hours.
Yeah, well.
Them days the planes wasn't like, they were DC-10s, DC-3s, you know. They wasn't the jets neither, you know. They were propelled planes.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, Caymanians, the young man said about the seamen. People in this island don't know what seamen went through.
Yep.
Went through a lot of storms, days they never saw land.
Yeah, they endured a lot, man. But thank you very much, Mr. George, for sharing.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Take care and be safe, right? And Mr. George, I think another caller joining us.
Yes, let's grab the caller. Yeah.
All right. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling. Yeah, hello?
Hello.
Hey. Hello.
Yes, sir. It's thunder and lightning now at West End, Cayman Brac. Most of it is down over Little Cayman. That's what we didn't have last night. No thunder and lightning, just small amount.
Mm-hmm.
We had lightning, but you couldn't hear any thunder. But now you can hear it blasting. Right now it's blasting down toward Little Cayman. And the sea, I'm looking at the sea on the north side of the island here, running 1 to 3 feet. Weather is fairly good on just a light chop. The north side of Cayman Brac. South side, very bad. Sea is running up to about 12 feet outside the reef, rising up to about 12 feet coming into the coastline.
Wow.
But we got 12-foot seas here, and it came a lot closer. You all down there probably going to get 15-foot seas, I would estimate.
Well, we'll know, when the experts, do their assessment. Perhaps, share with us. What else are you now? You say it's lightning, but any rain?
Just very light.
Very light rain.
Yes, correct. And it's cloudy and overcast throughout the island.
Okay.
Yes.
Huh.
And I'm on the radar. The propane tanker that had propane for Grand Cayman moved away from Grand Cayman from the storm, but it's located at 18 degrees north and 83 degrees west.
Okay.
So, man, he's really going to be getting some hurricane force. I don't know why he would be out there. This storm's supposed to be an 18.5, and I'm looking at the ship now at 18 degrees north.
Right.
Quite strange. Why didn't he go to the north of Grand Cayman, which the big Rubis tanker that was there, the Sea Elephant, discharged part cargo, came in and discharged part cargo of diesel and gasoline, and came out from Jackson's Point, and it is way out to the north of Grand Cayman now, located at 2024 north, between Grand Cayman and Cuba. It's keeping up out there. So that one did the wise thing to go north, but this small propane tanker is at 18, and the hurricane is at 18.5, so he's getting full force of that rough sea. And it's small ship, 395 feet long, the Kazakh. And there's the 6th biggest tanker in the world that was going to pass between Grand Cayman and Little Cayman and altered course, and he's off the south coast of Cuba.
Now, earlier you had referenced 2 vessels, a 900-foot long one that was, clocking 20 knots, and then a 600-foot that was doing 10 knots, and they were going into Cartagena. Have you had any updates where, what progress they're making? Did they make it?
Yes. It slowed down to 10 miles an hour, the one that was doing 20, headed to Cartagena, Colombia. And the other one that was going to Venezuela, they're still out there. That's only doing 8.8 knots. That's loaded with soybeans from
Houston.
State going to Venezuela. So they're still out there. holding up, but moving very slow.
Okay.
So that captain put his ship at full ahead, trying to beat the hurricane, and you see now the hurricane has slowed them down. So that was a waste of time. He made the wrong move. He was to come up north of Grand Cayman and go up north of Cayman Brac, and then cut across to Colombia. Remember the time when that American captain went into the hurricane and 33 lives were lost? That's what it reminds me of, this big ship.
Was that the one that was leaving Jacksonville?
Yeah, correct. The El Faro.
Yeah, I don't remember the name, but yeah.
Yeah, El Faro. That was a 19-year-old mate on board there that was a good friend of the late George Eldemeyer. She was on there, and she drowned with the 32 others.
Yeah. And this is where, that weather, many of us here don't appreciate, as Mr. Shalat earlier was saying, that seafarers face many perils, It's not a life of glamour as many of us may want to romanticize.
Yes.
That's just the stories that they tell, in their age. Right? Anything else, Mr. Raymond, that you want to share?
Yes, sir. One moment.
Okay. Well, in the studio, we're bringing you simulcast on Breeze FM 105.3, on Radio Cayman 89.9, or on the Sister Islands 91.9. And you can call 949-8037 or 949-6990 or WhatsApp 925-3261. Mr. Articona and myself, hopefully, not just keeping you company and informed. I mean, recognizably, if you're looking as one of the callers, I want to reference Mr. Chalet again, said, boy, you need some black coffee. It's not exhausting, but Mr. Arthur, I'm feeling a bit tired. You look fresh, man. You ready to go play?
Well, for a point, I was, feeling a little bit, and I got rejuvenated again.
But I didn't see you do anything, man. I mean, you didn't power nap. You made a said a prayer, though. And but that's the stock from which you come, right? And I say that to share that others who are, whether they're physicians, whether they're volunteers, as Mr. Worms said earlier, the shifts, All right. I don't know whether our listeners could hear that, but we hear off-air report.
Yes.
So I didn't just hear that voice, right? You heard it too, right?
I heard it too.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it didn't sound like Susan. Wasn't it nice?
Yeah, we understand that CUC are sending crews out in an attempt to restore power in those areas where power is lost, and where repair down lines where it is safe to do so as well. And, we heard Mr. Tibbetts speak to you.
Yeah. And that responsiveness, I mean, CUC is advising, half an hour to 45 minutes before they get it up. That's great. Got a couple of calls on, though. Let's take this next one. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling. Yeah, hello. Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for calling. Okay.
Let's try.
All right. Let's go to the WhatsApp call. See that. Hey, welcome. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, good morning.
Hey, good to hear from you. How are you?
Good morning.
Yeah, morning, Mr. Ossie. Morning, Mr. Starling.
And to you, sir.
Yeah, just want to tell you guys, you gentlemen, thank you all, both of you, the whole team, for keeping us informed and being there. I went sleep and wake up, and I went sleep and left on it, and I wake up and I see it again. So thank God for at least people could communicate with other in case anything go wrong. It looks like this thing is just this hurricane is just starting to come in, so we mustn't get too overconfident. It's good to keep confidence and keep calm and everything, but this we're probably gonna get bothered for a little while, But God be with us, and take care, gentlemen. Thank you again.
And thank you too. Before we take the call, Mr. Corner, that update was for the
Island Energy
in the Brac.
In the Brac, not CUC.
Not CUC. Okay. So the information that we shared earlier, please disregard that. It's in relation to the Brac, the down power lines, the Island Energy, what was it, formerly Cayman Brac Light and Power. So on the Brac, their crews are out, and within a half an hour, 45 minutes, they're hoping to have it all restored.
Yes.
That's the responsiveness. All right. One more call, my friend? No? I don't know. That fish do sounding better every day. No, but
let's see if we received any more messages from our listeners since.
Well, one of our listeners, as you referenced, that says, I'll combine 2 wind shares, wishing the blessings to you both. An awesome job what you're doing, follow us and much appreciated. Some recognize and say that you might be tired, I would respond, say, yeah, I probably, but not OC. He got a second, third, fourth win, and he didn't even look like he was batting an eyelash.
So this person says that, good morning. I'm at Sunset Cove condos and have a clear view of outside. Can see the trees swirling and hear the strong and howling wind. Heavy rain as well. The poor trees are just swirling. Thank you both for the excellent coverage. I'm also enjoying all the history. You are both doing an awesome job, very much appreciated. I have been awake and listening to you throughout the night and into the morning. Hope you get some much needed rest later today, and thank you again. So I want to thank that listener and that writer for those kind words as well.
Indeed.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad this writer isn't writing to say, boy, she should get hazard pay for having to work with me, but it didn't say that. This listener is saying, keeping the faith is intensifying outside, but so thankful that they still have, the electricity on. So people are as the caller prayer, don't drop your guard, don't become complacent. They're very, very thankful, for the mercies and the grace, but, we got to appreciate this is not over yet. And until the all clear has been, given, we will know exactly what's then, and we can move about safely. I'd rather this turn out to be nothing, and we prepare and prepare and prepare, than we don't prepare and something happens. We may not be able to avoid things, but we can mitigate. And understanding how people responded in their preparations, and how they, as we heard repeatedly, how they stepped up to assist each other. That's very encouraging. It's telling that, maybe we start to appreciate what makes our community strong, safe, civil, sobering reminder that if we work together, things can be better. All right. Now we have the 6 a.m. news update. So let's join the news team.
You are listening to Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands.
With your latest news, I'm Carsley Fuller. We start with the latest coordinates for Category 3 storm Hurricane Beryl from the National Hurricane Center in Miami, Florida. As of the latest check, Beryl was located at 18.5 degrees north, 81.0 degrees west, about 55 miles south-southeast of Grand Cayman, about 110 miles southwest of Cayman Brac. The hurricane is exhibiting max winds of 120 miles per hour, moving west-northwest at 20 miles per hour. Chief Meteorologist with the National Weather Service, Carrie Powery.
In terms of its closest point of approach, that would bring it approximately 49 miles to the south around 6 a.m. this morning, bringing us a bit closer to those dangerous, strong hurricane force winds.
He says we can really expect to feel it during this 6 a.m. hour with winds between 65 and 70 miles per hour.
End of tropical storm force winds for the Brac are expected to start around 6:30. Little Cayman about an hour later, and for us it'll be around 11:30 a.m.
In the meantime, Grand Cayman can expect between 4 and 6 inches of rain, which could lead to some serious flooding in low-lying areas. The pressure is building, and Radio Cayman listeners have been calling in with what they're hearing and seeing across Grand Cayman and Cayman Brac.
Where I am, the winds are strong now, having rain that looks like hail, and then you're having gusts, periodically.
One light pole that's right across the road keeps going out like every 10 minutes or so, I would say. But the wind is picking up strong enough, so I know East End and Barton Town and outside in those areas the wind must be very strong.
I'm outside in the yard walking around, light rain, light drizzle rain, and daylight is appearing. It's blowing about 15 to 25 miles an hour.
I just got an update with West Bay Central MP and Climate Minister, the Honorable Catherine Ebanks-Wilkes.
Well, it's blowing really hard in West Bay Central, and we're getting heavy rains, as I'm sure everyone around the island is getting. I just sent out another broadcast to the constituency, and I've received reports that there are some areas in West Bay Central that have lost power. I think particularly the area of Mount Pleasant, there's some pockets where electricity is down. Outside of that, I haven't received any reports of anyone having any severe damages. So far we're grateful, and we're just going to continue praying that the storm will pass. This could have been so much worse. So we have a lot to be thankful for this morning, and we just wait. And, we ride the storm out together, and we're grateful that we had time to prepare. And it's just another reminder that during these hurricane seasons, we have to get prepared from early. I don't think anyone was expecting to have a hurricane threat the first week of July.
That was Catherine Ebanks-Wilkes there with an update from West Bay. And power is starting to be affected across Grand Cayman, according to the CUC Outage Viewer website. There are 75 outages right now, with some 5,100 people affected. Major outages are reported in east and the north side, and then several smaller outages across the rest of Grand Cayman. For Radio Cayman News, I'm Karsley Fuller.
Radio Cayman, the voice, the heart, the soul of the Cayman Islands.
All right, welcome back. Is that what we've been told? And invite you to rejoin us. Mr. Art Corner and myself are happy to have you be a part of our continued coverage here on 89.9 Grand Cayman, and then Radio Cayman on the Brac at 91.9. Our sister station Breeze FM is also carrying the coverage at the same time, 105.3. Tell your friends,
Yep, and they're listening to us all over. So Kiki in Little Cayman says first he'd like to say a big thank you to both Sterling and Mr. Orrit and the staff at Radio Cayman, as well as Mr. Kerry Powery for staying up all night to keep us all well informed. You are all doing a tremendous job, and you are all greatly appreciated. God bless you all. Just wanted to let you know that we've had strong winds all night and rain off and on here in Little Cayman. No flooding so far where he is located. We are experiencing heavy winds and rain with lightning and very loud rumbling of thunder at this time. This also started about 15 minutes ago. I can also hear the roaring rumbling of the sea as well. I'm about to have a hot cup of cocoa with marshmallows because I don't drink coffee. I've been tuned into your YouTube channel all night. Appreciate the humor to help keep us all calm. So Sterling, see, they appreciate your humor.
Oh,
they do appreciate it.
They're being kind, Mr. Art. They're being kind, man.
Sending continued prayers to my loved ones, my families, my friends, and all the people of these three beloved islands. That's coming from Kiki.
Well, I'm glad that, despite the winds and the rains as was shared, they're still safe. And one listener says, winds are picking up around the area. I think that's in the West Bay area. We just want to, in case someone heard it, we did incorrectly share earlier. It was, Island Energy, what came back Light and Power. They're going out to assess. They're going to look at the down power lines, and, within a half an hour or so, that they're expecting to have power restored. So that's on the Brac. Here in Grand Cayman, a few places we're told had some power, sort of intermittent power interruptions. So far, so good. People, please stay inside. Be mindful that we're almost there if it continues the way it is, but don't become complacent, as the gentleman that called earlier reminds us. And then once this passes, all clears the issue after proper assessment, and then we can move about. And Mr. Orda, but I'm gonna ask you, what are you gonna do after this, man? Don't tell me you're going to Disney World. What are you gonna do?
South Carolina.
Hey. You know what? I think there's time to travel some more. I had a wonderful trip the other day, and I want to share more about it once I'm, giving proper instruction. But that was fantastic to see the insight, not just the place, but the workings, and it just shows how what we do, affects the global marketplace. And as Mr. Raymond was talking about those two ships and other ships, ships at sea, the lives of the crew in peril, but we sit here and we don't appreciate that's a daily occurrence for them. It doesn't have to be a storm.
Yeah. And my apologies if I said he when I said Kiki. Kiki is a she, is a female. And she reminded me of that. So corrections. And we really appreciate the kind words as well. Let's see what else we have here.
Let's start. You know what? Sometimes, a subtle correction goes a long way. Huh?
Oh, yes.
And we like the fact that our people...
Getting a lot of thank yous from our listeners, yes.
Yeah, they have a great sense of appreciation and a wonderful sense of humor. I mean, you can imagine, man, they're so kind and gracious, they won't laugh at my jokes. That's not bad, man. But and we want people to share with us what they're experiencing. And as the calls come in, we'll take them. 949-8037, 949-6990. Or they can WhatsApp call at 925-32621. And hopefully there isn't any major damage to report. We certainly don't want any loss of life, not just during the passage, but in the aftermath. Whether there's a cleanup, whether there's, crews doing restoration or the like. Things can happen, and we need to ensure we do as much as we can, to make it as safe as we can.
Yeah. So talking about resilience, here's the introduction to the colonial report on the Cayman Islands, 1946, right? Says there has been considerable improvements in the social and economic position of the dependency. They refer to us as the dependency during the last decade. Revenue during this period has practically doubled itself, and as a result, funds have been available for the carrying out of many essential public works. This increase in revenue was caused in the first place by income derived from the sale of stamps and two special issues, the coronation issue of 1937 and the pictorial issue of 1938. Then came the war, and practically every able-bodied man not already at sea and not employed in a reserved occupation volunteered for service in the merchant navy. The Royal Navy, volunteer reserves, or the Army. A number of men were employed in the Canal Zone as skilled workmen by contractors to the United States Army and Navy. The remittances out of the high wages made by these men to their families in Cayman resulted in a sharp rise in the spending power of the inhabitants, and this in turn was reflected in the rise of imports with an accompanying rise in revenue. The circulation of American dollars by the members of the unit of the United States Navy and later the Coast Guard station since 1942 at the base in Grand Cayman also had its effect on the economy of the dependency. And then it goes to talk about in 1937, a free grant from imperial funds enabled 4 lighthouses in Grand Cayman and 1 each in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman to be erected. And in the same year, the small 4-bed hospital in Georgetown was reconstructed. 1938 and 1939 saw many improvements in the shape of the erection of Georgetown of a library and the new government building housing the Treasury, Customs, and the Post Office. Town halls built in the 4 principal districts of Grand Cayman serve the people not only as social centers, but as schools, and it is unfortunate that the war prevented the completion of the scheme, which included the erection of similar buildings in Cayman Brac. And then it talks about improvement in the public health, and then it goes on to talk about the financial position of the dependency at the end of the year 1945. 1946 was satisfactory. A reserve fund of £25,000 and a hurricane fund of £2,000 had been built up, and there was, in addition, an accumulated surplus of £11,000. A pleasant feature, too, was the increased use being made by the Government Savings Bank, for whereas deposits in 1937 totaled £5,500, the figure at the end of 1945 was nearing the £100,000 mark. These figures not only show the thriftiness of the people, but confirm the fact that there has been a very considerable increase in the wealth of the dependency. Folks, that wealth, if you want to call it that seed money, that money that was planted there, is what makes us what we are today, despite what some may try to make us believe otherwise, that, the success only came just recently.
Mr. Art, I appreciate it. I'm going to ask you how people can access those reports, but we have a call. Hey, welcome. Thank you for calling. Yeah, hello?
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning, good morning. How are you?
We know you're up early as well, so hi. How are you, sir?
I've been watching you young men for...
Trying to stay awake, you mean?
Yeah, and you're doing a good job keeping me awake, so...
Okay, man. Good to hear from you, man. In all seriousness, I hope you and yours are all safe physically and otherwise.
Yeah, we're good. The power went off just now for a few seconds, but it came back on and it's been on ever since. We are getting some rain and some good winds, so yes, I suppose that is how it is island-wide. But so far we're safe, doing well. Have some coffee. So just wishing everybody else throughout the islands are also being safe and continue to pay heed to the official warnings and sort of stay off the road until we get the all clear.
Yes. Good information, and hopefully people will heed that. It's something that I think we might, take for granted, but let's not do that now, okay?
No.
We want to hear from you, but our colleague Jevi has an update, and you're welcome to stay on and we can revisit you, but we want to kind of get to him while it's timely.
No, go ahead. I'll hang up. Talk to you guys later. Have a good one.
Okay, thank you. Well, we go to Jevi Eubanks for an update. Hey, Jevi, sorry to have you hold on, man.
No worries at all. Good morning. I have just received an update here in New York, first specifically as it relates to Cayman Brac. A message was received to advise listeners in Cayman Brac that crews are aware of some outages and are attempting to fix some issues with wires to restore power to the north side east, south side east, and south side west. Moving over to Grand Cayman, Caribbean Utilities Company is also acknowledging that there are outages across the island. They are advising at this time that once the utility all clear has been given, their crews will begin to assess and begin restoring power. I am currently looking at the CUC outage map, and it is showing a total of 3,003 customers currently without power. The vast majority apparently looking like the eastern side of the island as well as the north. So once again, CUC is aware that there are outages, but out of due safety concerns, repairs will not start in Grand Cayman until the Cayman Islands government has announced a utility all clear. However, the power provider in Cayman, Brac and Little Cayman is advising that there are some issues with wires which they are trying to restore, particularly in the north side east, south side east, and south side west of Cayman Brac. We will yet to see how those will be resolved and when, but as soon as we have more information, it will be provided in due course. That's all for me at this time. Jevi Ebanks from the Government Administration Building.
Thank you very, very much indeed, Jevi. That's encouraging, Mr. Connor.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to read some of the WhatsApp messages that are coming in as well. You can take a few.
Yeah, happy to share these.
Yes.
We have this WhatsApp message. And for the caller who's calling, if you wish to get on, you have to use the WhatsApp. If you're calling the
925-3261.
3261. If you call it as a regular cell call, we can't answer it on air.
Use WhatsApp to call it,
please. You need to
please.
call us. This person writes, this is great. The Radio Cayman is on. It's soothing. Thanks for seeing Sterling Dwayne. I have learned so much and I am proud of my country. I have no idea how the different emergency groups work. This is amazing. We have to be thankful for what we have. We have lots of action teams and knowledgeable people. Things that I have not thought of that are important are in place. It was informative. I got up at 12:45 a.m. And I've been listening to you both from then. God bless these Cayman Islands, and thanks to other families for allowing us to keep us company. Boy, OC, maybe the families would have probably paid people to take us, right? But no, you're most welcome.
Yeah, see if you can grab another one. I think
we're going to read them. We have a call as well, so let's.
Yeah, we'll take a caller after.
Okay.
Those have been sending for quite a while, so we want to.
Okay, so this one says, and I'll take an order. This one says, please mention that lightning and thunder that we're experiencing, and thanks to the correction. This is from Kiki and Little Cayman. So they're having loud and numbing thunder and lightning over there. This listener shares they want some information. Good morning, gents. Reporting from Conch Point Road in the west-northwest by half-west. Approximate sustained winds 50 knots with gusts to 65 to 70 knots.
Wow.
The trees are begging for mercy. No one seems to be out and about. The rain is constant. Sound of waves on the north side appears a little calm at this time. I always appreciate their continued updates. Thanks for that. And now they want the distance to the nearest point that Beryl is on Cayman. We'll get that in a bit. This other one.
Go ahead.
Okay.
One more, and then we'll grab the WhatsApp caller.
Senior Art and Mr. Ladwin, and the honor is mine to thank you for your diligence, perseverance, and care in manning the radio, keeping our company and bringing us hope in the lane of affairs as this is dangerous hurricane approaches us. Thank you for your bravery. It is much appreciated. Thank you again. May God continue to bless you. And that's
Miss Lucille Seymour.
Yeah. I wish you said the right Honorable Lucille Seymour.
Yes.
So thanks, Lady Lucille. All right. So we get that information from that caller.
Okay. Right. Let's grab the WhatsApp caller, Paul. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. OC, and good morning, Dwayne, and all your workers there. We want to thank you all for keeping us up to date. And we call from Birch Tree Hill. So far, thank God, everybody's pretty safe. We got a lot of wind on this end, but it's everyone is safe. We still got power, so pray that everything will be all right for us, for everybody. Yeah. But we want to thank you guys for standing there, giving us the updates.
Oh,
Okay,
you're most welcome.
you.
You're most welcome.
You're most welcome. Thank you too.
And is there another call, Mr. Art? All right, let's take this next call. Hey, welcome. Okay, we lost that call. But to those who are listening, please feel free to share with us because we want to hear from you. We have the benefit of certain official information, but we don't have your perspective. So 949-8037, 949-6990, or you can WhatsApp call 925-3261. People are starting to move about now.
So what do you think about the fact that our vestrymen and justices of the peace, forward-looking after the experience of 1932, they decided that they had to have, they needed to have a hurricane fund. I think basically there are a few funds that they had. They actually borrowed money. In one instance, I believe they bought bonds as well, invested in bonds, as well. So a hurricane fund.
Yeah, and that almost 100 years ago. Reserves of what you said, 28,000 thereabouts.
Yeah.
2,000 as a special segregated hurricane fund.
Yeah.
A population that a lot less than what we have now.
Yep.
Forward thinking, visionary.
Yes.
All right. Shall we try this other call?
Yes, we shall.
All right. Hey, welcome. I'm Archie. We shall go. Thank you for calling.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey. How are you?
Yeah. Pretty good, thankful.
All right. Well, thanks for sharing with us.
Yes, and really appreciate you guys being there for us.
All right. Mr. Art, are you able to hear it? It's
coming in a little bit muffled, but I can hear it. Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to repeat my answer? I'm so grateful for you to have you guys there to keep us updated. Really appreciate your service.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah. Really appreciate it.
Yes, and just want to say thank you to you for not cutting off the lights or not going off. Well, I'm out of here in the New Orleans area. We still have lights, all night. So really appreciate that.
Okay, how's the wind in that area?
Very strong, off and on. It comes in spells and hail is going on up there. A lot of wind is blowing off and on. It takes I would say less than a 10 minutes, 10 seconds break, and then it comes right back like a bolt of lightning. But so far, so good, and just got to continue to thank the Almighty God. Just don't thank Him when we have problems. We thank Him all the time, But just want to say thank you guys and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, caller, and you stay safe, and please feel free to keep us up to date if anything unusual happens in your area as well.
All right. Thanks very much, and all right. Now, there's a message on our WhatsApp. Start a couple other WhatsApp messages. This one is from Mr. Jonathan Tibbetts of Island Energy. He's reporting that all power has been restored in Cayman Brac, and they're just working on 2 houses to get their lights back on.
Okay, that's great.
This is not even 6:30 yet, and they have responded incredibly well.
Excelente.
Yeah. You can share that message. Or if not, I'll read this one.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Good morning from some concerned, Caymanian. Come on, computer. There you go. Move. It's weird. It says, good morning from some concerned Caymanian ladies in Riverview, Florida. First, thank God for His continued mercies on us, as it seems that in spite of the fact the storm is not over as yet, we know that it could have been so much worse. Thank you guys for your continued coverage and updates, and hopefully you'll catch up on your sleep later. OC, you said you don't drink coffee, so what are you doing to keep your eyelids from closing? Says I see that Wayne has his mug next to him. I won't say what's in that mug, but right now it's just water. But I had some black tea that Miss Paulette so lovingly shared with me, But dear Caymanians, let's not forget that the motto of the Cayman Islands, He has founded it upon the seas and established it upon the waters. Therefore, we owe, our gratitude to our Heavenly Father. Continue to stay safe and God bless. Hope you'll be able to get some good old turtle meat and cassava cake this weekend. From Claudia and Donald Lee, and they're watching from Riverview. So,
okay, and Mr. Carl Brown sent this one. OC, thanks so much for you and Sterling and Team Radio Cayman, our weather specialists, our first responders. Still have electricity here in Midland Acres. We are nowhere near Ivan conditions were at this point, bearing in mind that the best or worst is yet to come. God is good.
All right. I've had a couple of calls, and this is the graciousness of the people that are grateful for God's mercies. We've got a couple of other calls. Mr. Carl, what are you telling us? Are we going to which line? And for those who want to share, 949-8037. All right, let's take one of these next calls. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm just congratulating you guys for the good work that you're doing to keeping us informed and updated. I'm on the Patrick Avenue and Prospect. We still have light, but the winds are terrible.
Mm-hmm.
They are making some growling noise down here. And, trees are being falling and all like that. But my architecture in the backyard lose some limbs. Yeah, and it's raining as well. It's raining, pounding on the window. I didn't button up part of my window, and you could hear the rain pounding on it, the breeze.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you're safe, huh?
Yeah, I'm safe. Praise be to God. I thank God for what He's doing for us so far. But my back door keeps shaking, shaking like somebody wants to come inside, and it's too locked on it. My goodness, it's kind of scary. But to God be the glory, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. And, my neighbors all around, we are all here and giving God thanks for His goodness and His mercy, and we know this too shall pass.
Yeah,
Christ is in the vessel, we will smile at the storm.
Yes.
Yes.
We give thanks and with a grateful heart, right? So thank you.
Thank you very much, caller. Thank you.
So keep up the good work. God bless. Bye-bye.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks so much. And we'll take the next call, Mr. Hart. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling. Yes, hello?
Hello, reporter from the Brac again.
Hey, Mr. Raymond.
Yes, sir. You got the Hurricane Hunter plane about 100 miles south of Grand Cayman, headed toward there, flying into it, 10,000 feet altitude. There, C-1 Lockheed Martin, C-130, giant 4-engine plane. So, and wind picked up here now at the west end on the north side of the island. The wind has increased. It's blowing probably 25 to 30 here on the north side of the island.
So the wind has picked up again?
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
It had lulled down very good, and now it's increased again,
So,
intensified.
This is would be now what the outer bands that you're experiencing, I wonder?
Yeah, yes, correct.
All right, well.
Very, very cloudy and overcast, and it's very windy.
No, for others, this is where you can't be complacent. You just can't, assume that you have to go here to go out if you don't, right? So, what else are you seeing, Mr. Raymond?
Sea condition increasing on the north side, getting rougher.
Okay.
Slightly rougher, but it's when the hurricane gets to the northwest of Grand Cayman, then that thing that I was talking about, the backlash in the seas will get rough in Georgetown area on the northwest part, and also on the north side of Cayman Brac after the storm is out past the island.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm hoping that just remind us, that we just can't assume. We know when the eye passes, there's a lull and calm, but we didn't have that this time. So it's picked up significantly again. Well, let us know what happens after, Mr. Raymond.
Yes, sir. And talking about seamen, the lives of a seaman, there are 2 more ships coming directly for the hurricane again.
Wow.
One is at 84 degrees west, and remember the hurricane is at probably 81 heading towards 82.
Mm-hmm.
And that ship is only at 84. coming right straight for the hurricane.
Wow.
And that one is also coming, going to Cartagena, Colombia. It's a Greek ship. It is absolutely amazing what these seamen are doing, the mistakes that they are making.
Yeah, that's extremely interesting. And are you able to make radio contact with any of them, or are you just monitoring?
Beyond my range, if with these conditions, the radio transmission is very limited, probably only 15 to 20 miles when it's rainy and gusty wind like this. That's why the VHFs are just useless, because if I could contact those ships now, I would make the request and give instructions for him to alter to the port and go up north of Grand Cayman and go around the spin of Cayman Brac. And there is one that is a fruit carrier, a giant fruit carrier that is going to Moyen in Costa Rica to load bananas and pineapples. And Captain got her bucks at 19 knots. He's coming from the Yucatan and is trying to come in front of the hurricane and beat the hurricane and go to Costa Rica. That is a ship that carries 2,000 containers of fruits, bananas, pineapples, oranges, tangerines, kiwis, all of that kind of thing. So it's two of them coming up down there, getting in the danger of the hurricane's path. Amazing.
This is you wonder sometimes, but we pray for them, and thanks for maybe you have an update that's more positive in a bit. All right, Mr. Raymond?
Yes, okay, fine. I'm outside, walking about. There's no rain right now. It's just very windy. Gusty winds are blowing up to about 30 miles an hour. Okay, I'll give you an update later.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raymond. Thank you very much for that. Any more messages on your side? Any?
Well, this one of our listeners, staff member, saying Hurricane Hunter took off from St. Croix. We had a number of people who messaged in to say that they did hear that Hurricane Hunter, a few hours back as well. So, people probably assumed what it was and weren't so sure, but this seems to be a confirmation that they had received it. One of our listeners, says, wanted to the Radio Cayman family, and they don't take off either like you start. So you see, you setting a trend.
Yeah, and take off from St. Croix, that would be in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Taking off from there, St. Croix, yeah.
And they're going to fly into this weather, get an accurate measurement that they can share. That's transmitted back down, to us to report at some point, All right. Shall we take this call?
Yes, we should.
Hey, welcome. Thank you for calling.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Ebanks, Mr. Connor. Thanks for keeping us updated right into the wee hours of the morning. Quincy Brown here.
Good morning.
Calling from Georgetown, very near the Pasadena area, very near Walker's Road, very near Windsor Park. In this area, we are having heavy breezes at this time. Pleased to report, though, that we still have electricity. As you are aware, water was cut from 11 o'clock last night. But thanks to CUC, at this very hour, we still have electricity. As I open my front door and I look from the veranda, it's, as I said, heavy breeze, heavily overcast, safe and secure. Just a quick report from the Georgetown area near Windsor Park, Georgetown, Quincy Brown. Thank you for being with us during this time, Mr. Moderators.
And thank you, and certainly stay safe. One of our listeners' messages, thanks very much, Quincy, says, good morning, gentlemen. There are lots of mangoes and breadfruits in the ground in Templeton Lake / Windsor Park area. It's been seen from a bathroom window. From the kitchen window, a small ackee branch is down. So God is faithful to us all. He rides the winds, thank you, and the rest of the staff for bleaching the night to keep us informed. Radio Cayman is truly number one. So God bless these three wonderful Caymans. So that's from Lisa goal and family. Someone sends me a map, Mr. O.C. I probably need to give that to you to read. So a resident meteorologist and aviation expert, JJ, sends out this St. Croix Hurricane Hunter from the U.S. Air Force, and it's tracking it out. So I'm sure there's a bit of information here I could look at and read, but it departed at 3 hours and 23 minutes ago to go out. Hey, this is where their skill and their courage, much to be admired, man. It's not foolishly something they're doing. It's a skill set and immense training that gives them that level of expertise.
It certainly does. It certainly does.
20 minutes to 7. The sun is beating some of the debate, and others are already been up and ordinarily would have been at work. So today, you want you to stay safely where you are. Wait till all clear has been given. It would appear that on the Brac, but for what Mr. Raymond just shared, things are starting to look good. Mr. Johnson Tibbetts shared that, on the electrical supply place, they're out and doing their part. So let us see what happens in the next few hours here on Grand Cayman.
Well, a little bit curious to know what's going on the south side. And we heard from DJ Lynn earlier. I wonder if anything is happening more in his area or even further to the west, even on the south side, but going west, that means going towards town.
Southwest?
Yeah.
It would be good. I mean, if you're living in that area, what are you seeing, some of you I know, get up a little later than others, but what are you experiencing? Is it windy? Is it raining? Is it howling? Is it no different than what you went to bed?
And we're not asking anyone to go outside to check the conditions for us.
Oh, thank you.
We want to make that clear as well.
And like that caller just shared, that was images that were witnessed looking through windows from inside the house, as best as a person could do. So don't go outside. Don't open the door, and especially if you feel unsafe. But stay inside. 949-837, 949-6990, or you can WhatsApp call 925-3261 and share, with our listeners exactly, listener says, your storms are only temporary, but the blessings of God, last forever. That's just true, huh? This listener writes, good morning, Mr. O.C. and Sterling and the Radio Cayman team. Your reliability and dedication is very much appreciated. Well, we're not here because we were told to be here. I don't think. No. It's an honor to be. And, as physically sort of demanded it is to sit and keep still and talk, certainly a lot easier and probably less perilous than some of the people right now who are having to do a job other than this, right? So I'm grateful to them, but also mindful that there may be other storms or storms of life, other natural disasters, hopefully not, but other mishaps that may transpire. So let's not be complacent, as that caller earlier reminded us.
Yeah, and you remember when we were in school and sports day and stuff like that, and you talk about running, racing, getting your second win. We're starting to get our second win now.
I don't think you went off your first win, man. Oh, man. It's amazing. We've been here, and for people to have stayed up with us as well.
Yes.
And hopefully it's not only served to inform them, but give them a sense that they weren't alone. And that may seem weird to some people, but you drive sometimes long distances, and the radio may keep you company. You're a fisherman at sea sometimes. You're there because that's your way of life. But something that you can draw on. This is where I think I like what you said earlier. People to go out and check on one another. Maybe haven't seen that person in a while. It doesn't matter if you saw him yesterday, less than 24 hours ago. Go see him again today. And that see can be through a video telephone call. You don't have to physically see him just yet, until it's safe to do so. So 949-8037, 949-6990, or you can WhatsApp call 925-3261. We're trying to answer the calls as they come in. If you are calling and somehow you don't seem to be answering, put a show. It's nothing deliberate. It's just maybe we're not reaching our end, but so far so good. The calls and the messages have been attended to. As they say, dispatch with efficiency. Let me start.
Yes, that is correct. That's correct.
Those are colonial reports that you reference. Right? Many times you do that. For people who don't know, what are they? And are they different from the annual report that the Cayman Islands used to publish up until somewhat recently?
Well, when I shared these with Dr. Steve, and then someone sent a message saying that either the museum or the archives, they have them going back to the 1920s, and they continued up to a period of time, and I think they skipped a couple of years, and then they resumed, and then of course we took over and we started then to do the annual reports, every year, as well.
And before we take this call,
I'm going to show you, where to find them, and
Okay.
and I think even on Google Books you can find them. I found some things that indicating that some were held or at the University of Illinois and a university in California as well. So it must have been someone doing research, and they had copies of the documents.
A lot
as
of
well.
information is out there. We just haven't collated it as yet.
Yeah.
All right, let's take this call and ask you more
Sure.
about that in a bit. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Hi, good morning, Dwayne and OC. Thank you guys for being on the radio to giving us inform. I'm Jerry.
Good morning.
Hey, how are you, man?
I'm doing good, Dwayne. How are you doing, brother?
Oh, I am blessed, my brother. I am blessed. Very thankful.
Amen. Well, as you know, I live in Birchtree Hill down by Alamanda Drive. I've been up from 2 o'clock watching it, being outside a couple of times, front porch, looking out. Trees are all right. They're dancing around, but nothing break down yet.
Well, I hope that doesn't happen, right?
Lose a couple of the sucker trees. A couple of sucker trees are down, but otherwise from that, the pear trees and coconut tree and stuff, they're still standing, and we still have power as well. It's rainy and very windy. But I just want to thank you guys for your support in keeping us up to date and stuff like that, this storm and all of that stuff.
Thanks, man. And you didn't have much rain or anything?
No. We're getting some rain now.
Okay.
I'm standing on my front porch right now. We're getting a lot of rain right now, and the wind gusts go up and down, up and down.
Okay, and it's one of those things, as you shared now. It's important that I think we look at what is there. Have you had any power outages? Flickering?
No, our power didn't go off at all. We had power all night.
Okay, well that makes it comfortable, and thanks. One of our listeners, I'll share with you if you wish. Their household and breakers and surrounding neighborhoods look good. There's a substantial amount of wind and rain. The power is out. However, we're very thankful to the Almighty Boss above, right? So that's in breakers. Another listener, if I may find this, shared earlier that you notice how quickly things disappear. Wow.
Yeah. I got my hurricane shutters on, so once in a while when the wind get on, you can hear them rattling and stuff. But otherwise, the house and everything is okay.
Yeah. Well, that's
so
important.
As far as I can see, my next door neighbors and their house is okay too. So give thanks.
Yeah, that is so important that we do just that, right? As if we don't, we'll miss so much otherwise, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, take care and keep us updated if you wish. All right.
Okay, guys. You have a good one.
Thank you very much. You stay safe as well.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Okay. Bye. There was a listener that shared something. It's not there. Oh well. Let's start. maybe these devices decide that they want to do something different. I'll find it.
I'm searching here, see what else we have. I know one of our listeners tried to call me, and I'm waiting for the opportunity where I can slip out in a corner somewhere and call him back and hopefully get him to call in and divert him to the WhatsApp number, one of those numbers as well, or he may just speak to me on the phone. But I'm going to get back to him. If he's listening, he would know who he is, and I will definitely be getting back to him.
Great. Well, DJ Lynn messaging and says that I might have lost a few leaves off his Pontiaνα tree, but hope everything else is good. So far so good. And a couple of listeners, it's perhaps from this listener, Jarko, saying, I want us to remind the listeners that people need to put a transistor radio and batteries in their emergency kit. That way they'll have access to the Radio Cayman, but also the whole radio network. Was it 10 to 7? We had an interim report at 7, and then a full report at 10. What Mr. Parry had shared. And then what news? I think Mr. Carl at 7. All right. Well, maybe what we'll do, Mr. Hart. Yeah, I know you look like you could go a marathon. Let's do that. And to those who are listening, share with us. Tell us what you're experiencing, and hopefully you don't feel any pressure for having to go anywhere other than where you are. Hopefully you don't feel any guilt for not having to go anywhere. Because for some people, they don't have anything to do, and somehow they feel that that's not right. So enjoy the safety and security of where you are. Hopefully there's some sanity and civility, but enjoy. Make yourself a warm cup of tea or a coffee if that's your preference. If you still got power, maybe whip up something sweet. Any requests, Mr. Hart? All right, we have a voice note that we can listen to.
Yes, let's hear that one.
Good morning, OC. Good morning, Dwayne. You two did a good job. You had me laughing all night because I never used to go to the shelter, And then my husband always went at the stand. But you two are amazing. Oh, I just love Mr. Raymond in the Brac. Oh my God, that man is a brave man and love the sea and love to look at it and see what is going on. I thank my premier for coming and praying because prayer changes things. I thank you, Cayman Islands. God love you every time. And I give thanks. I thank you, Lord. Thank you, you too. Thank you for being there and laughing. You made me laugh last night. All right, God bless you. And I'm ready to go outside yet, though, I'm not doing that. All right, I love you, OC and Dwayne. Thank you very much. Thanks to Mr. Raymond. And God bless the old Cayman Island. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that and for that voice note.
Yes.
And one of our listeners on Old Crew Road say all is well. Thanks to CUC for leaving the power on for us. And thanks to the internet providers as well. So these are people that weathered the storm and they didn't have any power interruptions. So hopefully that continues in that vein. This one shares, I'm in Northward, Borden Town. All we have up this way is a lot of wind and a little rain. Still have power on, so thanks be to God. So that is good. People are still experiencing some level of how would say. Now, the latest coordinates we had at 4 a.m. There is an expected interim report, as Mr. Power shared earlier, that will come out at 7, and then a full report at 10 a.m. We'll give that, it's important, I think, for people to appreciate that nothing necessarily happening in this instance is a good thing. You don't want a storm to come and then there's some devastation and destruction. This is one of those things where you're preparing and you're praying, and boy, you're thankful that it's not. All right, is there a WhatsApp call, my friend? No, okay. All right, well, let me see. This person shares a graphic that It's looking like it's starting to clear Grand Cayman now. Looking at that weather satellite. All right, let's take this call. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling. Hello, welcome. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, you guys can hear me?
I believe we can. Yeah.
All right. Well, I figured that now it's a little bit more clearer outside to see. I just stepped outside just to grab a little fresh air, and looked like a lot of rain. That's what I see, and a little gust of wind. Got some strong gusts.
Mm-hmm.
What captured me to come outside was I seen I hear my little rooster friends outside crowing, and then it would just like immediately stop, and I stepped outside and I said, you know what, let me look in the tree because I know they have like a pair of parrots, a pair of Cayman parrots that nesting inside of the arcade tree, and boy, those guys are intelligent because they face the exact opposite of the wind, where the wind coming from, and I don't see no nests on the ground or anything. Seem pretty good. And I just seen a ball plate dove just perched on the arcade tree, just chilling out. So they enjoying it.
Yeah, and don't forget now that the parrots, right? They are gonna nest in the trunk of the tree.
Yep.
You know.
Yep,
on the
that's
inside.
exactly where they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's amazing because when I seen it, I mean I wasn't 100% sure if we were gonna get this weather the way we got it now, but I was just hoping and praying that they hug it through. And so far, I see that they're in the perfect position. Like the breeze is just blowing right against the opposite side of where they are sitting, and I'm like, wow, like how coordinated are they?
They're very smart. You just watch them sometimes, and that cackling noise that they make when there's a pair nearby. You're wondering, are they communicating with one another in such a way?
Right. And what amazes me too is like when one flies off, the other one is right behind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the breeze is picking back up again, very strong. So I assume this would be like a tail end of the storm, or I haven't checked on the radar in the past hour, but I'll check on it again. But I see the birds there. The ball plate dove, he's just chilling out on the branch right against the wind, and I'm like, you know what? He knows what's going on.
Yeah, he got a time.
He knows what's going on. So.
Right. Well, one of our listeners, shares that so good morning, Radio Cayman. Here in our Sound Gardens, it is still very windy, but no report yet of damages. Thank you so much for taking us through the night. So grateful to you and the staff of Radio Cayman. Hope you'll find time to get some rest later on. What do you say, Mr. Hart? The reward for hard work is more work. But thank people for letting us. Yeah, go ahead, man.
And yeah. Also, I can hear the seas are super rough out there in the waterfront. I mean, I can just only imagine the pounding that the Iron Shore is taking right now, and I'm hoping that it does what it's supposed to do. And hopefully the residents that are on the seaside, they tucked in or evacuated necessary.
Yeah.
That's what I see going on. They're very loud, and I see shingles flying around the place. Not too much shingles. I see like 3 just pass by, and then breadfruit trees dropping off of the tree. That's about it, and no real damage that I see so far.
Well, I pray it stays that way. It's very minimal, and hopefully people, don't become complacent. Let the all clear be given before, because now we're seeing it, as expected, pick up a little bit, right? Not as bad as what could have transpired, but still, unnecessary to put yourself in harm's way.
Very thankful that we able to at least be in the day when this is happening. Like of course it landed during the night, like in the night hours, but we don't have to be in discomfort that you know, even if electricity turn off, if we be stuck in darkness, although in the Eastern District and in Brac had witnessed that a little bit, but those were early mornings. Hopefully that the people that were there, they just was sleeping or something.
Yeah, hopefully they were able
terrible,
to.
you know?
Yeah, man. And now I know you've been up a while, so hopefully you can get some rest too.
Oh man, I gonna go sleep. You see, when this weather go past on Mr. Sterling, I gonna be knocked out, and I probably eat a little bit in a minute. And you know, I hold in my little meds, man. I enjoying the weather. You know, I've been longing for a weather like this. Hopefully, it can solve a little bit of our climate change problems that we have. You know, although it's man-made, and really something that can just be cleared up immediately, but.
Right, man.
Hopefully we lost a little 2 or 3 degrees that they've been praying for, you know.
Yeah. Well, listen, thank you for always taking time, and allow us, please, to just take our news now, and then we can chat with you another time.
Yes, sir.
All right, take care, man.
Thank you very much, caller.
All right, stay tuned. I'll hear news, and rejoin us after.
The voice of the Cayman Islands.
89.9 FM in Grand Cayman and 93.9 FM in Cayman, Brac, and Little Cayman.
Shining in the sunlight.
Radio Cayman.
Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands. From nightfall to daybreak. Depend on us to bring you
today's biggest news.
Radio Cayman's 7 a.m. news is brought to you by Cayman National, proudly serving the Cayman Islands since 1974.
Find your dream car with a Cayman National vehicle loan. Enjoy 100% financing, up to 8-year repayment, and a 7% fixed interest rate for the first 5 years. For eco-friendly cars, we'll waive your commitment fee. This only applies to new vehicles. Call 949-8300 or email lending@caymannational.com today.
With your latest news, I'm Carsley Fuller. The National Hurricane Center has just posted its 7 a.m. update. It says the center of Beryl is passing southwest of Grand Cayman. Strong winds, dangerous storm surge, and damaging waves are hitting Cayman this morning. At the current location, Hurricane Beryl is at 18.7 degrees north, 81.8 degrees west. It's moving west-northwest at 20 miles per hour. Minimum pressure is 968, and its max sustained winds are 120 miles per hour. The closest point of approach of Hurricane Beryl was forecast to be hitting us over the past hour, and the end of tropical storm winds in Grand Cayman are expected to wrap up around midday. Chief Meteorologist for the National Weather Service, Kerry Powery, has some info on what Cayman is feeling right now.
We could expect the moderate to strong intensity of showers impacting our area. So flooding concern is a possibility. We have abnormal tides as well. So the 4 to 6 inches expected over Grand Cayman will pose a challenge in the flood-prone areas. And as I mentioned, the battering waves will be impacting mostly the southern coast of Grand Cayman as the wind wraps around from the east to the southeast as Beryl moves towards the northwest.
Strong winds and scattered showers are hitting Grand Cayman this hour, and Radio Cayman listeners are our eyes through this storm.
Not that much rain, but I'm getting some squalls and some heavy wind and gushes. You know, I'm sorry about my mangoes.
I mean, it's horning, it's blowing them wires, it's shaking like anything, but like I said, thank God, my current not going up and we not had no flickering or nothing. I see worse than this.
I see the winds really picking up really strong now, definitely. The trees are bending over now.
Acting Deputy Governor, the Honorable Eric Bush, is urging folks to stay inside as we face the brunt.
The wind conditions are expected to continue like this in Grand Cayman for another couple of hours. Please be safe and stay sheltered. Once the winds subside, emergency and damage assessment crews will be out. Please stay where you are and give them the time to assess the conditions. This will lead to a faster evaluation of the conditions and a quicker consideration of calling the all clear. Please stay safe, stay sheltered.
Let's check in now with Radio Cayman's Dion Anglin and see what she's been feeling up in West Bay.
Hi, Carsley. Good morning. Beryl has definitely intensified since the last time I filed from West Bay. As of this moment, I can no longer, of course, step outside my door to file. My shutters are rattling as the wind seems as though it is trying to force its way into the house. Rain comes with it this time, though, and it sounds like whips stinging against the shutters. My French back door, however, is partially shuttered, so I'm able to see a little of what's happening outside. The trees are dancing to the tune of the hurricane, but there are some downed trees lying around. Currently, our sweet sap tree looks like Cristiano Ronaldo when he celebrates after scoring a goal. No flooding just yet, as it's evident that Beryl has stronger winds than raindrops at this point in time, but people's homes are surely taking a beating right now. One thing is for certain though, the next few hours cannot go fast enough for the residents of West Bay, and I'm sure for the rest of the people in the Cayman Islands. Reporting for Radio Cayman News from the District of West Bay, I'm Dion Anglin.
And Radio Cayman's DJ Lynn brings us this report from Homestead Crescent in Savannah, just east of Rubis.
Things are beginning to blow around in the yard over here. Trees are swaying from side to side. The wind goes from a whistling to like a howling, almost to like a growling at this time. Despite it all, things could be worse. So we have to be mindful of how blessed we truly are at this stage. And if you do happen to see power lines down, make sure you call the proper authorities at CUC to make sure that they take care of that. Once again, we want to get through this storm as safely as possible and continue to listen to Radio Cayman 89.9 FM for the latest updates.
Power outages in Cayman Brac are already being dealt with, and there are several outages reported across Grand Cayman, mostly in East End and North Side, and then some scattered outages across the rest of Grand Cayman. Continuing our team coverage, Radio Cayman's Jevy Ebanks has some more details about those outages from the National Emergency Operations Center.
Caribbean Utilities Company is also acknowledging that there are outages across the island. They are advising at this time that once the utility all clear has been given, their crews will begin to assess and begin restoring power.
With the storm really heating up out there, Government's Infrastructure Cluster Manager Troy Worms is reminding folks to stay inside.
We are waiting for that all clear. That's when we should be on the roads. That gives us enough time to assess whatever damages that may have occurred during the times that we're not able to see things, to make sure when people are on the roads properly, they are safe. Our disaster preparedness as well as our emergency response teams, they are, taking care of anyone that is in need, taking care of any spills, slippages that could create casualties in the future. So we just want to make sure that we're doing everything safe and with good information.
Make sure to keep locked to Radio Cayman's live coverage for when that all-important all-clear is set to be issued. That's your latest news. I'm Carsley Fuller.
Radio Cayman's 7 a.m. news is brought to you by Cayman National, proudly serving the Cayman Islands since 1974.
Discover your dream home with Cayman National's home loan. Get up to 95% financing, repayment up to 40 years, and just a 0.5% commitment fee. Your interest rate? Depending on your risk factors, it'll be fixed or variable. Plus, you get a pre-approved credit card. This is a limited time offer. Dial 949-8300 or email lending@caymannational.com today.
For the latest in news and information,
follow Radio Cayman on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Download the Radio Cayman app or log on to our website, radiocayman.gov.ky. Mango season, you gotta love it. The Cayman Islands National Museum is pleased to feature Lukia, the family-friendly Mango Fest at the museum, Saturday, July 6th from 4 to 8 p.m. Purchase mangoes and other products by local artisans and specialty vendors, local food, live music, mango peeling, and eating competition. Take in all the sweet and unique flavors of the long, round, Julie mango, and so many more. Lukia at the museum on the waterfront. Saturday, July 6th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Lukia is proudly sponsored by the Cayman Islands Department of Tourism.
Just about 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, share your feedback on Plan Cayman, the proposed development plan for the Cayman Islands. Assess the planning statement at www.plancayman.ky and submit your feedback online or at the ongoing public consultation meetings Online feedback can be made at plancayman.ky until July 30th. And the Water Authority would like to urge the general public, make sure you have adequate quantities of potable water. They should also have sufficient supply of water to flush your toilets if there's an interruption, of course, which there was last night, to the piped water supply. Water can be stored in buckets for non-potable use should piped water not be available. Remember to conserve as much as you can by pouring, and only flush solid waste by pouring water into the tank. In case you run out of non-potable water prior to the restoration of piped water, be prepared to safely dispose of your wastes. Proper disposal of personal waste is very important in order to minimize public health hazards. Using basic materials, suitable temporary disposal may be accomplished by placing waste in a watertight plastic bag and securely closing the bag. Collect and store all such bags in a large, sturdy bag in a safe and restricted area until DEH can collect it.
Your financial news is brought to you by Cayman National, proudly serving the Cayman Islands since 1974. Visit www.caymannational.com for up-to-date information on all your banking needs. And follow us on social media.
BAF Insurance Cayman, the leader in affordable, flexible health insurance for individuals and groups.
And Hurley's, where good food happens.
In financial news, starting in the UK, the FTSE 100 up 0.9% this hour at 8,244. The 250 up 0.1% at 20,567. In Europe, the French CAC 40 up 0.8% at 7,696. Germany's DAX is up 0.3% at 18,440. In the U.S., the Dow Jones Industrial average down 0.06% at 39,308. The NASDAQ up 0.8% at 18,188. And the S&P 500 up half a percentage point at 5,537. In currency, the USD is down across the board, trading against the pound at 0.78, the euro at 0.92, and the Japanese yen at 161.02. In commodities, Brent crude oil futures have slipped 0.7% to $86.70. Gold is trading at $2,357.20.
Your financial news is brought to you by Cayman National, proudly serving the Cayman Islands since 1974. Visit www.caymannational.com for up-to-date information on all your banking needs. And follow us on social media.
BAF Insurance Cayman, the leader in affordable, flexible health insurance for individuals and groups.
And Hurley's, where good food happens.
Find your dream car with a Cayman National Vehicle Loan. Enjoy 100% financing, up to 8-year repayment, and a 7% fixed interest rate for the first 5 years. For eco-friendly cars, we'll waive your commitment fee. This only applies to new vehicles. Call 949-8300 or email lending@caymannational.com today.
Looking for better health insurance? It's time to level up to BAF Insurance. BAF offers quality, flexible health plans for you, your family, and your entire work group with friendly professional service. So, if your current health plan is less than you expected, then make that call today. At BAF, we will help you find a plan that's just right for you. Give us a call at 949-5089 and level up to BAF.
Come on, let me in. I can't cope with Karen in the office no more, man. Another day of her can drive me mad. I got so much laundry to do home. Oh, another message? Man, this traffic not moving today, or come on, let me in now.
Life is all about the choices we make to deal with the office Karens or sit in this long traffic, or a choice to pursue your dreams to improve your future. UCCI. It's not the classes, the grades, or a piece of paper. It's your ticket for the adventure of your choice. The choice to live your dream. Stop waiting on the path. Visit www.ucci.edu.ky. Choose your dream and blaze your trail today.
The new KFC nuggets have arrived. That, unlike the no-gets, ours are handmade using 100% white meat, unlike the no-gets. At KFC, we hand bread every day to achieve the perfect flavor. After you try our delicious and crispy nuggets in the original recipe, you'll never settle for less. KFC, the real nuggets. It's finger-licking good.
Baptist Health International PET and CT Imaging is offering a screening program to patients at high risk for heart disease, the leading cause of deaths worldwide. Calcium scoring is a non-invasive scan looking at the amount of plaque in your heart vessels. If you have diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, or had a heart attack, you might be a candidate. The cost is $99 CI during the months of June and July. Contact Baptist Health and schedule an appointment at 749-3304 or visit baptisthealth.ky. Please note that a physician referral is required.
Good morning. It's just about 14 minutes after 7 o'clock. Here is the latest weather update pertaining to Hurricane Beryl. The center of Beryl is passing southwest of Grand Cayman. Strong winds and dangerous storm surge and damaging waves expected in the Cayman Islands this morning. The location is now 18.7 north, 81.8 west, or about 50 miles southwest of Grand Cayman, at about 385 miles east-southeast of Tulum, Mexico. Maximum sustained winds is at 120 miles per hour, with the movement still at west-northwest at 20 miles per hour, with minimum central pressure 968 millibars or 28.59 inches. So that is the latest movement. Of course, overcast skies with widespread thunderstorms are anticipated today. Grand Cayman is experiencing tropical storm conditions, which are expected to subside by this afternoon. Widespread flooding is anticipated, with the risk of reducing by this evening as Hurricane Beryl moves away from the Cayman area. Extremely rough seas, significant swells, and some storm surge is expected to peak during the morning and begin to subside by this evening. Rough seas are still expected through Friday. For Cayman, Brac, and Little Cayman, similar conditions of overcast skies and widespread thunderstorms are expected today. Tropical storm conditions over Cayman, Brac, and Little Cayman have already begun to subside, with further improvement expected through the afternoon. Some flooding is anticipated, with the risk of reducing from this evening. Extremely rough seas with significant swells are expected to continue to decrease through the afternoon. Rough seas are still expected through Friday. So that is your latest weather update so far right here on Radio Cayman. Of course, all marine vessels out there observe the movements of Hurricane Beryl.
We were on the edge of a breakthrough. I knew the substance was extraterrestrial, but I didn't realize.
Aunt Angie, what does this have to do with managing my insurance?
Well, long story long, the entire lab exploded, and the radioactive sludge went everywhere. I ended up in the hospital for a few weeks, but I was able to manage everything with the CG Online portal.
The online portal. Safe, convenient, simple. CG Britgay. Good like that.
Our rich and diverse natural environment is one of our most important assets. Strong coral reefs are our first line of defense against intense storm waves. Healthy seagrass beds and mangrove forests provide a nursery for the sea creatures we depend on, while our native forests stimulate our rain cycles and help to control inland flooding. Economic resilience requires environmental resilience.
It's game time, Subway fans. We're upping our sub game with the Subway Series menu, an all-star lineup of 6 delicious recipes. Just order by name or number and we'll do the rest. Whether you're catching a quick lunch or just need a tasty victory, the Subway Series menu is coming in clutch. Subway Series, easy to order, hard to resist. Try it today, only at Subway. Eat fresh.
You are listening to Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands.
Also known as Brown Man of Prospect, who passed away after a short illness on June 1st. Left to cherish his memories are his wife, Audrey Hind, sons Omar, Kenroy, Andre, and Aniel Hind, daughter Tiana Hind, brothers Richard Hind, sisters Audrey, Wilma, and Anna Hind, 2 grandchildren, nieces, nephews, 2 daughters-in-law, 1 son-in-law, brothers and sisters-in-law, as well as a host of other relatives and friends. A service of thanksgiving for the late Mr. Kenton Hind will be held at the New Testament Church of God in Georgetown on Saturday, July 6th at 11 a.m. Viewing will be from 10 a.m. until 11 a.m. and interment will follow at Prospect Cemetery. Condolences can be registered at churchillsfuneralhome.com.
Count on us to always be here for you.
I can see it's hurting you. I can feel your pain.
Condolences from all of us at
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
The best foundation you can wear is glowing, healthy skin. The offices of dermatologist Dr. Wayne Porter specialize in enhancing your skin's well-being. Whether you're seeking advanced skincare, including any skin cancers, Botox, filler, cosmetic skin enhancements, or simply looking to reduce wrinkles, Dr. Porter offers a full-service dermatology and dermatological surgery practice. For more information, email drportercayman@gmail.com or call 946-9020. That is 946-9020.
You need delicious food at an unbeatable price. You need Burger King, home of 2 for $9. Choose 2 from the Whopper, Crispy Chicken Sandwich, Original Chicken Sandwich, the Big Fish, or Jumbo Ham and Cheese for only $9. Need a snacky with your Sammy? Grab a sneaky snacky. All items under $3, including the new Chicken Junior. Grab 2 for $9 and sneaky snackies all week long. Open late weekends at 7 Mile Beach in Red Bay till midnight on Thursdays and 1 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays. Full menu at burgerking.ky.
Storm smart with Foster's this hurricane season. Water is essential for hurricane prep. Ensure you have at least 1 gallon of water per person per day for at least 3 days. Dehydration is a serious risk during emergencies. Stock up at Foster's and ensure you have enough to keep you and your loved ones hydrated throughout a storm. Go to fosters.ky/emergency-checklist for more information. Be safe and get hurricane ready with Foster's to stay ahead of the storm.
We are Radio Cayman,
covering Cayman Brac, Little Cayman, and Grand Cayman.
1 in a million.
All right, well, welcome back.
Yeah.
Are we ready for, I guess this is round 2, Mr. Art, you think?
Yes. Round 2, and how many more to go? Bring it on.
I feel like, the first round was going with Mike Tyson. That was easy. This round is going with Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, bring it on. We're ready. All right. And while this isn't for the record show and not the birthday birthday shout outs, I have a birthday shout out that's, here we go. Yeah, birthday shout out here. Miss Brenda Archer wants to wish her daughter Anya a happy birthday, her endless love. Anya, a happy birthday today as well. And so, happy birthday to Anya, coming from your mother.
Well, you should sing happy birthday. Celebrate your day today with OC and Sterling. And in the morning, come back in the day. Happy birthday to you.
Yes.
Miss Brenda, another fantastic young lady. All right, do we take the call, Mr. All right.
Okay. What we'd also like to do before we grab the caller is to bring people's attention to the fact that you can view the Cayman Islands National Weather Service's radar, which is on www.weather.gov.ky. www.weather.gov.ky. You can view the Weather Service radar there. So wanted to remind our listeners of that as well. Let's grab the caller then. Mr. Sterling?
Yes, sir. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Okay, here I am again. I'm just wondering if you guys could inquire from Flo. I had internet until around 1:30, but I dropped to sleep for about half an hour, and I woke up and it's no internet. I'm connected, but I don't have any. Can't make any WhatsApp call. Is there any way that anybody else reported any from Flow? Or I know yesterday, Digicel, I understand, had a glitch, but Flow was fine up until, like I said, 1 o'clock this morning. And I'm wondering if you all could inquire or make a little announcement so that we could be at ease instead of be thinking that it's something wrong with our line or end.
Uh-huh.
Find out if Flow is down.
Well, we're running our internet through Flow, and it's okay here on this end.
And as I look at the messages, some other people have shared that they too have internet. Some did not have any power outages, and their internet is, I guess, in the area you reference, has been on as well. So it could just be maybe something near you. But let's see if we can find it for you.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, because like I said, I'm in the Lower Valley area, and I don't know if anybody has reported from Flow that their internet is out. I'd just like to know, Thank you.
Did you try restarting your modem?
You mean pulling out the wall and plugging back in?
Yes, just the power. For about 10 seconds, 10, 15 seconds, take it out, pull it out, wait, and then plug it back in. Try that.
That's the old technology. I tried that a couple of times. And I'm looking outside, and my line is still up, so I don't know. I don't know. But if you could find out for me, I'd appreciate it if anybody has got the same problem.
Okay. If anyone alerts us to the fact that they're having problems with Flow internet, we will see what's happening. This person wants to give a big props to CUC, as most customers have been able to maintain their electricity due to the storm so far. So I want to thank that writer for that. This person says, I want to make sure I got this one right, and I have the right date on it. So we had Old Crew Road as well. Thanks to CUC for leaving power on for us. Thanks to the internet providers as well. Then they go on to say, seems like the South Sound dock is getting washed away. And live from South Sound, someone's streaming. That's interesting.
Yeah,
South Sound dock. Yeah. Well, we've been trying to get some feedback from those persons on the south side of the island to see exactly what's been happening there.
Yeah,
and
sorry.
You getting any feedback?
Yeah, I've got a couple of people showing some images along South Sound Road about 17 minutes ago, and it doesn't seem to be too bad. Seas are washing up sand and some turtle grass in the road, so it's impassable properly right now. So that'll come out. That's the image to start, and not for our guests to see, but you can see it. So for people in that area, in a safe way, please let us know what you're experiencing in your neck of the woods. All right. Well, take this other call. Hey, welcome. Thanks for sharing.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Oh, excellent. How about yourself?
Giving thanks. First, I want to give God thanks for everything. Next, I want to give thanks to my premier for being such a powerful woman of God. And I want to give thanks to first responders and everyone else who was out up and about during this storm. Okay? And we need to continue to pray and live loving. Because some of us are not very nice sometimes. And we are to give God thanks and love one another. And always pray, because God is good. I'm telling you, God is good.
All the time,
And that's what the premier says. Yeah, believe in prayer.
Prayer is powerful, huh?
All right, try and go home and get some sleep now.
Can you call Miss Norman and tell her that's good? Sorry.
All right, my dear.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good one.
And you do it as well.
Thank you very much, caller. Thank you
I
very
have
much.
the 7 a.m. update, Mr. O.C. Should we reference that for our listeners?
Sure.
Okay,
yes.
and then whatever else you want to share. So this was the sort of interim update at 7 a.m. There'll be a full update at 10. This gives the coordinates latitude 18.7 north, longitude 81.8 west. And this phone is 50 miles southwest of Grand Cayman, 114 miles southwest of Cayman Brac. The movement is to the west-northwest at 20 miles an hour, still at 120 miles an hour sustained max winds with a 968 millibars for the pressure. So it's certainly moving away, it would appear. And at 20 miles, what do you say? That's clipping.
Yeah. It's really been moving, yeah.
All right. And so that's
as fast as me on the bike.
I would just going to say, is it chasing you? All right. I'll read this if you wish.
Sure.
From a listener.
Mm-hmm.
But said this is the number one from Bay West. He said you probably thought you were number one, eh? Kudos to yourself and OC, the different guests and the rest of the crew on Radio Cayman for keeping us informed and entertained through the night and Sterling's usual comic quips. Yeah. So you guys deserve respect for giving up your time with your own families, unlike most of us do in anxious times like these. Also for staying awake, not falling asleep, and presenting in the dead air. I did fall asleep, and I woke up earlier, and amazingly, you guys were still there. The old and the older man is showing their mettle, and they give us a muscular thing.
Yeah.
I tell you, boy, I'm trying to keep up with you, Says once again, Radio Cayman is proving their importance to the people of the Cayman Islands and being the number one voice for our people. By the way, here in the West, we lost power just for a flicker once during the night and was quickly restored. No loss of water supply, unlike the eastern end of the island or the Brac. Thanks to Cayman Water and CUC for those continuous services. Once again, all the best to both of you and your families, and trust that we will not receive any worse weather going forward and the storm passes without much damage to us in this week. May God continue to bless the Cayman Islands and provide the mercies on those areas still in the path of the storm.
Great.
And that part, I'm very grateful for that listener remembering. The storm has been moving through, causing havoc, and there's still people, who could be negatively affected by it, right?
Yes. And this listener has written and said, flow is okay, up and running all night as well. And that photograph that you showed there of South Sound, Water Authority, I guess it would have been Hurricane Ivan as well, where the road was ripped up in that area, and that is where their water lines received damage, the most damage as well. So, we understand their concerns because they've had bad experiences in the past in that particular area as well. It is good to see that so far the wall that they, the breakwater that they built there, looks like that's holding firm, as well.
Hopefully they're using, feats of engineering that are beneficial. I mean, it is a dredged up, pumped up area. The road was slipped, back in the 70s or so. So many of those properties are reclaimed land now.
Exactly.
So we want people to be safe, but we also want them to be, understandable that the utilities got work to do.
And if we can add a little irony to that whole thing about reclaimed land there, some people are saying it's those same people who are now living on reclaimed land that are saying, no, we have to save the environment. You can't put a road through here. You can't put a road through there as well. But let's grab the callers. So that's for another hurricane.
or talk to you this afternoon, if you come back. All right, let's go to the phones with Mr. Art and myself. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling. We'll take the WhatsApp call.
Good morning, OC and Sterling. It's Debbie from Mount Pleasant.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
A famous word.
I am wonderful and blessed, and so is all of us here in the Cayman Islands. We got so much to be grateful for.
Yes.
And the wind has picked up, but it actually is coming in spurts down here. Probably since the last 45 to 60 minutes. When I first got up at 3, we were actually having English rain. It was misting, but now the rain is coming down. But it's not that bad at the moment, and the wind is kind of subsided. It comes in spurts, but I have light. I thank God for CUC, and I have and I have internet as well. So I thank God that I'm able to communicate and see and cook inside of my house, because unfortunately all of my appliances are electrical.
Mm-hmm.
But I give God thanks. And thank you all, you two that has been in the studio and those that are your backup, for all the information and the hard work and keeping us informed during these times. You know, people don't realize what goes on in the background when things like this happen, that there are numerous people out there working so that we are safe. And we give God thanks every day for you all and our uniform agencies and the hospitals, the doctors, the nurses, everyone that is on duty at this time. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, you're most
Thank you very
welcome.
much. You're most welcome too.
And thanks for sharing that publicly and people recognizing the importance of, all hands on deck working together for the betterment of the country. Was there another call, Mr. Art?
Yes.
Hi, welcome. Thank you to call.
Good morning, Steve Banks.
Hey.
Connor.
Good
How are
morning.
you,
Good
sir?
morning.
How you all doing over there?
Excellent.
Fine.
Fine.
Amen. Praise the Lord. As the scripture says, in Psalm 92, verses 1 and 2, it said, "It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to shew forth thy loving kindness in the morning, and thy faithfulness every night."
Great is thy faithfulness, huh?
Amen.
Amen.
I want to thank you, gentlemen, and all others, those that call and those that not call yet, praying for them as they make the call that they will be blessed and help others to be blessed as well. I think about the call that I remember Mr. Raymond Scott over there and Cayman Brac and speaking about over there, and also speaking about the ships on the ocean. And I would like to advise the captains there on the ships. They might hear me, but I always pray for them, and I know others doing so as well. And they must not try to drive the poor ship too hard, because that is what is keeping them up. So sometimes, you have to play coward on the ship. Sometimes you have to slow them down. And then I remember a captain, one time he was a German captain, and we were going over to Port of Dodge, on an old Liberty ship, and the storm, we was headed for the storm, and he turned the ship almost around, I guess, to keep from getting into the storm. He went from the storm instead of trying to fight it. So I think that was a good idea. When the storm was cleared, and he turned back around and went back to port, and we had a good trip, But he knew his knowledge, that he can't beat the sea.
Yeah, you got to know when to retreat.
Right, true, and respect God. Yes. So I guess it's a lot more the things I can say, but I want to say this, that we just give God thanks for how He has taken care of us so wonderfully, so graciously in this storm, and pray for Him that He still have mercy on those that He had hit hard, and those that may be faced with it as well as we were. So He's still the same God, that He's the master of the sea and master of the wind and master of us all. So there are much more things that I could say, but just give you guys much thanks for setting up here throughout the night and giving us the reports on the storm. So hope you all have a good day, and I want to thank the children here, my own children, that for helping us out to getting some partner up done on to the house and help keeping us safe. So I pray for other ones that may not have enough bad enough, and we want to thank the good Lord for the MLAs, not only down in West Bay, but those other parts of the island that have supplied us with plywood and other materials, things that they could help us in time of need. And before I leave, I want to say, let us remember the poor old dumb creatures, cats and dogs and chickens and the poor old cow that is suffering there. There may be that they could find some hills that they could ask the people that lend them their land for a while just to help keep the cows safe over on the sandy ground and up on the hill, you know. It's good to keep the cattle from getting their hoof and water or keep them safe. So I will drop out a few things there, much more I could say, but somebody else will be waiting on the call, so I don't want to get in the way. May the good Lord bless us and continue praying one for another and keep on loving one another more and more each day of our lives. In Jesus' name we ask the blessing and mercies. Amen. Thank you all for being there.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Really able to always remind us, what's it, in James 3:16, the prayers of a fervent, right?
Yes.
It is refreshing to hear so many, the last two callers in particular, giving thanks, recognizing how things are transpiring and how, they could be your sentiments earlier relative to the roads and the passage, becoming impossible at times.
Paul, let us know when you're going to take the next commercial break so we can do a switch. We're going to switch out hosts. We're going to have Miss Kathy in 2 minutes time. I'm going to take a break until it'll be Kathy and Sterling doing Mr. Ebanks on here. Just want to again go back to this colonial report, and I'm going to leave it up on the screen if you want to
thank you.
Access it. So after the 1932 storm, the government then took out a hurricane loan in 1933 in the amount of £3,660, right? And it was repayable at a rate of 3%, repayable to the government of Jamaica in 20 years with effect from the 1st of April 1938. And when this report was made, up to on the 31st of December 1947, they owed £2,098, on it. They also took out a loan for a public works loan. I think that had to do with the schools, and that was at 3.5% repayable to the government of Jamaica in 20 years from the 1st of April. And and it says the former loan was incurred to repair damages caused by a hurricane in 1932, and the latter to erect public buildings. So
as the administrative power, basically, like a company, one subsidiary borrowing from the next one, shifting the balance sheet in such a way.
You're the economist. I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, that's basically how it works. What 3.5%, a 20-year with a 5-year, sort of grace period before they commence repayment, probably compounded. Interesting, huh?
Yeah. Okay, Paul, you want to take that break now? Folks, I am going to take leave for a while, take a break. We're going to have Miss Kathy Miller in the studio with Mr. Sterling Dwayne Banks. Let's just make sure Kathy's around.
Not a problem, man. Yeah, if not, Paul will do it. And then I come join you. I see you a bit, Mr. O.C. Thanks so much.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, man. I'll try to do the Sterling effort that you did and keep the energy up as you have. All right, to listeners, join us right after. We're going to have more information at 10 a.m. There'll be an update. But, Mr. O.C. can get some coffee this time. He said he doesn't drink it. But maybe that ginger and turmeric tea.
Yeah. We have a message there from Noah's Ark in the Brac as well. You want to cover that?
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to.
All right, well.
The Cayman Islands boasts of a long, colorful, and rich history. In tribute to our roots, Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands, is pleased to bring you the historical Vignette series, brought to you by Rotary Central. For more than 110 years, Rotary members have used their passion, energy, and intelligence to take action on sustainable projects. The Cayman Islands, he hath founded it upon the seas.
Between 1949 and 1951, health officer Berta E. Banks and entomologist George Gigioli spearheaded the first serious fight against mosquito with spraying equipment and large quantities of the new insecticide DDT. The program was credited with eradicating the threat of yellow fever and malaria. In the later 50s, the program was upgraded with the purchase of the Todd insecticidal fog applicator, which was mounted on the back of a truck and delivered a noxious mist of DDT impregnated diesel oil.
Radio Cayman's historical vignettes was brought to you by Rotary Central. For more than 110 years, Rotary members have used their passion, energy, and intelligence to take action on sustainable projects.
Since 1993, Rotary Central has worked diligently each year to provide quality bus shelters to our community. A traveling convenience to our school children, the elderly, young people going to work, guest workers, and visitors using the public bus. We, Rotary Central, help you, our advertisers, make it happen. Your marketing dollar travels a far way. Positioning your message, your product, your services, your presence in over 83 bus shelters. Every dollar you spend, every advert you place helps to build another bus shelter, providing modest comfort for Cayman travelers. Reserve space now on the only billboard medium in the Cayman Islands. Email rotaryshelters@gmail.com. rotaryshelters@gmail.com. The Bus Shelters, a partner in community convenience. Another inspiration program by Rotary Central Cayman Islands.
When it comes to weekly meal prep, I trust Kirk Market to provide the best value for quality proteins. The butchers at Kirk Market are super helpful. They always slice my steaks perfectly. Kirk Market has everything I need for healthy and flavorful protein-packed meals. From lean cuts of CAB choice beef, tender CAB prime beef, the juiciest pork, and all-natural hormone-free poultry, to their seafood section with everything from fresh local snapper to omega-3 rich salmon. I choose Kirk Market for the highest quality proteins to support my healthy lifestyle. Kirk Market. Eat well, live well, and discover a world of choice.
I'm Michael Webster.
And I'm Denise Brown of Cayman Insurance Center.
Family is not the most important thing, it's everything.
We have worked with the community and their families on protecting themselves for the future.
Whether it's providing top-rated life insurance
or protecting your family's household investment.
From our family to yours, we understand and we care.
I'm Denise Brown. Call me at 814-7229.
And I'm Michael Webster at 925-5433.
We are Cayman Insurance Center,
specializing in property, life, and other lines of insurance products and services at an affordable rate. We are Michael and
Denise at Cayman Insurance Center.
Call today.
If you're a parent, you know that providing your child with a quality early childhood education can be expensive. However, the Ministry of Education offers financial assistance through its Early Childhood Assistance Program to help qualifying Caymanian families cover the costs at registered early childhood settings. Visit our online application portal at moeapplications.gov.ky to learn more and get started. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education.
Tune in every Monday through Friday at 12 p.m. for Radio Cayman's Midday Newscast. Radio Cayman, the People's Station, your trusted official source for the latest news. The 12 p.m. news is proudly brought to you by Health City Cayman Islands. World-class healthcare within your reach.
This is Radio Cayman.
Then, now, forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bambino, the Sultan of SWAT, way above all the clutter.
The People's Radio Station.
Welcome back, and thanks very much for joining us. And as Mr. Art takes a very well-deserved rest, or we're going to quickly go to Jevy as we are in a moment. Our very own Kathleen Miller. But just a quick Kathleen from Noah's Ark in the Brac, reminding all the pet owners to pick up their pets as soon as the all clear is given, as the pets are quite anxious and missing their owners. So Miss Kathleen, the Brac, reminding people. All right, we're going to the phones to join Jevy.
Good morning, Sterling. I am coming to you from the second floor of the government admin building. Here I am looking out of the window to the north. A lot of cloud coverage and a lot of trees moving with what appears to be very high winds, but it is not left up to speculation. I am joined by the chief meteorologist of the Cayman Islands National Weather Service, Mr. Kerry Powery. Mr. Powery, thank you so much for joining us again. Give us the 7 a.m. update as things stand right now.
For 7 a.m., Hurricane Beryl was located at 18.7 north, 81.8 west. That's about 15 miles southwest of Grand Cayman. Beryl is a Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour. And it continues to move quite rapidly towards the west-northwest at 20 miles per hour. And your pressure is now 968 millibars or 28.59 inches.
Now, what can the Grand Cayman area expect over the next 4 to 5 hours? And then walk us through what the sister islands will begin to experience during that time as well.
Okay, for Grand Cayman especially, as you noted in your intro, there's a lot of trees swaying, some brisk winds, strong winds. So the only thing that's missing is perhaps some heavy showers, some bouts of heavy showers that we are likely to experience in the spiral bands associated with Hurricane Beryl. Those conditions are expected to continue through most of the morning and begin to subside towards afternoon and evening.
Now, we're noticing that that barometric pressure that you mentioned, 968 millibars, remaining relatively stable. What can we expect and what are we looking for? I think you were explaining earlier, and it would probably be good again for our listeners who are just tuning in, if you can explain the importance of the pressure and what we can understand from its reading.
Okay. Pressure as it relates to hurricanes or tropical cyclones are inversely related. In essence, if one goes down, the other one goes up. And if one goes up, the other one goes down. So if pressure starts to drop or wind speeds start to increase, so the fact that it's been steady shows that it's no longer weakening as fast as it's been for the last couple of hours, and now may have come trying to reorganize itself and become a little better structured. That's what we denote from radar images. For us overall, low pressure is also associated with bad weather. And the lower the pressure, the worse the weather session. So with the center of Beryl moving away from us, in essence, the overall pressure is supposed to increase. In essence, bad weather should start to improve gradually as Beryl moves away. Having said that, we're still quite close, and Beryl itself has attracted in spiral bands heavy showers, intense showers at times, and that are still impacting most of the Cayman Islands. As a matter of fact, the sister islands might get some of the very tail end of these spiral bands, but Grand Cayman is likely to experience a prolonged period of heavy showers in these spiral bands.
I know earlier we were discussing as it relates to storm surge that primarily between 5:30 and 7:30 is when Cayman could expect to receive that any possible effects of storm surge. Just talk to us about what the storm surge is looking like in the next few hours, as well as what mariners can expect in terms of getting their vessels back to open water.
Okay. We have a marine warning in place, so all marine interests should be in safe harbor and should stay in safe harbor until further notice. In relation to storm surge is related to the actual cyclone itself that allows for an abnormal rise of the tides. Right? We talked about 2 to 4 feet. As now Beryl starts to move away from us, it's going to take that abnormal sea level rise, the surge, further away from us. So the addition of the storm surge to the wind-driven waves, that level of wave action will start to decrease the further Beryl moves away from the Cayman Islands. We expect 10 to 15 feet wave heights, predominantly across all the Cayman Islands. But with the surge being closer, the storm being closer to Grand Cayman, storms would potentially add another 2 to 4 foot to the waves that Grand Cayman is experiencing, especially on the southern coast of Grand Cayman. As I mentioned, as Beryl moves away, the threat of storm surge will decrease. However, you will still have these large swells pushing on shore, impacting this southern coast of Grand Cayman.
Now, talk to me about flooding. I know that earlier the Cayman Islands National Weather Service had released a list of flood-prone areas. Are we still expecting to see flooding in those areas primarily due to this wind-driven rain, as you were describing earlier, or will it begin to start tapering as well?
As we noted from radar images, we see a lot of, if you're looking at it, you'll see the bright yellows and some orange, indicative of moderate to intense showers. Those can be heavy, and the amount of rainfall falling in that period is quite a high amount. And if we're caught in that spiral band, you will be in those conditions for quite a while. So your rainfall accumulation can accumulate quite rapidly. That in itself could be a problem because the drains won't be able to handle that amount of water in such a short period of time. Plus, the already elevated normal tides also decreases the efficiency of our wells across the islands. So those are considerations that makes it the risk of flooding to continue. You know, places like Randite Gardens, Windsor Park, Washington Boulevard, Tropical Gardens, and even areas in the Prospect community that are in these low-lying areas are risk of flood being a major issue for them.
All right. That is the Chief Meteorologist, Kerry Powery from the Cayman Islands National Weather Service. A further update as it relates to Hurricane Beryl will come at around 10 a.m. when the next update from the National Hurricane Center in Miami is expected to give its update. Correct me, the one at 10 a.m., that is a full update with an intermediate update expected when?
The intermediate following the full advisory at 10 would be at 1 p.m. today.
So 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. are the times to look out for. I want to thank the Chief Meteorologist, Mr. Kerry Powery, for joining us again. Just to let Radio Cayman listeners know that an update from Hazard Management Cayman Islands will be coming in short order. As it relates to power, Caribbean Utilities Company is advising that they are aware of power outages across the Cayman Islands. According to the CUC outage viewer, which can be viewed at outageviewer.cuc.ky, currently there are 3,373 affected customers, with significant portions being in the eastern districts of East End and North Side, and sporadic outages in the Bordentown and Georgetown area as well, and few pockets of West Bay as well. Currently, CUC is advising that they are aware of these outages and that repairs will not happen until a utility all clear has been given and their teams can go and conduct damage assessments. We are again reminding the general public that the Cayman Islands is under a hurricane warning as well as a shelter in place order. The general public is expected not to be on the road during this time and will be expected to wait until officials have released an all clear. As it relates to Cayman Brac, there has been updates as it relates to power. The Cayman Brac Power and Light are advising that almost all power, if not all power, should be restored in the Cayman Brac area. Update as of 6:27 a.m. today notes that all power has been restored. As it relates to Little Cayman, power remains off. Crews are assessing lines and poles to begin restoring power. Like I said, an update from Hazard Management Cayman Islands expected in short order, but for now, that is it from me here at the National Emergency Operations Center at the Government Administration Building. For Radio Cayman News, I'm Jevy Ebanks.
And with that, I think we have the 8 p.m. newscast that we'll go to. Miss Kathy?
I'd rather go to the 8 a.m. newscast.
You sure you want to do the 8 p.m. one?
I don't want to do 8 p.m.
Yeah,
not
I want to rewind the hands of time, man.
You want to do another 12-hour shift?
Yeah.
Straight like that? All right.
Oh, man. So 8 a.m. news. All right.
Your Radio Cayman time check 8:01. This time check brought to you by our friends at Foster's.
Storm smart with Foster's this hurricane season. Always be ready for a power outage. Stock up on lanterns, flashlights, portable fans, and extra batteries. Keep them charged and ready to go. Have candles as a backup and keep cooking with emergency butane and butane stoves. Don't get caught in the dark. Go to fosters.ky/emergency-checklist for more information. Be safe and get hurricane ready with Foster's to stay ahead of the storm.
The voice of the Cayman Islands.
89.9 FM in Grand Cayman and 93.9 FM in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman.
Silver wings shining in the sunlight.
Radio Cayman.
The 8 a.m. news is brought to you by ValueMed Pharmacy. Save time and order your prescription refills online at value-medpharmacy.com. VALU-medpharmacy.com.
For today's biggest news.
Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands.
With your latest news, I'm Carsley Fuller. Category 3 Hurricane Beryl is passing southwest of Grand Cayman this hour, bringing strong winds and potentially dangerous storm surge and damaging waves. As of the last check at 7 a.m., the center of Hurricane Beryl was located near latitude 18.7 degrees north, longitude 81.8 degrees west. Beryl is moving towards the west-northwest near 20 miles per hour. A westward to west-northwestward motion is expected during the next day or two, taking the core of Beryl away from the Cayman Islands. Weakening is forecast during the next day or so as well. Hurricane-force winds are extending outward up to 45 miles from the center, and tropical storm-force winds are extending outward up to 175 miles. The National Hurricane Center in Miami, Florida, says Grand Cayman recently reported sustained winds of 44 miles per hour with gusts up to 54. The minimum central pressure from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft data is 968. Folks from across Grand Cayman continue to tell us about the strong wind and rain that's battering the island.
The winds are really packing over here now. We are getting some more rain now as well.
We've got some pretty serious winds going on, some sleeting rains, but I think we're very fortunate so far. Obviously, I haven't been outside of the house yet, but it looks like there's just minor damage up here in Northside on my street.
And my area has picked up very strong, and we're getting the more gushes of rain, but the wind is it's stronger now.
You can definitely feel the wind picking up speed here. Looking out of the North Sound, you can't see much. Surge is not high, trees are remaining upright, so overall I think we dodged a bullet with this one.
West Bay North MP Bernie Bush says he's feeling the wind up in his district for sure.
And I think God has blessed us once again. The fact that the hurricane stayed 50 to 60 miles off our south coast. So far, haven't seen any damage done to any of the homes around where I am, from where I can see my vantage point. But right now, I think it's safe to say that people should stay inside until given the government clear. And as soon as we government officials are given the clearance, we'll be out in the community checking on people to make sure they're all right.
Now, an area known for flooding issues is Prospect. MP for that district and Minister of Health and Wellness, the Honorable Sabrina Turner, has just touched base with Radio Cayman as well.
Good morning, Carsley. I have hunkered down in my home in Prospect to weather Hurricane Beryl, and I must say, with those gusts of wind, the wind is not sustained, but when those gusts do blow through, they are pretty strong. And then the rain not being constant, but that pelting rain, sometimes more than others, is what I've been hearing. During the night, I have been assessing and constantly monitoring the Red Bay Prospect community chats. I have been providing them with updates as we have been fed them. And by all accounts, I would say that persons have been very happy and comforted knowing the type of communication that has been disseminated from yourselves and New York as a whole. As day breaks, I would like to ask persons to continue to remain sheltered in place. I know it could be tempting to go out and venture the roads, do your own assessments within your home, but I'm asking persons to just heed the warnings until the all clear has been given. The Cayman Islands has a lot to be thankful for this morning. The Cayman Islands is a God-fearing nation. We are a people built strong and we are resilient. And as we weather this and get through this, we have to give God thanks. Stay safe, Cayman, and God bless.
Hundreds of folks are hearing the winds from inside Cayman's 22 shelters this morning. Human Concern Cluster Manager Jace Wilson tells Radio Cayman that team is, quote, carrying the load of his cluster's operations at the moment. The next team is ready for activation.
The next agency or EST that will be quite busy is going to be our voluntary agency, which is led by our Red Cross. And Red Cross then liaises with a variety of different voluntary agencies from across all islands. So they are the two that are going to be the most busy at this point in time. And our Medical Relief EST, which consists of Health Services Authority, consists of Doctors Hospital, Health City Cayman Islands, and we also have the support from the Cayman Islands Medical and Dental Society. They're all stood up, ready to assist in the event of potentially a worst-case scenario from Hurricane Beryl.
Next steps, seeing what Beryl does to the Cayman Islands, at which point a plan will be put in place to help tackle those areas of concern, such as damage and flooding. Power issues continue to be a problem for Grand Cayman. Right now, there are 41 outages reported, with more than 3,300 customers affected. The majority of those are in East End and North Side. Scattered outages across the rest of Grand Cayman. You can see that yourself if you have power and internet by heading to outageviewer.cuc.ky. That's your latest news. I'm Carsley Fuller.
The 8 a.m. news is brought to you by ValueMed Pharmacy. Save time and order your prescription refills online at value-medpharmacy.com. VALU-medpharmacy.com.
Now, more than ever, supporting your immune system is crucial to helping your body fight off illnesses like the common cold, the flu, and COVID-19. At ValueMed Pharmacy on Walkers Road and in Buttontown, we carry all the essential vitamins and minerals to help support your immune system and improve your overall health. Some of our top immunity support picks are vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc, elderberry, and quercetin are the popular 7-in-1 immunity support. Our pharmacists are always on hand to help guide you and answer any questions. Visit ValueMed Pharmacy on Walkers Road or Town. Live happy, live healthy with ValueMed Pharmacy.
Stay in touch with Radio Cayman with the latest up-to-date, accurate news and information. For your convenience, the headline news will be repeated on our sister station, Breeze 105.3 FM, weekdays at 8:30 a.m. Follow Radio Cayman on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or download the Radio Cayman app in the App Store or log on to www.radiocayman.gov.ky and stay connected to what's happening in the community. Radio Cayman, your voice, your choice, your radio.
Mango season, you gotta love it. The Cayman Islands National Museum is pleased to feature Lukia, the family-friendly Mango Fest at the museum, Saturday, July 6th from 4 to 8 p.m. Purchase mangoes and other products by local artisans and specialty vendors, local food, live music, mango peeling, and eating competition. Take in all the sweet and unique flavors of the long, round, Julie mango, and so many more. Lukia at the museum on the waterfront. Saturday, July 6th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Lukia is proudly sponsored by the Cayman Islands Department of Tourism.
Did you know that there are over 300 public rights of ways to the shoreline across the 3 Cayman Islands? Now you can find them easily with the new Shoreline iMap at gov.ky/shoreline.
The 8 a.m. weather update brought to you by
CG Britcay, where people come first. Good morning, Cayman. Let's take a look at your latest weather coordinates for Hurricane Beryl, which is at 18.7 north, 81.8 west, about 50 miles southwest of Grand Cayman, with maximum sustained winds still at 120 miles per hour, with the movement at west-northwest at 20 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure is at 968 millibars or 28.59 inches. So, of course, for Grand Cayman, overcast skies with widespread thunderstorms are anticipated today. Grand Cayman is experiencing tropical storm conditions, which are expected to subside later on this afternoon. Widespread flooding is anticipated, with the risk reducing by this evening as Hurricane Beryl moves away from the Cayman area. Extremely rough seas, significant swells, and some storm surges expected to peak during the morning and begin to subside by this evening. Rough seas are still expected throughout Friday. For Cayman, Brac, and Little Cayman, similar conditions of overcast skies and widespread thunderstorms are expected today. Tropical storm conditions over Cayman, Brac, and Little Cayman have already begun to subside, with further improvement expected through the afternoon. Some flooding is anticipated, with risk reducing from this evening. Extremely rough seas will be significant. Swells are expected to reduce or continue to decrease through the afternoon. Of course, not experiencing much gusty winds. Should be down to about 20 to 25 knots. East to southeast direction. Similar for Cayman, Brac, and Little Cayman. Of course, with waves up to 10 to 15 feet. Accompanied by a storm surge of 2 to 4 feet, especially along the south coasts of Grand Cayman. And waves 5 to 7 feet with swells mainly along the south coast as well. So far, that is your latest weather update right here on Radio Cayman, brought to you by our good friends at CG Britcay.
We were on the edge of a breakthrough. I knew the substance was extraterrestrial, but I didn't realize.
Aunt Angie, what does this have to do with managing my insurance?
Well, long story long, the entire lab exploded, and the radioactive sludge went everywhere. I ended up in the hospital for a few weeks. But I was able to manage everything with the CG online portal.
The online portal. Safe, convenient, simple. CG Britcay. Good like that.
The 8 a.m. weather update brought to you by
CG Britcay, where people come first.
Summer's heating up, and so are the good times. Whether you are out on the water, enjoying the beach, or gathering with colleagues for an office bash. Make it a feast to remember with Subway. From assorted sandwich platters to mouth-watering cookies, our catering menu has something for everyone. Perfect for groups of 5 or more. For food that's fresh, fast, and perfect for any occasion, choose Subway Catering. Visit subway.ky for catering options. Subway. Eat fresh.
Getting good sleep helps boost your mind and mood and can help prevent health problems. Women are more likely than men to have insomnia. Changing hormones during the menstrual cycle, pregnancy, and menopause can affect how well a woman sleeps, along with many other factors such as a poor mattress, screen time before bed, eating too late, and sleeping disorders such as sleep apnea. Making sleep-responsible choices and speaking with a physician can greatly improve your sleep schedule.
Always separate debris from household garbage after a hurricane hits. Debris includes roofing materials, downed tree branches, and metals. All items of debris must be placed in separate piles to the front of the property or at a side that is easily accessible to collection trucks. Debris must be placed in a location that will not cause obstruction to roadways or come in contact with electrical lines.
For more post-hurricane food safety tips, visit DAH website at www.gov.ky/DAH.
89.9 Radio Cayman helps you to weather the storm during this hurricane season.
One of the most crucial elements of hurricane preparedness is storm awareness. During the season, it is of utmost importance to pay attention to the latest local weather forecasts, as hurricanes do not suddenly form or strike. There are various methods of advanced notification. Utilizing such may be the difference between a favorable outcome and disaster. Both television and radio serve as excellent mediums with up-to-the-minute storm path information in the wake of a hurricane. Another method of tracking a hurricane may be only arm's length away. Your smartphone or tablet can be your most valuable tool before, during, and after a storm, providing countless numbers of apps with crucial hurricane information. Many apps allow you to track storms with moving radar and satellite imagery, plus offer alerts, current conditions, forecasts, advisories, and even video.
This hurricane preparedness tip was brought to you by your community radio station, Radio Cayman 89.9 FM.
This is the People's Radio Station. Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Hey, welcome back, and thanks very, very much for joining us as we bring you continued coverage of the passage of Hurricane Beryl as it makes its way through the Cayman Islands. Please, invite your family and friends to either log on to our YouTube and Facebook channels or Radio Cayman website or app. They can also listen live on 89.9 in Grand Cayman or 91.9 in the Brac, and in our sister station Breeze FM at 105.3. Joining me, while we start, I think he's making look like Kalu, some salt barra. What's that look like? Some slices of breadfruit, some plantain, and some fritters. That's a good breakfast, OC. Catherine Miller, that would be a good breakfast. If I can get fish tea, maybe I get some fried fish.
You don't want to know what I had for breakfast. I was prepared for this morning.
You prepared for this morning?
I was. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to tell you what I could have had, but I didn't.
But you didn't.
So, you can't spill, okay.
You can't cry over milk that wasn't spilled.
There you go. You can pour cray into your beer. I got a tear in my beer.
I think you need coffee more than anything right now. How did you do that, Dwayne? 12 hours.
I had some good black tea that Miss Paulette gave me.
UNOC. Wow. I'm very impressed. You guys were absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I was trying to take a page from Mr. OC, man.
You need to take a book, not a page.
No, I take a page at a time would be good. He has a volume. He's an encyclopedia.
Mm-hmm.
And coffee is something I only started drinking in recent years. I find I drink it more as a way to socialize. I've always enjoyed teas, making and blending my own. But people who make good coffee or sip and enjoy a tea, it's all good. It's the companionship, the fellowship.
You would blend your own tea, Dwayne.
I would try a little thing, yeah.
Okay, all right. West Bay has its secrets.
West Bay has got many things, But this is where, we need to have more West Bayers around, Get more West Bay into people. It's just,
I'm not going to argue that. It's my favorite district.
It's important. And it's where we create that national pride. We start from within, a semblance of identity and appreciation. No, but I joke and jest in that, recognizing how important it is as we take this next call, and that as a country we've come together in the passage of this storm, not just here in Grand Cayman, but across all three islands.
Yes, very true, yes.
Yeah, very encouraged.
So we do have a caller online. I don't know if I'm supposed to say good morning, welcome to the Business Buzz, or welcome, just thanks for calling Radio Cayman.
Yeah,
good
I'm
morning.
Being careful because I might say 8 a.m. or 8 p.m.
You never know.
Anyway, welcome. Hey, thanks for joining us. Huh?
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning again, Mr. Sterling. It's me. I'm still inquiring about this flow because I have called around other areas and some say no and some say yes, that they're working, some say no. Right across the street from me, and my line is not down, and I did what I usually do, what people tell me to do. The companies pull it out and push it back in. And I can't see you guys now on YouTube or anything. It's Flo saying anything because this is the time that you really need your WhatsApp, you know?
Well, I feel for you.
The thing is with that, and a little rather now, these things is going down, you know? I don't know what's wrong, but I would like to find out because it's nothing to my phone. My line is still there, and my phone is saying I'm connected to internet, but I can't make any calls out. I can't see YouTube or anything.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it's something that hopefully is addressed, but I must commend Flo. The other day I just shared something in passing with Miss Norma. I don't think I had made it back the 5 steps, to the studio, and Flo acted on it. Not just immediately responsive, but resolving it. So in your instance, if you're not seeing any lines, we've had people who have shared thus far that they haven't had any issues. You were advised maybe to disconnect. How's that, Miss Kathy? You want to restart and everything, and maybe that'll make a difference. Is it just your phone, or is it your internet usage? Because at home,
Sterling, like I said, my phone says I'm connected to internet, and my TV as well. I can't pick up anything on it. So it's definitely something because I don't owe or anything. I don't know. I make sure that I pay that.
Okay.
Old people, that's important for old people.
All right.
The TV.
Let's try to troubleshoot. You say on your phone, right? This is where your challenge is on your phone?
And on my TV as well.
Okay. Which one you want to start with? I mean, if it's your phone, did you try to access any of these things, as you said, the YouTube, whatever, and you weren't able to do so?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes,
and you did turn off your phone and turn it back on, and nothing changed?
Yes, sir. And I plugged the internet out of the wall as well, and waited for a while and plug it back in, and nothing.
It could just be that the systems are a little slower right now as well. I can tell you that my internet at home, before I came in to here this evening at about 5 or 6 p.m. yesterday evening, my internet just kind of was in and out at home. So that could be an issue. I haven't had a problem since I've been at Radio Cayman.
Do you have Flow, ma'am? Or
I'm a very loyal Digicel customer for many years now.
Well, I know that as well because someone else that I know had problem with their Digicel as well. But this is Flow I'm talking about now.
So just a quick question. This call that you're making now, just a regular cell call?
Yes, it's regular. I have time on my phone.
Okay. Well, I got time on my hands. No, I probably not much.
Is it any way you could shop around and find out? I mean, I'll be okay. I'll be satisfied to know that, it's a company. But what I'm saying, in my neighborhood right across the street, they have internet.
All right. Well.
And they flow the same way. So the lines, I understand, is different. Areas with different connection. I don't know.
All right. Well, from
technology, I
yeah.
can't spell it. So.
Can we share with you one of our listeners who is quite knowledgeable in that area and connected to the entity, says that your outage is probable, for cable related, and the fact that you were saying that you're connected, that's only to the internet box, but the internet box has no connectivity to the exchange due to a likely cable break, in your home. Are you on fiber?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's saying if you're on fiber, it could be as simple as a limb putting pressure on the line and stretched it so much.
Nothing, sir. Nothing to top the line. I'm looking at the line. That is clear as crystal, sir, and nothing. CUC came and cut down my arca tree, so that was all I was stopping it. But I don't have nothing stopping the line. Nothing is touching the line at all. Just the breeze blowing.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, it certainly is not something that you want to remain unresolved.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time that you need your WhatsApp there, the contact people other part.
All right. Well,
but I just want to find if anybody was having the same problem with their flow. That's all. So
yeah, it's.
And a flow representative can say what's going on. I don't know.
Yeah. Well.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good luck.
Hopefully, we'll find something that can help. But
there should be a number you can dial as a flow customer. Yeah, like for general help. You don't need to have any data for that. I don't know what the number is for flow, but there is a number that you should be able to dial. It's like a 3-digit number.
I think 611 or something like that.
Something like that as well. That should be able to help you.
Send a message just if I get a response from somebody who might be able to help. But we become so dependent on these technologies, right?
Definitely.
So a number of listeners are
I can't even believe that we have internet still. And power. I'm very impressed actually with what I thought was going to happen and what has happened, the fate that we've been dealt. Very, very luckily so. So I'm very blessed in that sense.
All right.
But I'm happy that we do have internet and.
Well, an update on the Brac. Mr. Johnson Tibbetts for Island Energy is expecting that in a half an hour or so. So yeah, by 9 o'clock. They will soon start to troubleshoot all the power issues on Little Cayman once the utility all clear is given over there. So they're moving, rapidly.
Excellent.
Very encouraging. Very, very encouraging. But you are right. We just had potential of what could have been very devastating, seeing what it did as they entered the Caribbean region. We have water, we have electricity, we have internet. And that connectivity just shows how dependent, how integrated that has been in our lives. So it's interesting. Let's see if we got another WhatsApp note. I shared those. Someone saying that tell the caller to turn off the phone for a minute or two to reboot it, which he said he did.
Yeah.
There's a reset button on the router. Should be able that he can touch that and reset the internet router. And just make sure you completely disconnect, everything. That might help.
Blow into it. That's what I used to do back in I still blow into anything.
Yeah?
Whether there's a little area for me to blow into it or not, I
would you just stick a hammer and you hit it, man.
Yeah, well, that must have been pre-80s.
Stone Age.
I don't know that one. But when you were younger and you used to play Nintendo and you would have to blow on the game cartridges for them to work.
Did
you ever have that?
Oh, we had Atari. I mean, Nintendo, what's that?
I had Atari as well, yes. Come on the very, very cusp end of Atari. But, that's still a thing. So you would blow into the cartridge and then it did something. And I don't know if it just kind of cleaned the connectivity, little, not ports, but little connectors there. The connectivity connectors to make it even clearer for you. And it would work. So for some reason, it's just something that you would carry on, or I carried that little method of just blowing on the things to,
Yeah, that probably works. I mean, I'm sure everybody has a strategy.
Atari, you would just have to beat it up and throw it out.
Just knock it on the ground, huh? And it works. It was, like the Timex takes a lick and keeps on ticking.
Hey.
Boy. All right, I'm told we have another WhatsApp caller calling us. No, yes, maybe so.
Paul said no, and then he said, okay, no, we do.
Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you for calling Radio Cayman.
Yes, good morning.
How are you doing today?
So far, doing so good.
Good.
Still enjoying the breeze. I with this technology thing and like what you was talking about, like the little tricks, the little tips and tricks that we used to do, like just to get the mechanism to work, popping the CDs into the freezers and stuff like that, to get rid of scratches. But I just the other day I was at Foster's and using my debit card, and I scanned it and it declined, and I was like, what the heck? Why is it declining for? Like this is why I don't like cashless systems, to be honest. But I popped it in and it didn't go through. So then I just said, you know what? Let me just wipe it out a little bit. I wiped it on my shoulder, and then I kind of just like put a little breath on it and wipe it again and tell them check it, and it just went through. It is nice check mark, and I'm like, how embarrassing those technology can make us feel, and
absolutely. But at least you got it to work.
No, yeah, well, this is the thing. Maybe his router is experiencing the similar thing like what you say. Just maybe you need to blow into the connectors because a little water went through the lines or something. You never know. And it wouldn't cause a short, I would assume, with a Ethernet cord or something, but it could just blow into it, maybe have a little moisture, and then just plug it back in and it might connect back.
Mm-hmm.
Something simple like that,
Yeah. Well, we have the caller know that someone from Flow will reach out to him momentarily to see if they can help with
Yeah, hopefully he gets through, because it really is really bad to be disconnected, A lot of people be disconnected and they feel completely lost. And I mean, me sometimes I feel the same way, but I tend to learn how to navigate myself without technology time to time.
Yeah, and it's understandable, especially during a storm. It makes us feel even more connected. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So I can understand his woes in that sense. How is Flo going to get in touch with him? Did he leave a number or anything?
I know a guy who knows a guy.
Okay, because I'm sitting here like...
How did that happen?
This is Flo. Flo just messages Dwayne. We're on it. We will take care of him. Paul had said that somebody else had called as well and said in Prospect that they were having connectivity issues with Flo.
Yeah, I think some of us have connectivity issues, but I was probably with each other.
Apparently not you and OC, because 12 hours.
Hey, that was
on air. That's pretty good.
Hey, listen, man, take a page from his book, or take a book from his library.
Book, yeah.
Yeah, man. But he is a great conversationalist. He has great knowledge, a strong work ethic. You saw his energy, and I was nodding, and there he was, ready to go, constantly.
I don't think you were nodding at all.
I think so?
You're pretty good.
Yes.
You might be nodding a little bit right now, but
no,
that's okay.
I was.
That's okay.
Yeah, but
nobody could blame you 12 hours.
Yeah. But the problem is, I appreciate that, but if you keep going and people don't see it, then you expect it. The reward for hard, dedicated work is more work, right? And then we do the talk show at midday. That's the pay for more work, right?
That's true.
More work.
Yeah. Yes.
You ride a good horse to death. You don't take the stallion from the stable who hasn't performed. You take the one that just run the Triple Crown.
That's true.
That's the way it goes.
When you know it's working, work it.
Yeah.
I guess so. All right, we got to go to a commercial break right now. I don't know why you laughed when I feel like that conjured up a memory for you right there. We got to go to a commercial break right now, but we'll be taking calls. We want to hear your experiences, what you're going through right now with Hurricane Beryl as it passes south of the Cayman Islands.
Investing in our children's academic success and future career is a no-brainer. Isn't it time we stop with the excuses? With 100% math, you can take charge now. There's no reason for your children to fall behind in math again. Since 2011, 100% Math has prepared students for exams in IB, HL, SL Math, and CSEC and enrichment programs for gifted students. Visit 100%math.com or call or WhatsApp 547-9817. That's 547-9817. No more excuses. Set your child up for success today with 100% Math.
When it comes to weekly meal prep, I trust Kirk Market to provide the best value for quality proteins. The butchers at Kirk Market are super helpful. They always slice my steaks perfectly. Kirk Market has everything I need for healthy and flavorful protein-packed meals. From lean cuts of CAB choice beef, tender CAB prime beef, the juiciest pork, and all-natural hormone-free poultry, to their seafood section with everything from fresh local snapper to omega-3 rich salmon. I choose Kirk Market for the highest quality proteins to support my healthy lifestyle. Kirk Market. Eat well, live well, and discover a world of choice.
Tired of feeling exhausted, no matter how much sleep you get? It could be sleep apnea, a condition affecting millions of people that often goes undiagnosed. At Total Health, we believe in the power of preventative care. That's why we're offering at-home Level 2 sleep studies, convenient, comfortable, and conducted in the privacy of your own home. Untreated, sleep apnea can lead to serious health issues like high blood pressure, heart disease, and stroke. Our comprehensive approach means you get personalized care from start to finish. Wake up to a healthier tomorrow with Total Health. Contact us today at 333-2222 or visit totalhealth.ky to schedule your at-home Level 2 sleep study. Because a good night's sleep is just the beginning. Total Health, your partner in preventative care.
Since 1976.
Covering Grand Cayman, no Cayman, and Brac. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Cayman. I am Kathy Miller in studio with Sterling Dwayne Ebanks, who's been in studio since about 13 hours ago.
Is that how long it's been, man?
Apparently it was 7 o'clock when you started yesterday evening.
What's the song? 7 o'clock this morning. Yesterday. Yeah. It's good. Now we'll be back at midday. God's willing for talk today. Is that the thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Because right now it's kind of the business buzz.
It is? Okay.
Well, it's morphed into one giant show for Hurricane Beryl. Steez is how we do it. We got a couple callers waiting to chat with us. Good morning. Thank you for calling Radio Cayman. Hello, caller. Hello.
Hello, it's James Diamond. I'm calling from Melbourne in Australia. I've been listening throughout to Sterling Dwayne, who's done a terrific job over his, 12 hours now?
Yeah, 13.
What an effort. I used to live in the Cayman Islands, and I've been keeping in contact and just concerned for all of my friends there, and thank God for Radio Cayman. I've been able to listen to this over the internet throughout the day and the night here, so thank you.
You're welcome. And I presume you don't have Flow. So no internet issues. Just kidding.
Sorry?
Flow is one of the internet companies here. People have been having internet issues, connectivity issues with them during the storm, so he was making a little joke for you.
It's fine.
Well, but it's making its way all the way to Australia, so something's working.
No, that's awesome. That's great. Thank you so much for tuning in and listening to the coverage and whatnot. Have you been able to be in touch with your friends in Grand Cayman or the Brac?
Yeah, I've been sharing some text messages with some friends there, and from what I can gather, everyone's doing okay. Perhaps not as bad as it could have been. Am I right?
Correct. Yeah.
So, I mean, look, I remember being there for storms, and my God, it was scary when those big ones came through. Like, I remember Dean, and Dean was a monster, and it looked like it was going to be a direct hit, but it just sort of veered and missed Grand Cayman at the time. But I remember, that's a tough time for everyone. So,
well, thank you for listening.
Doing well.
Yeah, thank you for your concern, your interest, and for reaching out, and not just listening, but for reaching out. And this is where I think the Cayman connections span the globe. We got friends and family around, and so thank you very much for your positivity and your concerns, huh?
Before I go, can I send a shout out to a friend?
Of course.
For free, yeah.
If Jewel Levy, my good friend Jewel Levy, is listening, I send a shout out to Jewel. She was a colleague of mine at the Commanding and Compass at the time, and one of the most beautiful, funny people I have ever met in my life. And I miss Jewel, and I hope she's doing okay, and I'm sure she's bunkered down and doing well today or tonight. But yeah, shout out to Jewel Levy from me, Jimmy Diamond in Kangaroo City.
All right. Thank you so much, Jimmy. We appreciate your call and your sentiments, and just for listening to Radio Cayman and, making sure you want to know what's going on. Having lived here, you still are very much connected to the island, so we appreciate you looking out for Cayman like that.
All right. All the best, guys.
Thank you, man. All the best to you as well.
All right. Do we have another caller? I wasn't sure. Okay. All right. No. Maybe the caller dropped off. Maybe they'll call back in again. Maybe they're using that not to Digicel.
Nah, man.
I don't have those issues with Digicel. I'm just saying.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, it's probably a wonderful discussion that, many markets might have relative to deployment technology using satellite communications and the like, and maybe the Cayman marketplace would find a lot more, cooperation in some of the things instead of duplication. But once the consumer is served in a competitive way with the pricing and the quality is there, companies can compete and do their thing. But maybe we'll see something better. As I was just listening to that caller, recognizing that people come, they work, they leave, but there's a part of Cayman that they take with them. There's something that happens when they come, and maybe we just shouldn't, look at that and ignore it too lightly. There's something special about this place and about the people who come and live and work and stay and sometimes return.
There definitely is something very special about this place. We know that. That's why so many don't want to leave. They come for a little bit. They're thinking, okay, I'm here for a little tiny, little job possibility for a little bit, and then boom, you fall in love. There's definitely a magic about Cayman.
Well, I'm hoping that we all would appreciate that and work collectively together. Okay. All right. So here we have a call. You want us to take that call?
Let us take that call. Good morning. Thank you for calling Radio Cayman.
Good morning, Kathy Miller, Sterling Greeny Bank. Still at it. Quincy Brown here. How's everyone?
Great, Quincy. How are you?
Doing well. I sincerely want to thank Radio Cayman for staying with us. Of all the radio stations on Grand Cayman, there is no station that is constant, consistent, and community serving like that of Radio Cayman. And again, a big thank you. I want to thank the national airline, Cayman Airways. I mean, when other airlines, foreign carriers say we're canceling flights, if you're there, you're stuck. Cayman Airways is the only airline, our national bird, who is in and out until airports close. And we have to thank our power provider, whether that's water, electricity. We thank our government. This has really been a collective effort to make sure that we were all prepared. Thankfully, July 1st was a holiday. We were able to buy supplies, supply wood, get our food, and we've really been prepared. And I mean, led by a vigilant government. So thanks to everybody. Sterling, tell me something. You're drinking plenty of coffee. Why you're not tired? I mean, you've really been with us. Tell me now.
My friend, colleague just made a brew. But boy, if I was drinking that earlier, I might have been bouncing off the walls. No, I had some wonderful orange-infused black tea that Miss Paula shared with me earlier.
No.
And that was nice. And then a friend made a little protein shake that shared. Norma gave me some cheese and crackers. Hey, listen, like Bernanzi, I got a little bit from here and a little bit from there.
I think it's a Cuban coffee he has right now, Quincy. That's what I think has got him a little bit more wired, which is great.
Well, thank you too, Kathy, for bringing the feminine touch here on the airwaves. I'll always remember back in 2008 when I was actually posted on Kim and Brac at that time when we covered Paloma. So
yes.
You yourself, you've had many years giving us coverage, Kathy. Sterling Dwayne.
I remember that. I remember you calling a lot from the Brac and giving kind of live updates of what's going on in the Brac. I totally remember that because that was one of my first times. They just threw me on air like, okay, we need somebody to go on air during these times. And I was like, I didn't know how to work the board and what was going on, but it was fielding all sorts of calls from the Brac during Paloma that really just put me in a different position. It woke me up in the sense of, okay, this is so serious what people are going through. I'm safe and, we're relatively comfortable here up in Radio Cayman.
Right.
And it doesn't feel like like impending doom before you when you're in Radio Cayman here. Everything feels quite normal.
Exactly.
So when you're getting all those phone calls, and I remember that, like I'll never ever forget that, people trapped like in attic spaces or parts of the house that they couldn't get out of, and they needed like emergency response team to come and basically save them. And it was so important having people like you, Quincy, and other people that would just call in and make those connections and say, somebody's here, they couldn't get the message out, I'm getting the message out for them, please help them, they've been saved, whatever it was. So the sense of community is absolutely does not escape me here at Radio Cayman, and seen it really come true within the Cayman Islands. Unfortunately, when we go through a disaster like we are, but it's there. It's very much alive, the sense of community.
Indeed, and there's a sense of calm and security that Radio Cayman and all of the on-air staff and those behind the scenes, you all are working together to bring us this sense of calm and community. And of course, 2008, 4 years before would have been 2004. I sat in that chair as an employee of Radio Cayman then, taking turns with Joel Francis, Sheena Carton, Susan Watson, giving broadcasts and whatnot. So in the radio station, we are quite secured. It's a different experience. 4 years later, 2008, I found myself on the Brac for Paloma, in the storm, trapped in a house, calling, giving reports. I do recall it, and I do apologize for my arrogance, Kathy, because obviously you were sort of new on air, and here is I don't want to call myself a veteran reporter, but someone who was panicky in the weather, and you're saying, well, Mr. Brown, it's only such and such a time. You are not supposed to be having that weather just yet. You're expected to have that at 3 o'clock. I may have even lost it. I said, let me tell you something, darling. I'm in the heat of this in watering place. I kind of lost it. I lost it with you once or twice on air. And for that, I apologize. Perhaps I was arrogant and a bit anxious being in Paloma at the time. But through it all, Kathy, I have learned a lot from you. I've learned a lot from Sterling Dwayne. And we're all in this together. It's good that people in the community, Raymond Scott on the Brac, Dion Anglin in West Bay, a few of us here in Georgetown, can actually call in. And other callers from across Grand Cayman being the eyes and the ears. Not to play politics, but if community creates country, I got to be thankful for Radio Cayman. Have a good one. Yes?
Thank you, Quincy, and no need to apologize from something in 2008 that I can't even remember last week, so don't worry about it. Yeah. Thank you, though.
Very good. We got to make amends. In the program of the 12 steps, we make amends when we're wrong.
There you go. All right. You do what you got to do. Thank you, sir.
Have a great day.
You too. You too.
Take care, man. But as I listen to him, that sense of humility, not just following, as he alluded to, the 12-step program, but understanding the importance that sometimes we do an injustice to someone that may be insignificant to that person, but for us, because of our ethos or conscience, it's necessary to make that amends. Maybe many of us could take that example and follow that in our daily lives. Not take advantage of people because we can, not use or abuse our position of authority or power because we can. The greatest exercise of power, I'm reminded, is restraint. So indeed, humility before honor. Right?
That was a gem.
Yeah.
The greatest exercise of power is the use of restraint.
Greatest exercise of power is restraint.
I like that.
Oh, thank you. I don't think it's mine, but
it's a gem. I don't think it's yours either, but yeah, just teasing you right there, Dwayne.
That's cool, man. That's cool. Hey.
Got to go to a commercial break right now.
Oh, really? I'm just enjoying your company. Okay.
Hey, you still have me. You can go another 12 hours.
Okay.
We'll take more calls after the break.
Yep.
I'm Michael Webster.
And I'm Denise Brown of Cayman Insurance Center.
Family is not the most important thing, it's everything.
We have worked with the community and their families on protecting themselves for the future.
Whether it's providing top-rated life insurance
or protecting your family's household investment.
From our family to yours, we understand and we care.
I'm Denise Brown. Call me at 814-7229.
And I'm Michael Webster at 925-5433.
We are Cayman Insurance Center,
specializing in property, life, and other lines of insurance products and services at an affordable rate. We are Michael and
Denise at Cayman Insurance Center.
Call today.
Elevate your child's math skills with 100% math with premier math tutoring services under the expert guidance of our renowned mathematicians, Professor Emeritus Romain Angelov. and Dr. Mackenzie. Programs are designed to secure IB, HL, and SL Math, CSEC A-levels, and IGC SE success. Whether your child aims to get ahead or catch up, 100% Math is your partner in achieving their academic goals. Don't let your child's math skills lag. Visit us at 100%math.com or call or WhatsApp 547-9817.
When it comes to weekly meal prep, I trust Kirk Market to provide the best value for quality proteins. The butchers at Kirk Market are super helpful. They always slice my steaks perfectly. Kirk Market has everything I need for healthy and flavorful protein-packed meals. From lean cuts of CAB choice beef, tender CAB prime beef, the juiciest pork, and all-natural hormone-free poultry, to their seafood section with everything from fresh local snapper to omega-3 rich salmon. I choose Kirk Market for the highest quality proteins to support my healthy lifestyle. Kirk Market. Eat well, live well, and discover a world of choice.
Our climate is changing, and so is Cayman. Stronger and more frequent hurricanes, longer periods of drought, sea level rise, and higher temperatures are already impacting our communities. If we take nature into account before we act, we can harness nature's benefits and reduce the devastation caused by natural disasters. Because when we put nature front and center, nature can provide the solutions.
We are Radio Cayman,
covering Cayman Brac, Little Cayman, and Grand Cayman.
1 in a million.
Good morning. Welcome back to Radio Cayman. I'm Kathy Miller, and I'm in studio with Sterling Dwayne Ebanks. Usually it's the opposite. Usually we're in the afternoon together, or I might come and join you.
Yeah.
Right? Rarely, never actually. It's the first time that you and I have been on the morning together.
Yeah, well, yeah. Like rain, morning, noon, and night. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure about that analogy, but, I'm just going to pretend it's the time. 12, 13 hours speaking nonstop. OC and I have been on together on For the Record in the morning.
Yes,
so,
yes.
And I think post-hurricane or storm coverage as well. Mm-hmm. I think OC and I did that one morning two summers ago, actually. If I'm remembering correctly.
Interesting to hear from listeners as they move about. They're not working. Hopefully they have had a leisure breakfast. They have electricity and water, and they can, sit with the family and enjoy, that time together. Reflect on, as some of the callers have shared, what has transpired, and use this time to maybe peacefully, come together and not look around in a grateful, rushed sort of way. It's just purposeful. A sense of presence, it's important.
And hopefully most people were very prepared.
Yeah.
We had a few days ahead of time, and then we had at least 2 full days that we could prepare, because the grocery stores did open on Constitution Day until at least 9:30.
Yeah. What was interesting, I'm glad you shared that, because we did have lead time to physically prepare to grocery shop and to do those things, right?
We did, yeah.
I left there on Friday, knowing that Monday was a holiday, but forgetting that Monday was a holiday. And there were some, financial transactions that needed to be done. And lo and behold, those are undone, because you can do all the other things. And I want to set to emphasize some people that what we have to do is important, but we don't realize how quickly things can change, and how, that thing that you need to do, you can't, because something like this way on a weekend, a holiday weekend. Where's your priorities? Where's your ability to respond to those things? So in that preparation, as my uncle would share, we know the season officially going to start in the 1st of June and end of November. Throughout that 6-month period, do a little bit in relative to your shopping. Maintain your yards and be more attentive, so that if a storm makes up and you got a week's notice, or you may have a couple of days, you don't have to run around and be so stressed. You can use that time to help somebody else or something.
Very true. And I would say I think a lot of that was happening where people were prepared and they were going to help out, some friends or people in the community. I remember DJ Lynn a couple of days ago was saying he got his stuff done and he went to go help out who he could help.
Yeah.
So that's the
spirit, man.
That is the spirit for sure. I wish somebody could help me, because I found out at the very last minute. Not at the very last, but I think I told you. So I called my landlord being like, okay, hello, just wondering when or if somebody's going to come board up, if meaning I actually really truly expect that y'all are going to be putting some plywood up. We don't have shutters, but putting some plywood up.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, no, we will not be boarding, and I suggest you do not stay there. And that was the response I got. That was it. And all I could think about was, wow, okay. Thinking that at that time it might be a Cat 4, might be a Cat 5 that's hitting us. So I was a little worried. That's the only thing I wish I did have ready. And I would say, even if, undoubtedly there will be some sort of a next time. But for that next time, Dwayne, I don't care if I just have to buy myself a drill and make sure there's plywood just around. But I know I'm going to get it done just for myself. I don't care what the agreement was. No damages to the wall, exterior. It's getting done.
It's a peace of mind, right?
Yeah. And I can't sit there while, you might be waiting on an insurance claim to fix up the place, whatever it might be. And then I'm out of a place to live for God knows how long. Just because they didn't want to board up. So knowing that there are people out there that were helping, I saw that in my own neighborhood, people helping each other out as well, that needed that in that sense. I'm grateful for that. So I'm very happy that it wasn't as crazy as a storm as I think that we initially thought it was going to be.
Yeah. It's good that people respond and help others in times like this, but I wonder if we can do that every day, every week. Not helping, not let people take advantage of you, not, putting yourself out of the way. That is a great expense and inconvenience, but at the same time, being your brother's keeper, helping empower people. We use that so often now that it becomes just a cliche, but maybe teaching someone how to do something, giving them the motivation, the courage, and encouragement by saying, hey, this is how you do it.
Yeah. And
sometimes people don't do something because they don't know how to do it, and they don't have that confidence to ask.
Very much so. And hopefully we do. Hopefully we do extend that kindness every single day. I know that we have a caller that's online, and I just want to say that we did get a WhatsApp message saying Brac 100% power restored, and for Little Cayman, power should be restored by 9:45 a.m. as they have a few fallen trees on power lines. And that's a message from Island Energy.
Cool.
So Brac is 100% power restored. If you are in the Brac and can say differently, please do give us a call. Let us know if that is not your experience right now. And we have somebody on the line waiting to chat with us, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good morning. Thanks for calling Radio Cayman.
Hi. Good morning to you all there. I'm just calling to give you a little update in Birch Tree Hill. By 6:30 this morning, we got the hardest of it. Just a lot of wind, a lot of rain. I don't see any damage on any houses that I can see out and around me. It's just a lot of wind, a lot of rain. There's no debris blowing or anything like that. I don't see any broken down trees. I'm just calling to say thank you to everyone at Radio Cayman, because you are eyes and ears of the Cayman Islands. And I want to give you a big thank you to everyone. I want to say thank you to the government. I'm a little surprised, but I'm also blessed to know that the government and the opposition work together to get the country, this island nation, ready. Yes, it was not as bad as we were told it's going to be, but I think this is a wake-up call for us to remain vigilant, to remain ready, and to keep what we have done. Listen to what we were told and to continue to do that. But you all, I've been up all night listening to you, and I'm going to get some rest after this. I want to say thank you to everyone. All of the police services, the fire services, the regiment, you name it, the premier, everyone. Everyone has come together. Everyone has done their part. And I'm proud to say I'm a Caymanian. I'm proud to say I live here. But I want to tell you all, you have been my eyes and ears, and I am grateful. It was a comforting feeling to know that you all were there during this, because nobody knew exactly what we were going to get. But I want people to continue to be vigilant and stay indoors because we don't need any loss of life through stupidity. We can all go out after the all clear is given and take our videos. I've taken some videos because part of one window was left where I could see out to see what's happening. But you all you've gone above and beyond, and I am most grateful and thankful. And I can't say that enough. We are blessed here, and I hope we continue to stay indoors, listen to official channels. But yes, from the governor to the premier to everyone in government, I took a walk yesterday evening before 6 o'clock, and people were still boarding up, pulling their shutters, putting their plywood, putting stuff inside that would have been projectiles. But you all have done a job that is hard to do, but you all have you've done an excellent job. And I just want to say, Dream, Mr. O.C., Susan, Ms. Norma, everybody at Radio Cayman, you are the ears and eyes for the Cayman Islands, and I am proud to say we have Radio Cayman. Also, a big shout-out to all of the airlines, but especially the national flag carrier, Cayman Airways. In times like this, we might say Cayman Airways is, some people say it's a drain on this country because we have to subsidize it every year. But it is the lifeline for the Cayman Islands. And right now, there are very few Caribbean nations, island nations, that have their own national airline. And when I see that plane taking off or wherever I travel and I see a Cayman Airways aircraft, I am reminded of a Hurricane Ivan. I was not here. I was abroad. But I traveled to Miami twice during Hurricane Ivan to deliver supplies to friends and family. And I lived Hurricane Ivan on my cell phone abroad, and it brought comfort to those to know that I could call and tell them what was happening because they could not get anything anymore. So I just want to say Cayman Airways is our national airline. It is our pride and joy. I call it Sir Turtle. Mr. Turtle is what I refer to it as. And we are blessed to have Cayman Airways. I want to say thank you to the management of Cayman Airways, to everyone, to the residents, to the visitors that are here, to my Caymanian people. We have done a stellar job. We have listened to our government. We have listened to our police force. We have done the right thing. And going forward, let us continue to be vigilant, stay prepared, because this is the beginning of hurricane season. No one predicted this hurricane. It has been a crazy hurricane because the weather people have told us they did not know. They did the best they could do, but I don't think we've ever saw a storm, a hurricane form this far down, like they said, and has maintained the strength and the viciousness of it. And we are blessed. Yes, there was tropical storm force wind at times here in Birch Tree Hill, and there was hurricane force winds. But we are a blessed island nation this morning. And I just want to say to everyone listening, when you wake up, or if you have not already said a prayer, because you can see light has come to us here, and it's a comforting sight to see that I don't see any damage in my neighborhood. I don't know about the rest of West Bay, but I can say I don't see any damage in the area I am in Birch Tree Hill. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. This is one day I am proud to say, as I've always said, we are Caymanians. We are a mixed people. We come from far abroad. Many generations came here many years ago and settled. We are mixed, but we are a blessed people. I want to say thank you to the visitors. Yes, some might have stayed to experience it, but I listened and I heard the hotel say they had fully prepared. Mm-hmm. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all your sentiments, and especially for letting us know what is happening in your area, Birch Tree Hill area of West Bay. So thank you for updating us with that. I'd have to say that definitely Dwayne and I agree. Thank you to everybody, all the emergency personnel, the government, everybody for just working together to make sure everybody's going to be safe, getting the information out there, especially OC and Dwayne, and to our news team, Jevy that's up there in NEOC. It's pretty amazing what you guys have been able to deliver in helping to keep everybody very well aware of what's going on, because nobody's going to get that info faster from NEOC except for unless you're right there. And Jevy had it and would let us know what's going on.
And they feel supported, nurtured. They don't feel alone. That was key.
Yeah. Very much. We got to go to the, I think it's a 9 a.m. news headlines right now, and then we'll be back on Radio Cayman.
Covering Little Cayman, Cayman Brac.
Cover me. Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands. From Radio Cayman's newsroom, this is Headlines. Local, regional, international news.
The Headline News is brought to you by Kirk Market and Health Services Authority.
With your latest news, I'm Carsley Fuller. Category 3 Hurricane Beryl passing southwest of Grand Cayman today, bringing strong winds, potentially dangerous storm surge, and damaging waves.
Off at 7 a.m., Hurricane Beryl was located at 18.7 north, 81.8 west. That's about 15 miles southwest of Grand Cayman. Beryl is a Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour, and it continues to move quite rapidly towards the west-northwest at 20 miles per hour, and your pressure is now 968 millibars or 28.59 inches.
Chief Meteorologist with the National Weather Service, Carrie Powery, tells Radio Cayman Grand Cayman is feeling those winds, and while the showers haven't been hitting hard, rain is expected to come in with the spiral bands associated with Hurricane Beryl. The National Weather Service team has also been keeping an eye on the storm's pressure.
The fact that it's been steady shows that it's no longer weakening as fast as it's been for the last couple of hours, and now may have trying to reorganize itself and become a little better structured. That's what we denote from radar images. For us overall, low pressure is also associated with bad weather. The center of Beryl moving away from us, in essence, bad weather should start to improve gradually as Beryl moves away.
That being said, there are heavy showers expected in those spiral bands that are still impacting the Cayman Islands. Wind continues to be the biggest issue in most parts of Grand Cayman right now.
It actually is coming in spurts down here. When I first got up at 3, we were actually having English rain. It was misting, but it's not that bad at the moment.
It's pretty gentle up here in Beach Bay. Trees are swaying a little bit on the line, so right now we have power, but we'll see how much it can handle. We're looking pretty good. Just a lot of gusts taking the trees around, but all around, no flooding, and we're very grateful, counting our blessings.
But some cheeky people have been spotted walking their dogs and being outside this morning. A big no-no, according to Inspector Ian Yearwood, Cluster Manager for Emergency Response.
We are asking the general public, please, for your own safety, to stay off the roads. The all clear has not been given. The all clear has not been given. We are asking you to please remain indoors at this time.
Most folks are heeding the warning, though, and staying inside, including up in West Bay Central, where MP and Minister for Climate, the Honourable Catherine Ebanks-Wilkes, has been hunkering down.
Good morning. I'm pleased to report that so far I have not received any reports from constituents of any major damage. I've been getting a frequent update throughout the morning. We started to have lots of conversations around the constituency from around 4 a.m. Residents have noted that there's, of course, heavy winds, lots of rain, a few areas where the electricity flickered on and off, but they managed to keep their lights on. And then 1 or 2 homes where their power, they lost power in West Bay Central. Other than that, even the low-lying areas, as of right now, we're not really having any concerns with major flooding. So we have lots to be thankful for, and we continue to ride out the storm and wait for the all clear.
Taking a quick look at power outages across Grand Cayman right now, there are 44 outages reported according to the outageviewer.cuc.ky website, with some 3,300 customers affected. That's your latest news. I'm Karsley Fuller.
More news available at www.radiocayman.gov.ky. Check out our social media pages: Facebook, YouTube, X, formerly Twitter, Radio Cayman Headline News.
When you have a sports or fitness-related injury, trust the expertise of the HSA's Sports and Exercise Medicine Clinic to get you back in the game. Our internationally trained and certified physicians specialize in sports traumatology, sports medicine, pain management, and orthopedic surgery. For treatment of common injuries such as tendonitis, arthritis, tennis elbow, rotator cuff, or knee tears, schedule a consultation with the Sports and Exercise Medicine Clinic at Smith Road Medical Center by calling 949-8600 or visit hsa.ky for more information.
When it comes to weekly meal prep, I trust Kirk Market to provide the best value for quality proteins. The butchers at Kirk Market are super helpful. They always slice my steaks perfectly. Kirk Market has everything I need for healthy and flavorful protein-packed meals. From lean cuts of CAB choice beef, tender CAB prime beef, the juiciest pork, and all-natural hormone-free poultry, to their seafood section with everything from fresh local snapper to omega-3 rich salmon. I choose Kirk Market for the highest quality proteins to support my healthy lifestyle. Kirk Market. Eat well, live well, and discover a world of choice.
Information, entertainment, inspiration.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac.
Since 1976 till now.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Cayman. I'm Kathy Miller and I'm in studio with Sterling Dwayne Ebanks, who's coming off a marathon session of 14 hours on air. I think that's what it's been, 14 hours.
This reminds me of, was it the 2009 elections coverage? I think we went to just before, what time was it, Norman? Just before 11? It wasn't very long.
In the morning, yes.
Yeah. And then we came right back and did talk today for the afternoon. And finally, sometime, Friday night, I finally decided, take a nap. And why I share it with people is that we feel that we can go extended hours without any sort of enhanced, stimulus of caffeinated or whatever, right? But it's not really good for us. It'll catch up at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And just like the computers, need to reboot the systems administrators, we take them offline. Our bodies need that time for the brains to, get a little sleep, a little rest, to bring it back up and to, rejuvenate.
The amount of people that boast, I only need 4 hours or 5 hours of sleep a night, and they boast about that, and I'm like, this isn't. Well, I can tell you're only getting 5 hours. It's all over your face, kind of thing. You need to sleep. Your body needs that recovery. You need to. It's good for heart health, longer life, so many other health functions. It's important to get your sleep.
A friend, she's an educator, and she shared, think of how much better you'll be, how much more high functioning, as it were, if you got adequate sleep. If 4 hours is doing that, with 6 or 8. In good sleep, not this restless sort of thing. And I share that I don't know if I did that in a boast, but I did reflect on it and go, hey, I can go extended hours.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to do that anymore. But if you have to, if you're traveling, you do it so that you keep your body on that clock. So when you get there, 24 hours later.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
I think we have a caller on hold, but I think we have a couple WhatsApp messages.
Okay. Will you try to read them for us?
Yeah, because I can't open it because this computer's...
Respectfully to the caller, let's see what these messages share first, and then we come. This caller says, pleasant good morning. Thank you, Radio Cayman and all the staff. Sterling Dwayne and Mr. OC for standing strong, for covering and updating, throughout the night. We're getting some heavy rain. Radio Cayman is our number one. Thank you, God, for you all. And then this other listener says, had my coffee, no flooding here because it's a sand ground. White steam sound whole road.
Well, their humor has not escaped them.
Yep. Part say, yeah. I'm still in my bed. That's what the person reads. All right.
I don't think we've let the public know as yet that we have a press briefing coming up.
Oh, okay.
So that's a message from the Premier. It's going to be in a couple minutes. We are going to be carrying it live here. The Governor and the Premier, we are going to be carrying it live here on Radio Cayman. And you can also watch on CIG TV on their YouTube page. And I believe we have a caller waiting to chat with us. All right. Good morning. Thank you for calling Radio Cayman. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Is
Hello.
it me?
Good morning.
Caller is gone. All right. We got a WhatsApp call that's on hold. So let us take the WhatsApp caller. Good morning. Thank you for calling Radio Cayman.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
Yes, I am fine, thanks.
Good, great.
Giving God the glory.
Absolutely.
For his handiwork and his protection and his coverage for all of us. I must say, I really commend you guys for being on here right through the night.
Mm-hmm.
God give you the strength and the courage and to know that he is the one who upholds us in his hand. So to him we give all the glory. Amen. And I just want to say a big shout out to you guys, CUC, Flo, and especially to the father and son who really take the time out when the authorities say they must not be on the road to stand up for me. And to everyone, because we have life and we have health, that in spite of everything, he is the one who protecting us through everything. And we must not drop our guard because it's just the beginning. And to the Premier and to my MP, everybody, God is good and God is great. Amen?
Amen.
And the waterfront is really pretty and nice. No flooding.
Excellent.
No flooding.
All right. Well, that's encouraging. Yes.
Yeah, great report on that.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Well, be safe and take care. Okay.
Thank you for your call.
Yes,
as
thank
well.
you so much.
Okay.
God bless.
We
That's
have
good.
one more caller waiting for us. Hello. Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. Thanks for
morning.
calling Radio Cayman.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you. To you and Sterling. This is Carrie from the Brac. Just letting y'all know we're fine over here.
Oh, okay, great. You got your power back? All is good?
I never lost power.
Oh, wonderful.
I know one section of the Brac, I think, lost power. There's an area there, and I think maybe some parts of Southside because they're out, Island Energy. They're already out on the road and dealing with it.
Right.
And so, yeah, they're on the road. I see they just passed me again, another truck. So they're out making sure that anywhere that doesn't have power is restored as quickly as possible. But I didn't lose any power, and I live on the bluff in my fortress. So I didn't lose no power at all. So I want to be very thankful to them and grateful to them for that as well. I think we need to now realize that the homes on the bluff are now the $1 million homes. I'm just letting you all know that because we are fortresses. You don't worry about flooding. You don't worry about wind damage. You're good if you're on the bluff. So, around 1:30 I got up and it was just windy. And it was weird how the wind was. It was noisy because I guess it was going through all the bush and on the bluff. But you didn't feel a strong wind until you actually went closer to the edge or whatever. But, yeah, it was a bit weird. But other than that, I just drove through the whole island. And I've only seen 1, 2, 3 trees that have broken parts of them off. That, one by the Panama Canal, and I think there's 2 down at the end of the West End Road on the south side. The grape trees there broke off in the center there.
Carrie?
But nothing is there's nothing obstructing your road.
Carrie, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to cut you off, but the press briefing has begun with the governor and the premier. So we're going to go straight to that.
Just leave us in a state of awesome. Lord, we want to thank you for answering our prayers. And Lord, we pray that as we continue to weather Hurricane Beryl and Grand Cayman, Lord, we are reassured of our confidence as we've been receiving the good messages from the sister islands, and Lord, of the way that you've protected them yet another again. Indeed, until the storm passes by, our faith is not going to wane. Lord, we want to thank you so much this morning for being such an awesome, mighty God, an all-knowing God, an ever-present God, an all-powerful God that controls even the universe, even the earth, Lord. Bow down to your great majesty. Lord, we thank you once again for Her Excellency the Governor, all of our civil servants, especially those who have been on the front line and still, in fact, are on the front line. The acting deputy governor, Lord, Danny and her team, Radio Cayman, all of the communicators, Lord, Miss Onisha, the police, everyone have come on board. And Lord, we believe this is what you designed us to be, to reach out with helping hands, Lord. That's what friends are for. Lord, we thank you that we can truly say to the world that we've got the back of every single residents here, governor, myself, all of our colleagues. It still remains of paramount consideration that safety and the well-being of our people is what occupies us, is what drives us, which gives us the inertia, the energy, and the passion to continue to do this work. Lord, for all that you have done, all that you're still going to do for this country, we remain forever grateful, and we thank you in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
And now a statement from the Honorable Premier.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, Governor and I, come to you this morning extremely grateful. First and foremost to Almighty God, and of course to everyone who's been working so assiduously, so loyal, so diligent to ensure that we are safe. And although the storm has not gone yet, we have every confidence, and let me emphasize that we have every confidence that what he has done before, he's going to do it again, and all glory and praise to his name. For the sister islands, I'll deal with that first, obviously, because they have already experienced what Beryl had to dish out to them, and we're so grateful that as the reports are coming in, they are so much less impactful than even the best forecasters signified. We want also to acknowledge the great work of the Met team, and so happy that we have the double radar and John Tibbetts, a fellow Cayman Brac, also who has that passion to make sure that we get it right, and indeed he has gotten it right on top with all of his workers. We want to indicate that the initial damage assessment for Cayman Brac and Little Cayman are minimal. There were some breaches in some parts of the road, and my team, before the sun rose, was out sending in reports and pictures that roads had been clean. There were some intermittent disruption of power service and water service. The power service and Reliable Inform are completely up in Cayman Brac and almost up in Little Cayman. I also want to say that the National Emergency Operations Center has given an official all clear for the sister islands. Let me say that again. Our National Emergency Operations Center has now given the official all clear for the sister islands. What does that mean? It means that Cayman Brac and Little Cayman are now officially all clear. It does not mean Grand Cayman, as we're not out of the woods yet. At its closest point on the approach, Hurricane Beryl was 100 miles south of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman at 1 a.m. this morning. Radar shows that the storm has since moved west of the sister islands, but some moderate showers could still affect the area. Grand Cayman, I will reiterate, remains under a hurricane warning, as Hurricane Beryl passed closer to the island of Grand Cayman, some 50 miles southwest of Grand Cayman. A stay-in-place advisory, therefore, is still in effect for Grand Cayman, as radars show heavy showers around Grand Cayman remaining, which poses dangerous conditions for the next few hours. I would like to acknowledge the strong and indeed unified efforts of our National Emergency Operations, NEOP, Cayman Islands National Weather Service, the Department of Communications, and of course Radio Cayman, my #1 radio station. I never get tired of saying that, to keep the public duly informed and safe throughout all phases of the storm. Special mention also go out to my district commissioner. I say Mike, because as you can see, the governor and I have partnered, and it is not superficial. It's one that was so from the beginning, and God gives us the strength. It's one that I intend to remain until I exit the political stage come next year, and beyond that, perhaps. Special mention, as I said, also go to my district commissioner, Mr. Mark Tibbetts, his team, Lyndon Martin, all those at Public Works, all of the shelter managers, the police, Malcolm and his team, who all banded together to prepare and to help each other. On Cayman Brac, I'm reliably informed that 299 persons took shelter at the Ashton Redder Center. There was 201 of the 299, 68 persons at the Cayman Brac Multipurpose Hall, and the 30 persons at West End Primary School. Those are the 3 shelters on Cayman Brac. I would also like to commend those persons who made the decision to take shelter out of the abundance of caution, and to thank the shelter managers for their diligence and all the work that they did. Thanks also for those who decided to remain at home, but did so sensibly and stayed in place when the shelter order was given for 6 o'clock. I have received no reports of any breaches, so I'm extremely proud of my Brackers and Little Caymanians, and we'll get a report from Kirk about Grand Cayman as well. But I would be totally surprised if he had any breaches. People really were listening. Throughout the night, I took the chance to peep out the 5th floor just to check on the weather in between some cat naps, and I saw one car after 5 that seemed to have had some difficulties by immigration, and I have received no report. So if that comes in out of some 85,000 people, I don't think anyone else in the world could beat that record. Finally, we remain under a threat of possible storm surges, so I implore you to please stay out of the ocean. It's beautiful and it's tempting to go and ride waves. Get away from the coastline until you have gotten advice from our weather experts. Please stay away, in particularly from Easton down to 7 Mile Beach. We have to get our teams out. The pre-clearance have been given to, and we want to ensure that we're up and ready to do what Cayman does best, a service jurisdiction to our people first and to the rest of the world. God bless you, and God continue to protect these beautiful islands.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. For those of you who are watching via social media, please share your questions and comments through our social media channels. As always, we will aim to get responses for you. We will now have remarks by Her Excellency the Governor.
Thank you very much. It's great to be sitting here with Honourable Premier, who's been leading our government through this with her cabinet and helping to make sure that the executive decision-making through this whole crisis, if you like, has been going very smoothly and very effectively. I hope everybody is doing well this morning. I know it has been a difficult night for a lot of people, quite unnerving for many of us. We have had some people in shelters, both in the sister islands and here in Grand Cayman. I think in Grand Cayman the shelter capacity was somewhere around 10%, so I hope that those of you who were in shelters were comfortable, and I know that a lot of people have been in homes, very often looking after family and friends, bringing other people in. So thank you to everyone for what has probably been not a particularly restful night, but a night where everyone has been staying safe and following all of the instructions. A massive thank you from me as well, echoing Honourable Premier's words. You know, we've had our emergency services, we've had our hospital, we've had all of those people looking after the infrastructure of our islands. I know there has been some fluctuation for some of us around water and power, but people are out there trying as far as possible, and it seems relatively successfully actually to restore those services. So I hope that is helpful. And it does appear, doesn't it, that the phones have remained online and active, which is incredibly helpful. Thank you to everyone who's been working really hard in this building and more widely, just working through the night. There are literally, you know, hundreds of people who have been performing that service away from their friends and family. So we are really, really grateful for that. As we wake up this morning, it's great news that we have the all clear for the sister islands. for those of us who are sat here in Grand Cayman, as Honourable Premier says, we don't yet have the all clear. So what will happen about that? We've still got a fair amount of rain and some wind going on outside. We are sending out our crews now. So they are going to be going out. They're going to be looking at what the damage is. They're going to be looking at the roads to see how safe they are. They're going to be looking at the amount of debris we have. And they will be checking on other dangers such as power lines. So our message to you is we are going to do this work as quickly as possible. But please do stay inside, stay safe until we get the all clear for Grand Cayman as well. I'm grateful to my colleague, Police Commissioner Kurt Walton, and all his people. I know he now has security and police staff out and about around all three islands, trying to make sure that we're kept safe and that our properties are safe. So that activity is already underway. So you don't need to worry about security, because we do have the police out there. So, you know, don't feel you have to go and check on your home urgently right now when it is not safe to go out. Of course, from my point of view as Governor, I've also been talking to the United Kingdom overnight and sharing that with Honourable Premier. I've been talking to the ship, which, as you may know, was based in Puerto Rico. It is on the way here. It's HMS Trent. It's a British Navy boat. It has some quite useful functions and people on it, including quite a few engineers. It will be arriving on Saturday, so we will be taking a decision over the next sort of 24, 48 hours how we can best engage and what sort of help we might need. But the United Kingdom stands absolutely ready to support. We have our next executive meeting together at about 12 o'clock today, when we should hopefully have a lot more information coming in from our crews who are out on the road. So we will give you further updates, I think, after that. But for now, stay put, stay vigilant, stay informed, and that will ensure that we all continue to stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Governor. At this time, I would like to invite to the podium Director of Hazard Management, Cayman Islands, Ms. Danielle Coleman, to make a statement.
Again, I want to thank everyone in the Cayman Islands today. It's been a very long few hours, or a few days actually. It feels like a few years actually. But again, I really want to thank everyone. It's been a really tremendous effort. Again, teamwork makes the dream work. Really, really cohesive here in the National Emergency Operations Centre. And again, at all levels, both the executive level, the strategic level, and the tactical level, which is the NEAC. So, and thank you, the public, again. You know, it's tremendous how everyone has really been adhering to I'd say rules. They're not really rules because we haven't enforced them by law, but to what we've been saying. And again, I really am very, very grateful to all the communicators who's helped get the word out there, and to everyone. Really great result. Could have been such a different story. And again, I think it's been a lot of people tensed over the last few days, in particular the last 12 hours. And we really are on the other side of things here. And again, all we're asking now is for people in the Grand Cayman just to sort of stay put while we do those assessments, the damage assessments, the debris clearance, and also any medical evacuations that we need to do, and then we will give you the all clear. But thank you, everyone. Again, thank you, Governor, and thank you, Premier. It really has been a pleasure, being part of this process. And again, thank you to the public for, listening and staying home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. At this time, I'm not sure if our panelists have any final comments. At this time, I will turn over to the Honourable Premier and Her Excellency the Governor.
Okay. Just to say that we will come back as necessary. Obviously, we're winding down, but we want to keep the communication going, because you would never believe how quick social media get it. We were just here saying it's all clear, and I saw in one of my groups on the Brac a full comps thing just confirming what we were doing. So the word is getting out, and even though you feel, oh no, not another press conference, or oh no, not another speech, it is getting out as intended. So kudos to Comps team and Danny and all those who worked, or CIG TV and Radio Cayman. It has not been in vain. Our people are really, really concerned, having been warned and prep before. We're now going to recovery stage, and I have every confidence that they will adhere to the direction. So keep it going, CompSeam, Danny, and the rest of you.
Madam Governor.
No, just to echo Honourable Premier's words and just to say again how proud we both are of the huge effort we have made, and how it shows that, you know, if you're prepared, it really helps to get through this kind of thing. And we have to continue to bear that in mind, because we are just at the beginning of July and we've got quite a few months to go. So let's lose the momentum.
Thank you, Madam Governor. For residents in Grand Cayman, we want to remind you that you have to wait for the all clear before moving around. Grand Cayman remains under hurricane warning and remains under a stay-in-place order. Stay tuned to CIG Cable, Facebook, and the YouTube channel for future live updates. Also, listen live at Radio Cayman for more hurricane coverage and interviews. I'm Jevi Ebanks. Thank you for joining us.
Tune in every Monday through Friday at 12 p.m. for Radio Cayman's Midday Newscast. Radio Cayman, the People's Station, your trusted official source for the latest news. The 12 p.m. news is proudly brought to you by Health City Cayman Islands. World-class healthcare within your reach.
Share your feedback on Plan Cayman, the proposed development plan for the Cayman Islands. Access the planning statement at www.plancayman.ky and submit your feedback online or at the ongoing public consultation meetings. Online feedback can be made at plancayman.ky until July 30th.
The Ministry of Education and the Passport and Corporate Services Office remind all students traveling to and from school overseas to ensure their passports are valid for both travel and entry into their destination country. Passports should be renewed at least 10 weeks before departure, and any necessary student visas must be obtained. For passport services, contact the Passport and Corporate Services Office at 649-7678. For Ministry of Education scholarship inquiries, contact scholarships@gov.ky. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education and the Passport and Corporate Services Office.
Since 1993, Rotary Central has worked diligently each year to provide quality bus shelters to our community. A traveling convenience to our school children, the elderly, young people going to work, guest workers, and visitors using the public bus. We, Rotary Central, help you, our advertisers, make it happen. Your marketing dollar travels a far way. Positioning your message, your product, your services, your presence in over 83 bus shelters. Every dollar you spend, every advert you place helps to build another bus shelter, providing modest comfort for Cayman travelers. Reserve space now on the only billboard medium in the Cayman Islands. Email rotaryshelters@gmail.com. rotaryshelters@gmail.com. The Bus Shelters, a partner in community convenience. Another inspiration program by Rotary Central Cayman Islands.
The 7 a.m. Sports Report, brought to you by Dr. Wayne Porter, offering a full-service dermatology and dermatological surgery practice. Call 946-9020 to book your appointment today.
This is the People's Radio Station. Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Hey, welcome back, and thank you very, very much for joining us. Hey, 949-8037, 949-6990. Our WhatsApp call, 925-32621. In a second, our wonderful colleague, Miss Catherine Miller, will rejoin us. And we'll have probably continued coverage for another half hour or so. And then we'll be back with you, God's willing, at just after midday for the normal Talk Today segment. So, in the meantime, I hope you heard the press briefing. And heeding not just the warn, but recognizing the present petitions of the Premier as what we're trying to achieve as a nation, working together, united in prayer as a people. 10 o'clock, there is a full briefing, as you heard Mr. Kerry Power reference earlier. We'll give that to you when we get it. But while you're out, give us a shout and share your thoughts with us. 949-8037, 949-6990. or you can WhatsApp call 925-3261. Miss Kathy, how are you?
I'm good. I
All
just
right.
took a little walk outside.
How is it?
Were you telling people not to do that by
Me?
any chance just now?
No, that was Jeffy, I think. no, that might have been
Might have been
somebody.
the governor. Might have been the premier.
Somebody said, no, that's a big no-no. I heard it too.
All right.
It wasn't me.
So all clear for the Sister Islands.
Okay.
That's great.
That's great. When do you think we'll get all clear here?
By 1 p.m. latest.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm going to say I would like to go by 11:30, 12. 1 p.m. latest. Sometimes I like to drag it out to like 3, 4. So, we'll see.
So why don't we just... No, I get some flack for saying that, but I figure the all clear will probably come by midday.
Okay. All right.
All right. We'll see.
Okay. Midday. So we're making some bets here.
Yeah.
What's
the wage, John? Good cup of coffee?
I have coffee, so you gotta beat me with that.
Yeah.
It's gotta be something more exciting. I don't know what it's gonna be.
All right. Well, I would ask Norma to
We'll work
bake
on
something, but I don't want to hurt you.
No, Norma's gonna say no. Kathy's not allowed. She's been given strict instructions to say no to anything I ask for.
Just say no.
I gave her those instructions. Please deny me, Norma.
Hey, what's that? Is that song? Please deny me. I know not what I do.
I think it's Please Forgive Me.
You sure?
Yeah.
I have it. One of our listeners says, morning really came on thanks to the staff for coverage showed. And a huge shout out to doing. We must continually give thanks for his protection and blessings. Let's all continue to stay safe and be prepared during the hurricane season.
Thank you.
And one listener says, a loving thank you to the Pines for taking care of our residents. And it's important that we see how people are, mindful of what they're doing.
Absolutely.
I take my glasses on, to see you, put them on. It's like,
unfortunately, I now know this level that I've aged to. This level of aging where all of a sudden your eyes work one day and then the next day they don't. And you need a different pair of glasses for.
Yeah.
I was like, how did this just happen? Last week it was fine. The progression was crazy.
In a short time, huh?
I'm telling you, it was like yesterday was fine. The next day I could not read right in front of me.
But I find if you're away from the computer, the screens for an extended time, it actually helps. Your eyes improve. Like a long weekend without any screen time.
Yeah.
And then you're back on, working on your computer. It seems to. But I was telling the listeners, Miss Norma says, probably just till a little after 10, we'll give the latest update at 10, take a little break, play some music, do a little dancing, get down tonight.
Hey.
That's a song, right?
Norma, we got a couple WhatsApp messages that came in. Norma's on anti-duties right now, so I think she's doing all right over there on
That's what she's
the other side of the studio.
I don't know, boy.
So I can't open the messages up because of the computer, but let us know.
Be a team.
Let us know what the people are saying.
All right. So power has been successfully restored in Little Cayman by Island Energy. And as you said, the all clear for the Brac, all right?
And Little Cayman. Sister Islands have the all clear.
Oh, yeah. This individual is saying, hopefully earlier we get the all clear. Always excited and hopes to get some epic, pictures, footage. Many people, and I'm hoping that two things, because I know that there are a lot of people who are avid photographers, not just amateur photographers, who will want to go and, take pictures. They're, responsible, mature, sensible people, and maybe it'll make its way into an exhibition at the gallery, for instance. So as they do that, one, they'll do so sensibly and safely, but two, most all clear, other people will be safe and sensible as we move about, not impede each other, not become, frustrated. Because seeing the pictures, now may be okay. 30 years from now, you remember that. And that picture would elicit a memory, would evoke within you some sentiment.
Yeah.
And you don't appreciate it till decades down the road, but they have to be captured today.
Well, yeah, in that sense. And I was actually writing out yesterday how what I was thinking, my thoughts about this whole storm coming, because I was freaking out. I was super freaking out. And, you asked me, I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. But, I was describing it to you. Everything to me was really slow motion. Yeah. I felt like everything was just moving really slow, whether it was me, whether it was just the motions, just things seemed to take up like 2-3 times as long to do things, right?
Only if you wish, though.
It was weird.
Why do you think that was?
I just don't know. I don't know if I felt like absolutely in a surreal moment, like thinking that the storm was going to be a lot stronger when it approached us, because I was expecting about a Cat 4.
Mm-hmm.
So I did not, knowing that it was the fastest storm to form in history that we have evidence, like recorded evidence of or data of. So knowing that, all of a sudden Beryl was nothing, and then all of a sudden it was a Cat 5?
Mm-hmm.
How did it go from nothing to a Cat 5? It might have been Cat 4 to Cat 5, but how did it go from nothing to...
Yeah.
So to me, that was absolutely insane. And seeing the projected path, how similar it was to Ivan's path, I really didn't like people sharing that stuff on social media. Please don't do that, because that really sent my mind in a whole other place. But I think for me, because I wasn't here for Ivan, I only came 10 months later, so I didn't see the devastation. And the other hurricanes that we've had, the smaller ones, Cat 1 or 2s, it's been a different level of, like, I want to say excitement.
Yeah.
But when this one was coming, I was in full dread. I was scared.
Wow.
I actually even called my mom in Canada to be like, Mom, there's a really big hurricane headed here. Usually I don't say anything. So it's I think it was just a whole mix of, I know what this island went through. While I wasn't there to experience Ivan, I still know what it went through after. I remember everything, people telling me the trauma that they still carry from it. I just think it was knowing how crazy that storm was, seeing how vulnerable our islands are to even small tropical storms or heavy periods of rain. And we haven't had rain like we've had from a couple weeks ago. The rain right now is still not that. So I was freaking out about what was going to happen to Cayman. Like, are we just going to be completely washed over? I just did not know what to expect. My only solace being that I was going to be here at Radio Cayman, and knew I'd be okay in that sense. So,
is it the structure? Is it the support of the people? Is it both?
I think it's both. I think it's the just really thick concrete building. I feel like it is Fort Knox in the sense I have no sense of what's going on outside, right? No sense of daylight, night, whatever it is, right? I'm sure that's how you're feeling right now. You don't know what time it is.
Yeah, well,
I don't think you want to know.
Yeah, well, I've actually consciously went outside for that reason, and I'm glad you shared that with us, because I think those who either went through Ivan or like you heard about it, right? You know, we don't know what emotions controlled otherwise that may be welling up in someone. You're seeing things on social media. I stand corrected, but I'm sure history's going to prove me correct. That's going to be one of the worst things that Bill Gates and Fauci, 3 of the worst things the world has ever seen, right? But it's
Bill Gates?
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh my God, that'll be the... anyway, I mean, the first picture I saw him on one of the magazines, Evil Incarnate. No, it's just him. It's where, when we look at the way life is today, we're not sensitive that this thing that you're sharing may affect people in a very negative way. Luckily for you, you recognize what you were feeling and had, support. I wonder if there are many who were by themselves, not only physically, but they felt by themselves because the surrounding cast, weren't playing a supporting role. They were perhaps oblivious.
I think so. So I know with some of those people, a couple of my neighbors, for example, that I know are new to the island, haven't been here a full year. I know for them, for example, I've just checked in, like, you okay? Do you know that there's a storm coming? Are you prepared? Small things like that. And so you're right. They might have, some friends or little network here, but in that sense of, I know that you're still here alone, and I don't know what it's like to be here alone.
Yeah.
And while I have a different kind of family here at Radio Cayman, I know how much of a difference it can make in somebody just checking up on you in that sense. So
there's a difference between asking somebody how they're doing and genuinely asking somebody,
yeah,
how are you? And active listening is important, but being there. And we don't know what people are feeling. And there are many of us who, we have that strength, that resolve within us. But wouldn't it be much better if we had someone to help to carry the bucket of water who wants to?
Of course.
And as many callers have alluded to tonight, the thanks is to those people who go day in and day out and doing these things, but are we supportive of them? Are we recognizing within ourselves what is happening? So it's an interesting time in human history.
Sometimes I don't think we slow down enough to really appreciate what other people are doing. Take the time enough to understand the ins and outs of what other people have to do as well.
And I think you're right. And even when we do we actually, I wonder if that's me. You see it in others, but do you ask yourself? And when you do you act on it?
Right.
Do you take a few extra minutes and read that book, take that beach walk? Just say to somebody, no, not now, or no, not at all. We don't, or we rarely do, for whatever reason. Some could do more, some could more do.
Very true, very true. You and your gems. When you got a WhatsApp message here. Dwayne, you don't sleep? That's all I can see on it.
I do. And I will. Sleep is something I'm working on. And it's so unfortunate.
No sleep till Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So, Dwayne sleeps. He believes in sleep. He loves it, in fact.
Yeah.
No 4 hours for him. He wants, at least 7.5, 8 hours? What do you try to get, Dwayne?
Well, what I try to get and what I achieve isn't always the same, right? But
you see how he skirts around that question there. You know what you should... I feel like I know what your next career is going to be.
You think so?
Yes.
A judge in the Grand Court?
One who skirts around answering questions.
Dang, I don't think the governor...
There's a title for that, but...
Be careful, no one was listening.
Right?
Didn't you say we have a call?
I don't think so. We do have a call.
Yeah.
What? I didn't know we had a call. Nobody told me. We have a call.
You put a headset on?
I didn't have my headset on, that's why.
That's Catherine Miller. I'm not Catherine Miller. Welcome, thanks for calling.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
How are you?
Good. I don't know whether to say good morning or good night to all.
We don't know either. Dwayne doesn't know, so to be fair, you can say both to him.
Yep. You can tell us, man. You can tell us.
But Kathy may be, not telling you something. He probably had some chocolates or something,
You're telling me I should have chocolates for him?
Yeah, but listen to me. Just get the Swiss. You're American. You should just get Swiss.
Boy, you guys are rough.
Swiss chocolate.
Oh, my goodness.
So, regarding the chocolate, I just want you to know that Norma has been given strict instructions by me to bat it away from my hand, not to stock it anywhere near sight or reach of me. Reach isn't that hard. It's not hard for Dwayne either. So she can just put it like a couple on the top shelf and we won't be able to get it. So that's the story with chocolate. Dwayne is getting no chocolate from me because I will eat it first.
Yeah, or he would eat it first.
No, I'm going to be very selective with my chocolate. In fact, there was just a study that just came out. Good quality dark chocolate has been proven to assist with cholesterol, blood sugar, and some other things. I want to read it, but apparently it seems to be,
Nobody wants 90% bitter dark chocolate. Maybe you can have a little tiny corner of it and you're okay.
Yeah,
it does help.
Listen. They partly raise their children off of chocolate and milk and cheese. That's the Swiss and the Germans and the Austrians.
Yeah, but isn't that where chocolate milk come from? Brown cows?
Yeah, and they have a lot of white cows too. But anyway, we can get real now. Thank the good Lord, it's not quite past yet because down here in Northwest Point, it is really blowing. I would say about 15 knots an hour, and the rain has stopped. But thank the good Lord for pulling us through this far. I'm sure He'll continue to pull us through. And I want to thank Radio Cayman for all night and still going. And also we should not forget all the service people that has been out there and is in shelters and things like that. Sometimes you wonder if they're going to be there, but they're there.
Mm-hmm.
And also our own National Weather Service, the director, Mr. Tibbetts, Mr. Powery, I think his name is Kerry Powery, and Mr. Miller.
Yes,
They
Gilbert
were
Miller.
always- Sorry?
Gilbert Miller, he was on with me the other day, so yes.
Yeah, yes. But they were also on yesterday as well. And well, you guys,
We
would know that.
I'm so sorry. I really don't want to cut you off, so I'm asking if you could possibly call us back. But we just have Jevi on standby with the Director of Hazard Management. If we can just take Jevi first.
Good morning, Kathy and Sterling. I'm coming to you from the National Emergency Operation Center at the Government Administration Building. Kathy, you are 100% right. I have two persons anxiously awaiting to give updates, taking them one at a time, starting with the Director of Hazard Management, Miss Danny Coleman. Miss Danny, thank you so much for joining with us. We just heard briefly from you at the latest update, live press briefing update. Give us a quick rundown of where we are right now.
Thank you very much, Jevi, and of course, Radio Cayman. As you just heard, the all clear for the sister islands has been given. What's been, obviously, because the storm left them before Grand Cayman. So as a result, the damage assessment team has been out there for a couple of hours now, and again, the damage looks very minimal. We have been liaising with District Commissioner for some time, and again, everything seems very, very smooth. Shelters have been running fine and so forth. So that's why they are under the all clear. Of course, now we've got our teams out in Grand Cayman doing sort of a damage assessment, and of course the debris clearance people. You know, it definitely needs to be cleared. Any debris needs to be cleared before we can get people on the road. And of course the damage assessment, what actually is the damage, just for safety perspective. And of course, you know, if we need any emergency services doing evacuations or, you know, whatever that looks like, any kind of medical issue. But I think what we want to sort of, and again, the all clear will be given at some point once that assessment's been done. Today. But what's really important right now, again, is you know, the sort of secondary hazards that we like to talk about. I say we like to talk about them. We don't really like to talk about them, but I think it's an important thing that we do talk about them. And again, what happens with debris, what happens with the rusty nails on the road, what happens with, you know, people trying to get their houses back in order and all that. So I couldn't think of anyone better to speak to this than the CMO himself to talk about, you know, those secondary hazards and, again, what you have to do or to protect yourself. And just, again, be very, very careful. And just again, another pitch to everyone in Grand Cayman. Please, again, stay safe, stay at home until the all clear is given, and just know that we're working on this very, very much behind the scenes to get all those utilities back up and running where they might have been breached, and at least checked, and ensuring that they are actually fit for purpose. So on that note, I'm going to pass over to the very, very capable CMO, and again, thank you listeners for joining in today.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. As she said, we're going to now be speaking to the Chief Medical Officer in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Dr. Nick Gent. Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me a little bit about what this experience has been like for you. You're recently been appointed as the Chief Medical Officer. Is this your first hurricane or first hurricane with us?
Thank you for I've been here just over a year, and not my first hurricane. I've been in a Cat 5 hurricane elsewhere for 30 odd years before I came here. Part of my everyday job was leading disaster response support to many different places in the world. So I've been in conflict situations, clearing up after hurricanes, tsunamis, all these kind of things in the past. So a lot of useful experience, I hope, that I can help to bring to you.
Tell me a little bit about hazards post the hurricane. What should persons be looking out for, and what is your critical advice?
Okay. I think what we need to think about is the all clear isn't really an all clear. It's a stage in us restoring life. There will be very, very significant hazards after the all clear. What the all clear is permission to start restoring your life. And when the most significant risk to life is over, that's during the hurricane period, it's quite surprising, people might not know, this is the period in the 2 to 3 days after the hurricane's over where we're most likely to see injuries that are occurring as a result of severe weather events. We've got to remember there's still going to still be some strong winds. They're going to persist for many days, so there's still a persisting risk of flying debris. The roads will remain unsafe, poorer braking action with all the water on the road, poorer visibility due to continuing rain. So even after the all clear, we recommend people only undertake essential travel for the next few days. And the fact is that things have been moved around, so injuries from debris in unexpected places, causing falls, trip hazards, and penetrating injuries of feet and hands because when people go clearing up, things might be broken, things are in a different place, and they're just not expecting those. So taking good care and doing things slowly and carefully is really, really important. The injuries from DIY, not everybody's competent at do it yourself repairs, and people can cause injuries to themselves by not knowing how to use power tools. Please, please, please do not be using power saws, chainsaws and things like that unless you've got all the right kit and all the right equipment to be able to do that. And especially don't attempt to repair anything which is powered by mains electricity or is a gas-driven appliance unless you are a trained professional. One of the other most important thing is probably injuries from working at heights. People adopt unsafe ways of climbing to heights, onto roofs, particularly unanchored, unsupported ladders collapsing underneath them. And of course, if they are getting onto a roof to try to do repairs, they're going to be very slippery. They're dangerous places. And falls from heights are pretty unforgiving.
Dr. Gent, before you continue, I want you to finish. I do have some questions for you also, but at this time I want to send it back to the studio just for a quick news update. Then we will return to you and we can continue from there. So I'm going to head back to the studio now for the latest update from Radio Cayman.
No problem.
Yesterday, today,
always and forever.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands. From Radio Cayman's newsroom, this is Headlines. Local, regional, international news.
The Headline News is brought to you by Kirk Market and Health Services Authority.
With your latest news, I'm Karsley Fuller. The latest coordinates are down from the National Hurricane Center in Miami, Florida. It says the center of Beryl is moving away from Cayman. Current location is 19.0 degrees north, 82.6 degrees west. It's about 95 miles west-southwest of Grand Cayman. Max winds have decreased to 115 miles per hour. Present movement is west-northwest at about 18 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure is 971. Chief Meteorologist with the National Weather Service, Kerry Powery, tells Radio Cayman Grand Cayman is feeling those winds, and the showers haven't been hitting as hard yet.
For Grand Cayman especially, there's a lot of trees swaying, some brisk winds, strong winds. So the only thing that's missing is perhaps some heavy showers, some bouts of heavy showers that we are likely to experience in the spiral bands associated with Hurricane Beryl.
Mr. Powery is again urging folks to stay inside, even if the weather appears to be lightening up.
We're still quite close, and Beryl itself has attracted in spiral bands heavy showers, intense showers at times. Grand Cayman is likely to experience prolonged period of heavy showers in these spiral bands.
As you heard live right here on Radio Cayman, the Premier has touched base with the country this morning, providing an update on the situation in the sister islands, which have been given the all clear. The Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
They have already experienced what Beryl had to dish out to them, and we're so grateful that as the reports are coming in, they are so much less impactful than even the best forecasters signified. The initial damage assessment for Cayman, Brac and Little Cayman are minimal. There were some breaches in some parts of the road, and my team before the sun rose was out sending in reports and pictures that roads had been clean.
She says there were some intermittent power surges and outages in the sister islands, but those have been sorted in the Brac and almost fully repaired in Little Cayman.
Our National Emergency Operations Center has now given the official all clear for the sister islands. What does that mean? It means that Cayman, Brac and Little Cayman are now officially all clear. It does not mean Grand Cayman, as we're not out of the woods yet.
The stay-in-place advisory remains in place for Grand Cayman. Her Excellency the Governor, Jane Owen, says assessments are currently underway.
We've still got a fair amount of rain and some wind going on outside. We are sending out our crews now, so they are going to be going out. They're going to be looking at what the damage is. They're going to be looking at the roads to see how safe they are. They're going to be looking at the amount of debris we have, and they will be checking on other dangers such as power lines. So our message to you is we are going to do this work as quickly as possible, but please do stay inside, stay safe until we get the all clear for Grand Cayman as well.
The next executive meeting is scheduled for 12 p.m. today. And we've got an update for you now from the Director of the Water Authority, Julia Frederick Van Genren, on the restoration of piped water services in Grand Cayman.
Our priority right now for service restoration are the 2 hospitals in Georgetown. We do have to go through a number of steps to assess our pipelines, especially those on the coastal roads. We will do this as expeditiously as possible as soon as we get the weather clearance to have our staff on the roads. We will have crews working simultaneously in the eastern districts and in Georgetown area. We ask that your shut-off valve remain closed, as this will help us to expedite the restoration. As service is restored, please report any leaks that you may see, especially on the main line, to our emergency helpline, 949-4357. I repeat, 949-4357. Thank you for your patience as our crews work as quickly as possible to restore services. It will help Water Authority and other utilities if you do stay at home so that traffic is reduced while we carry out these assessments. In Cayman Brac, the process to restore piped water services to the South Side Road area is underway. We are very thankful that our Cayman Islands have been spared the brunt of Hurricane Beryl's wrath.
And power appears to still be off to about 3,300 customers across Grand Cayman, mostly in North Side and East End. That's your latest news. I'm Karsley Fuller.
From Radio Cayman's newsroom, this is Headlines. Local, regional, international news.
The Headline News is brought to you by Kirk Market and Health Services Authority.
At Kirk Market, it's so easy to eat well and find healthy options. With their fresh veggies from local farmers, hormone-free chicken, local seafood, and grass-fed meats, Kirk Market has delicious, quality food at the best prices. And you must check out their fresh salad bar, hot bar, and med bar for daily healthy options on the go. Their delicious dishes are made with fresh, high-quality ingredients such as prime meats and organic veggies. Eating great is important to me. That's why Kirk Market is my store. Kirk Market. Eat well, live well, and shop happy.
HSA's Urgent Care Clinic is now open 7 days per week to serve you better. Visit our dedicated team at Urgent Care Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and weekends and public holidays, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. No appointment necessary. If you are experiencing non-life-threatening symptoms and conditions such as the cold and flu, sprains and cuts, earaches, nausea and vomiting, visit Urgent Care's walk-in clinic at the main entrance of the Georgetown Hospital, now open every day. At HSA, we are committed to caring for you.
Radio station. Radio Cayman is the voice of the Cayman Islands.
RC. There's another one. Good morning. I'm doing some selfies in the studio here with OC and with Sterling. This is Kathy Miller. I'm in studio here with the 2 legends that were talking all night and bringing us through this storm. Thank you guys. Now that I have you both in the studio with me right now, thank you for both carrying everybody through. All those messages coming in saying thank you has been absolutely incredible. Oh, I think we still have Jevy
Jevy's standing by to chatting with the CMO, right? Am I right?
Yes, that's right. I'm
Sorry,
standing
Jevy.
by. Thank you so much. I wanted to make sure we caught the news. I am joined by Dr. Nick Gent, the Chief Medical Officer in the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Just before we took the news break, Dr. Gent was explaining to us some of the hazards and concerns that we should have post Hurricane Beryl, as it has now passed Cayman, and we are now getting into those final stages. My apologies for the interruption, Dr. Gent. Back over to you.
No problem at all. Yeah, just before the top of the hour, when before the news, I was trying to make sure people understood that the all clear is a permission to get to restoring life, not to go ahead and carry on as if as if there were no remaining hazard. We know we've still got strong winds. We know we've still got flying debris. We know the roads are still unsafe. I particularly wanted people to be aware of the fact that they should be careful about DIY repairs, power tools that they're not familiar with using, especially chainsaws. Please, we don't want any nasty injuries at this stage, just as everything's getting back to normal. And people shouldn't attempt DIY repairs that they're not capable of, particularly where it involves mains electricity or gas. But there are other things that we also need to be careful of. As the floodwaters subside, we're going to be seeing, I'm sure, issues of potential contamination of land around people's properties. Overloaded drains may spill sewage materials, and there may be other things which have been spilt during the hurricane. And people are going to potentially worry about those, and I can understand that. Fortunately, most spilt sewage from the drains is not going to be a particular hazard to us. The very large amount of water in some ways comes to our rescue. It disperses hazardous bacteria and viruses fairly quickly, and when the sun comes back out, we get very good strong ultraviolet light here, which very rapidly decontaminates the surface or the grounds around us. However, we may be left with unsightly material, sewage material lying on the surfaces, and people may quite reasonably want to remove that and restore a nice, clean environment to themselves. I'd suggest that people err on the side of caution, wear a good pair of household rubber gloves that proprietary brands, I think there were Marigolds in the UK. I don't know what the brand name is in the Cayman Islands. A good stout pair of rubber gloves. Pick up materials, either flush them down through the drains or place them into a domestic waste bag, and they can go out with the domestic waste. But afterwards, err on the side of caution. A good wash of the hands using detergent or soap and water to make sure you're nice and clean, particularly as you're going on to handle foodstuffs and the like afterwards. And on the foodstuffs, if you have got any spoilt foodstuffs because they've been caught up in flood waters, it's also a good time to dispose of those kinds of things. So just be safe, just be sensible, use common sense. There is one other hazard I really do want to talk to people about, and that is please do not use any gas, petrol or diesel electricity generators or pumps inside the house. They rapidly generate large quantities of carbon monoxide. You don't get any warning of carbon monoxide poisoning. It's quick, and by the time you're unwell, you've almost certainly got a lethal dose of carbon monoxide. So please, nothing driven by petrol, diesel or gas as generators or pumps inside a house, please. There is no safe way to use those. And having come through the storm so successfully with what appears to be so few injuries, let's make sure this next phase we all stay safe, please.
So I want to go back to what you were mentioning about contaminated flood water and as well as the carbon monoxide poisoning. Carbon monoxide is often odorless, if I'm not mistaken.
It is
and
odorless.
so that can contribute to the rapid onset of symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning.
You won't know you're exposed, and by the time you get any symptoms, you'll be unconscious within seconds and dead shortly afterwards. So please, we don't want to see those accidents.
In terms of contaminated flood water, as people are going through their cleanups, it may seem as something that is easy to overlook. And can you explain what kind of contaminants are usually seen through flood waters and why this is such a concern?
Yeah, we might occasionally get some things which are spilt, like household chemicals. We might get some fuel spilt. It's again, usually they'll have been dispersed. If these are insignificant amounts of flood water, they will have been dispersed. But if we're not sure, adding plenty more water, getting a hose pipe on things, and dispersing things, dispersing is a very, very good way of making things safe. In terms of the sewage, the kinds of things we'd see are the normal food poisoning bacteria, the salmonellas, the shigellas, the E. coli bacteria. We don't have any unusual infectious diseases in the Cayman Islands in that respect that would pose a particular hazard. I know we have seen in other parts of the Caribbean some of the more exotic enteric infections. We don't expect to see those. And again, because they'll have been dissolved and dispersed, I really don't expect there to be any problems there. Where we might get problems is where we've got limited water supplies in people's home and maintaining personal hygiene, particularly around food preparation. That's where there may be some difficulties. But people have to remember, be safe, be clean, make sure that they know how to prepare food well and safely, wash hands, wash surfaces that you're going to be, preparing foods on. Make sure foods are properly reheated before they're eaten. All those good rules that we all know.
So before you go, I want to just hear from you a little bit more. What we've been speaking about is the personal hygiene side of things, the personal responsibility side of things. Talk to me from a ministry perspective. What are the Ministry of Health and Wellness doing now as we enter that final phase of Hurricane Beryl?
Well, we're supporting all the other parts of government. We're an active part of the National Emergency Operations Centre. We're assessing hazards as they're coming up. We're warning and informing people through messages like this, but also working with other departments to make them aware of hazards and what they can do to help to manage those hazards or minimise the risk from those hazards. It's a team effort, and I have to say it's very, very impressive seeing the way that the Cayman government has developed its emergency response systems to support people, the way that voluntary agencies are working, the way that people like the regiment and the fire and rescue and police and the emergency medical services, incredibly efficient, incredibly well coordinated, and doing a very good job to support people. But ultimately, we rely on people's own good sense to remain safe and to continue to be safe. And we'll give as much information as to how to do that as we can. And thank you very much for listening to those messages that you've had from me just now. We will be putting those out for people to read on through other media sources.
And what should people do if they're just concerned, or they have questions, or they're not sure? What should be their first course of action, and how can they get in contact with your ministry or the correct relevant department or agency?
Well, we do have email access to us, and all our contact details are on the website. Please use those. Please contact us. It might be something that you're asking for a group or for the population, saying, hey, I've got this problem. I know a few other people on my WhatsApp groups have. Please, can you help us with that? It might be one-off individual things, but use those contacts that are there on the website.
Thank you so much. That is Dr. Nick Jens. He is the Chief Medical Officer in the Ministry of Health and Wellness. At this time, that is all for me at the Government Administration Building here from the National Emergency Operations Center. There will be more updates throughout the day, and that information will be provided as it becomes available. But for right now, that is it for me, Jevy Ebanks, Radio Cayman News.
All right, and welcome back to Radio Cayman. I'm Kathy Miller, and I'm in studio with Orrit Connor, OC as we all know him as, and with Sterling Dwayne Ebanks. Thank you so much, Debbie, for sharing those interviews, both with Danielle Coleman and with Nick Gent. Nick, I haven't seen you in so long. Miss you here at Radio Cayman. Hope to see you soon, and hope it's on more positive notes. That's what I want to say for sure, although I think we've definitely come out of Hurricane Beryl on a very positive outlook. You'd agree, right, Dwayne? I know you would agree. We've been saying yes.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's about taking, as Dr. Gent said, and others, I mean, Dr. Julia, the Water Authority Director, but, both as, here at the cluster, we'll learn lessons from this. We'll improve on our resilience and resourcefulness, and then, if we face something else, or whether that's a few years from now, or hopefully not for a long time, but certainly not again for the season, we'll know what to draw on, what works and what's better.
Okay, well, look at that.
Mm-hmm.
We got to cut you off right now, Dwayne. I'm sorry.
Good time, man. Good time. Better than me than a caller.
We do have a caller online with us right now. Good morning. Thank you for calling Radio Cayman.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Good morning. How are you?
I am fine. How are you this morning?
Good, thank you.
Just calling to say thank you guys very much. Dwayne, I spent the whole night with you.
Oh, Dwayne. I don't know if you want to rephrase that, ma'am.
No, listen, girl, you say that, girl, because...
You say that again.
Yeah, you say that again. I hope people heard it too.
Yeah, but I didn't know one man could be with so many people in one night, but anyhow.
Oh, you see your friends, man?
We are definitely going to clip and save that as a promo.
Oh, my God.
Listen, just want to say thanks to you guys there at Radio Cayman. It was very reassuring to have your presence with us. Especially, you're not just in a presence. You are the voices coming from the People's Radio Station, from the Cayman Islands government, who we are trusting and relying on at this crucial time. And so it's not just in a news broadcast. It is the official news broadcast. And I just want to say thank you for your selflessness to be there. People can always find an excuse when they're ready, so that they don't have to do something that they should do. And it takes a very selfless person to be away from their family at a time like this, and to be there for the benefit of everybody else. And amongst the heroes that needs to be sung today, it's you guys there at Radio Cayman, every single one of you. And I just want to say thanks also to the emergency services, who I don't know how active that their night were, but I do know that they were there for us. I just want to say thank you also. And, to the Premier and the New York, everybody who played a role in helping to keep us safe, not just last night, but in the days preceding, continuing to issue the warnings, and they encourage us to get out there, get it done, get what we need, get back inside, and to stay inside once we were inside. And so this morning, I just want to say thank you, and thank you, Jesus. Amen?
Amen.
Amen. And to you and prayer warriors, you, Honorable Premier, petitions, made purposeful, can have a meaningful impact.
Yeah, I think one of the most beautiful things I ever heard was the Premier's prayer for the country.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's one of the most commented things on the chat groups that I am a part of, and even with, just the personalized chats between individuals. I think that the Premier praying gives the country an added reassurance. And I know that there are a lot of people that were praying for her, and praying for you guys, praying for the country, And I just want to tell her thanks also for being obedient to the whisper of God at that time to pray then in Jesus' name. And so many thanks to her as well for being the servant of God that she is, for choosing to be the servant of God that she is, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And today now we find ourselves, we are here in my neighborhood of Birchfield. You know, it's flat calm now. People shouldn't mistake that as being an all clear. That's not an all clear. But I can tell you happily that there are just a couple of lighter limbs in my immediate neighborhood that have broken down. No big trees across the road or anything at this time. And as soon as we get up to go out and check, you'll know better about what happened more out in the Savannah area and stuff, Green, because you know exactly where this is I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, it looks like Birchfield came out of it pretty good.
Well, that's good, man. The mercies prevail. And thank you, too, for all you do, and we're hopeful to have you join us again, all right?
Oh, I think you can rephrase that. I think you can say, you know, I hope you'll enjoy spending the night with me again.
No, I was going to say I hope to have you in the studio again, but I didn't want to say that. You guys are just rough, man.
You know, she forgot all about OC then. She zoomed in on you right there, Dwayne. So I'm just going to say.
I was spending the night together and talk about, come in the studio. It's like, oh my God, how much more personal is this going to get? But anyway.
Well, you guys are rough, boy.
I was just repeating what you had said, which was a great humor. Thank you.
Take care. You know.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
An amazing lady with intellect, but
absolutely
incredible sense of humor. So we have some more calls.
I think we have one more caller.
And then a break or something?
And then we'll go for a break. I know Paul's looking at me like, no, Kathy.
That's what he said, call in a break, right?
You know, it's always call them break.
Yeah.
Good morning. Thanks for calling Radio Cayman.
Good morning, Kathy. It's Roy, Leader of the Opposition. How are you?
Excellent, Roy. How are you, Mr. McTaggart?
Very, yeah.
Keeping it professional here.
Yes. Listen, I'm anything but professional this morning. I haven't slept very much.
I can imagine, yeah.
Neither has Dwayne or OC, really.
But I just want, I think it's, I don't know where to start, really, in terms of singing the praises that need to be sung for how we have come through this and all the preparation and efforts that have been put into making the country ready for this hurricane. I think we've been very fortunate. We have been spared, what could have been a very devastating blow from the hurricane. And I think of all of the, first responders who have given up all of their time these past days, and especially overnight, to make sure that they were there for our people. Mm-hmm. I don't even want to start saying thank yous because I know I'm going to miss people out from it. But I mean, they have to be recognized and thanks for all that they have done to keep us safe, Kathy. And I want to look at it too briefly from another side, and that is from our people's standpoint as well. They have responded, and they have listened, I think, by and large, to instructions and taking them well. They have prepared for this hurricane, and I think that has contributed to a good extent to the fact that I'm not hearing any reports of significant damage anywhere on the island. I've seen some photos of what I'm told is Windsor Village, where once again there has been, damage there, but nothing much more. And I hope that really is the case throughout the island with regard to, the property damage. And, people have cooperated and they've made themselves ready, availed themselves of all the information that they could, and they have acted responsibly in preparing for the hurricane. And I think, we're all waiting now for the all clear for Grand Cayman. And then, we'll try, the cleanup then begins. Because as I've looked around, particularly in my neighborhood, there are leaves and branches that are down that have to be cleared up. But within my electoral constituency of Georgetown East, I know that the road, the South Sound Road, is littered with sand and debris that has washed up. But I have to say, thanks be to God. I mean, the one area that I worry about the most every time we have a rain event is Randite Gardens. And the reports that I'm getting out of there this morning is that it is not bad. The fact that the culvert in South Sound was opened and flowing and draining water, and the government installed a pump and drainage there, has really contributed to a successful outcome there today. There is still water, but I'm sure in a short while it will mostly have been drained away. And, the people will be able to get up and about their normal business very shortly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that. Well, hopefully that's the case. As you said, just the road in South Sound is kind of covered in debris and sand, so that might not be that might be right now the only kind of roadway that won't be safe to access. But I guess we'll know more once we do get the all clear, which we do not have for Grand Cayman, as you had mentioned.
Yes. No, but I'm sure once they make, I know that once they make that examination, go out and inspection, they do all the inspections, that we will hear more from them.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then I know that I'm a member of the National Hazard Management Executive, so that we've been called to a meeting at 12 o'clock, and so we'll get a full debriefing at that time as to what the lay of the land is, throughout Grand Cayman. And I we corresponded briefly with Mr. Kirkconnell in the Brac overnight, and know that there were no real issues there as well. They were out without electricity for a few hours, but that everything's been restored there, is my understanding.
Mr. McTaggart, I want to ask, how different did you think this conversation this morning might have gone had circumstances been a little bit different?
Oh, I think it could have been a disaster for us. And I think that's why, government knew that, that could be a possibility, and why they went, took a different approach, what I see, as to how they handled this and how the civil service responded in preparing, not just themselves, but helping to prepare the country for it. I've never seen communication that was as consistent and as good a quality as what you have seen come out of the government this week.
I would have to agree.
It has been phenomenal, and they deserve full credit for it. And I not failed myself to mention that. And when we meet, it's been incredible, and they have been responsive whenever we have asked for anything. And we ran out of plywood on Monday. On Tuesday, they deliver pallets more for us.
Yeah.
That sort of response has just been phenomenal in helping our people to make themselves ready for the hurricane. So yeah, it could truly have been different. And I think the fact that we were prepared and has really made the difference. That this is a blueprint for the way forward in dealing with future hurricanes.
Yes.
Everybody banded together. And
absolutely.
I think that was another sentiment that was expressed earlier.
Pardon?
There was a sentiment expressed earlier by a couple of callers actually saying they really loved, they appreciated how government and the opposition came together to just provide solutions and try to do the best that we can do all together as a team to get through this. So,
and that's it. That's what, some situations like this transcend politics, Kathy.
Yes.
And, you got to come together and do what's right for the people and for the country. And that's certainly shown through on this, this week with everyone involved, not just the political element, but all the civil service, public service, everything. It worked like clockwork. I'm sure there were hiccups behind the scenes, but we certainly didn't see it in public. And, there's a lot of thanks and grateful hearts this morning as a result of all that has been done.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. McTaggart. Gentlemen, did you want to add on to anything that you had said, or?
Well, just the question that you asked,
how different could that conversation have been?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think it is important for us not to become complacent now, because some people will use the argument, oh gosh, we made all of this preparation and nothing happened, and we need to think the other way around and say, I was prepared if something serious really happen.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree
and
with
I agree
you.
with you completely, OC. In line with that, it just hit me as you were speaking and saying what you did. I would have to encourage everyone who took plywood and used it to save it. We are just through 1 month of a 6-month hurricane season. I can feel confident that we are likely to be threatened again or have a more direct strike. And we may not have access to the amount of plywood that we have had for this one. So please, I hope people won't sell it. I hope they won't throw it away. I hope that they will keep it and reuse it if the opportunity is needed later this season.
Please don't throw it away. Feel free to bring it to me. I would appreciate plywood. So there's that solution right there. But yeah, I agree that we shouldn't sit around being like, oh man, I got prepared and that was kind of a waste. It absolutely was not a waste. I know this was the most scared I've been, and to get not knowing how to, you have guidance on how to prepare, right? We go to caymanprepared.ky for that guidance in case we don't know. But still going through those motions, which seemed to go very, very slow for me, I still wasn't sure, is everything okay? Am I going to see everything, if I return home? Is there a home to return to? I just didn't know what to expect. And again, I'm not trying to sound dramatic. It's just you don't know what to expect. Yes. And that kind of prep for me, that little exercise, thankfully we weren't hit as bad as it really, really could have been. And we all really need to recognize that. But that little exercise alone has got me into the point of, okay, I do know what I have to do in case something comes up in a couple more weeks again. What's the next step for me to take? How can I be even better prepared? And there will be no slacking around here as far as I'm concerned. So I appreciate those sentiments.
That's good. Well, that's good to know. Yes. I hope everyone will take it as seriously as you do too, Kathy. I mean, we have to. We can never ignore it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Any closing thoughts you wanna leave with us, Mr. McTaggart?
No, I just want to thank my people too in my district for their cooperation, for keeping in contact with me, and I wish them well as they everyone's going to start to clean up as soon as I get the all clear. I'm going to be out in the neighborhoods looking to see what assistance is needed with clearing up, and see what we can do to help with any of that.
Wonderful.
So that's the next phase for us as we go through this, to get things back to normal.
Right, now it's helping everybody else get through it, get through the cleanup. That part, it's not quite over yet for us. So
no, that's true.
Thank you so much for calling us this morning and joining us.
If you could ask, Mr. Leader, you still there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
We heard the Premier earlier, on our show, talk about once we have overcome our situation here, and she's been in contact with leaders in the Eastern Caribbean as well as Jamaica, and us reaching out to help our fellow brothers and sisters. Your reaction to that, and would something like that garner your support?
Absolutely would have my support, OC. She mentioned that yesterday when we were meeting, and I was really grateful to hear that and to know that she was in contact with them. While I don't think that there is at this point likely to be any need for us to seek any help or anything from any of our Caribbean neighbors at this point in time. Next time it could be a different situation altogether, and there's always the opportunity for us to render assistance to some of our Caribbean brethren in their countries. And I think that we do that, particularly with regard to the use of the police helicopters. We send it there to Turks and Caicos, and we've done it to BVI to assist them. So that help is already, I think, well established, certainly from our end. And I'm glad to hear that the other Caribbean nations speak of it as well, and seek to make sure that they can enlist each other's assistance when in time of need.
Certainly. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much, Mr. McTaggart. We appreciate you calling in.
And I thank you for taking my call too. I've enjoyed talking with you this morning.
As always. Thank you.
Okay. Bye now.
Goodbye. All right. Well, I love hearing from our different representatives, the people throughout all three islands, giving us an update, letting us know what's going on, their sentiments as Hurricane Beryl is pretty much past us, you know, how they're feeling. So, you know, it could have been a totally different conversation that we would be having right now.
As you were sharing, I was just thinking, I know we got a break to take, that, you know, what if it was a different thing? You know, what if this was a Paloma and Ivan, or even, you know, we may say, oh, just agree it's a tropical storm. But we saw the impact then. You know, it could be a lot worse.
Yeah.
So, and Mr. McTaggart, you know, for future show, hopefully he'll come on. But what he spoke to, that sense of cooperation, collaboration, what's good for the country and its people.
Yeah, community.
You know,
yeah.
Yes. Putting aside, as he shared, you know, partisan politics, you know, to make sure that people's interest and safety comes first, you know.
Absolutely.
That's paramount.
Absolutely. Let's go to a commercial break on that note.
All right.
Cayman Islands, your input can shape our future. Plan Cayman needs your input on the updated planning statement to create a sustainable community for everyone. Help shape Cayman's future by participating in public consultations with the Central Planning Authority and the Ministries for Planning and Sustainability. Together, we can build a thriving Cayman. For details and to find the meeting closest to you, visit plancayman.ky. Your voice matters. Let's plan Cayman together.
Hello there, this Obadiah. I hope everybody doing all right today. Well, my darling gone on a little trip foreign. Says she need a little fun with her girlfriends. So, while she gone, I'm going to surprise and paint our bedroom with that new light green color. She wanted to match with them pretty curtains she bought. You know I gotta keep my darling happy. I'm going down TCE Paint Shop right now and get some of that good Sherwin-Williams quality interior paint. Talk about some good stuff. Mr. Thomas said they have over 1,500 colors you can choose from, and they mix it right at the paint shop for you too. I can't wait to see the look on my darling face when she come back from her little trip.
TCE Paint Shop, located on 27 Godfrey Nixon Way. They also stock painting supplies for your convenience. Call them at 943-0565 if you have any questions.
Where the warm winds blowing and the rivers flowing
Looking for a fresh and flavorful experience in Georgetown? Look no further than the Farmers and Artisans Retail Market. Start your day with a refreshing smoothie or coconut water straight from the source. Hungry for more? Healthy lunches to carry you through the day, and choose from their seasonal local produce from okra, kale, peppers, breadfruit, and so much more. The healthy way to make your home cooking experience grand. Bring home a touch of island flavor with a variety of homemade jams, jellies, and sauces, from breakfast, lunch to dinner, and every snack in between. Indulge in clean, green eating at the Farmers and Artisans Retail Market. Swing by today to savor the essence of local goodness.
Looking to make house cleaning more fun? Hire My Kanda Cleaners. They offer the best rates on the island for cleaning services, including office, home, school, and industrial. You can book for a daily, weekly, bi-weekly, or one-time cleaning, and they provide huge discounts for recurring jobs and offer packages with monthly payments. Their vision is to provide you with a peaceful and healthier environment so you can be more productive at what you do best. Call or WhatsApp My Kanda Cleaners at 326-3379 for your free quote today. They provide friendly, courteous, trusted, honest, and the best customer service.
Thinking about what to do on this hot summer day for little or no cost to you? Head over to the new Shoreline iMap to find the closest public shoreline access point. Then grab your sunscreen and head to the shore. Use the new Shoreline iMap today at gov.ky/shoreline. Mango season, you gotta love it. The Cayman Islands National Museum is pleased to feature Lokia, the family-friendly Mango Fest at the museum, Saturday, July 6, from 4 to 8 p.m. Purchase mangoes and other products by local artisans and specialty vendors. Local food, live music, mango peeling, and eating competition. Take in all the sweet and unique flavors of the long, round, Julie mango, and so many more. Look ya at the museum on the waterfront. Saturday, July 6th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Look ya is proudly sponsored by the Cayman Islands Department of Tourism.
This is Radio Cayman.
Then, now, forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Bambino, the Sultan of SWAT. Way above all the thunder.
The People's Radio Station.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Cayman. I'm Kathy Miller and I'm in studio with Oric Connor and Sterling Dwayne Ebanks. These two legends spoke from 7 o'clock last night. Dwayne hasn't stopped. They've had little breaks here and there. But yeah. Dwayne really hasn't stopped. OC had maybe about a 2-hour break there, and now he did not sleep. I can tell you that. He was on the other side of the window, still staring in here. Right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And, what I was thinking back to, what the Premier said and the opposition leader, and the idea that, we're all individually going, but going collectively would make the country move forward, and not just better, but positively. Mm-hmm. And it's not unlike our lack of sleep sometimes to achieve something that we want. Studying for that exam because we're cramming for it as opposed to be consistent throughout the term. And these are lessons that we can learn, as he said, he gave the government kudos. I'll be mindful, but I'm inclined to say, why can't we do that all every day, You go in there and you keep each other in check, but you support each other, not because you're giving high fives and you're singing Kumbaya, but you're doing what's, best for the country.
Mm-hmm. Well, because a lot of people don't like to be kept in check, Dwayne.
Mm-hmm. They should talk to my daddy.
Or me.
And the thing is, that's what the general populace want. They want people, the politicians, to work together, even though the purists will say, hey, we're in the type of political system that we're in, it's adversarial. By its own nature, it's adversarial. But the people would prefer to see politicians working together than opposing each other.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, absolutely.
Many hands make light work. Mm-hmm. Do we have a call? I just want to make sure I didn't hear.
Yeah, we do have a call. See, I'd be like,
I could feel it. You see,
I could see it, but I think Paul just neglected to tell us. Yeah. Good morning. Thanks for calling Radio Cayman.
Yeah, hello, welcome.
Good morning. Hello.
Is it me?
Is it us?
We're getting some rain again. It's starting to rain in the Lower Valley area again.
Is that the Eurythmic songs? Here comes the rain again.
No caller. Caller's gone. Maybe the caller was not even there ever in the first place. I know Paul said definitely there was somebody there. He was just enjoying his chocolate, which Paul has.
Oh, that's what he's hiding.
Dude. Nobody needs to look at me or Norma anymore. It is definitely Paul.
The other day, right, he has some nice chocolate and he shows it to us. And I'm thinking, really?
And he's like, no, this is from Trinidad. Yeah. And then he runs in his little corner somewhere in the room and he eats it. And
what's he got to tackle him soon?
It's from Trinidad. I brought it specially.
I hold him, see you hit him. No, but so I'm told we're going to go to 11 and then we take a little break, or should we just go straight through to the all clear is done? Kath, what do you think? Because you'll come back to talk today, right?
Well, so you lost your bet, because what time did you say, 11?
No, I said midday, the all clear will be given.
Well, they meet at midday to have a little powwow.
Technicality, so they have declared it at midday.
So I think I'm going to win the bet.
Yeah.
I said 1.
You said 1, so I think you're going to be correct. When it's announced, it's going to be decided at midday. So we're both wrong, but right. See, this is how arguments are won. We're building consensus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm just right. But
No, you're right. It's going to be announced, I think, as you shared. It's going to be decided at midday meeting.
Right.
And then announced.
So the sister islands have an all clear, but Grand Cayman does not have the all clear as yet. Yeah. We do have a caller online. Paul's being honest this time.
It's probably because he can talk. He got chocolate in his mouth.
He was too busy enjoying that. Good morning. Thanks for calling Radio Cayman.
Good morning. Good morning to the panel. Good morning to OC.
Good morning.
OC, you got a special shout out.
Yeah. You guys doing a very good job. I heard a lot of people saying that they felt very comfortable being able to listen to the radio and being kept up to date. So you guys did a very good job. But I swear, OC, I saw you this morning on the bicycle. Now I'm making my second trip. I'm going to carry gas now. Somebody ran out of gas, and there's no gas in East End.
Wow.
So I'm headed to East End with a tank of gas. And yes, it's raining in your area. So if you want me, I can stop in and pick up all those nice fruits that I know is on the ground.
And then bring them back to us.
No, I'll go and sell them back to him later. Like those guys with the coconut water. They come in your yard, take your coconut and sell it to you for $25 a gallon. But I got a lot of quite a few calls saying that it was nice that I didn't know you guys was on all night, but until I was told that they listened to you guys almost right straight through the night. So I guess there's a lot of government-sponsored coffee that went down last night.
Oh, this is OC special stash boy. But at least it's not a Kool-Aid.
All right, guys, be safe.
All right, you too.
Also, you need to hurry get home.
Tell us what you're seeing on the road.
Well, I'm the only one police car.
That's good. Okay.
No, yeah. It look like people are kind of doing what they say. People are staying home. I don't see any vehicles on the road.
Seeing some photos coming out of East End.
Yeah.
How's the situation up there?
Yeah, I do see one vehicle here.
Is there a lot of debris on the road? Do you see a lot of damage or?
I'm heading to my property.
Okay.
I think he's
You're cutting out a little bit. Yeah.
Connection. He didn't pay his bill.
All right.
Be careful and be safe. All jokes aside, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And thank you. A good spirit who's trying to help others as a good Samaritan. So.
Absolutely.
All right. And that's what people want, to be able to assist. But as he shared, people look like they're doing what they should right now until, of course, he's not. But that's okay. And
he might be having an essential pass to do so. Right.
He does. He's the Lord Mayor of East End.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I think I'd be careful because until I don't have my job. Mm-hmm. All right.
We got another call, I believe. Yes. Good morning. Thank you for calling Radio Cayman.
Good morning, gentlemen and lady. How are you all doing?
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
How are you?
How are you?
Well, I'm fine. See, I can tell you, you're some debris down there on Discover Drive, so I can tell you that much. I'm actually kind of cheating a little bit where I've started my review of going through my constituency, so we have some work to do.
I saw some of the photos that you sent.
Yeah, well, I put out in your group chat group to show.
Yes.
But Old Yard Lane has a 3 blocks across it. The good news is that Old Yard Lane actually has another way in which you can go around, so that's not so bad.
Okay.
We got Lemon Road as a low-line utility cord across it. I think it's probably maybe cable and wireless, but it's definitely not TUC line. It's definitely one of those other probably telephone operators and so forth. The one I'm actually worried about is Dominican Drive at the back of Northward. But there's a development in the back, but there's a tree that's actually blocking people from the side from coming out. So that's one of the first roads that we definitely will have to clear. So at least the people that live in the back there will be able to get out. Grenada Close also has a low utility line. Again, it looks like one of the telephone operators and so forth. But all in all, it's mostly debris and green stuff across the road. You know what I mean? Nothing to kind of really worried. I mean, the good news about it, a lot of people are prepared. And the one thing I really want to give thanks to is actually the new building code. It has actually made a big difference, especially for the development in my community, the Bristolite, and also the Savannah Haven. So those are built to code. But I can tell you, there's still a lot of rain that's coming. I've looked at the sea down at Beach Bay. It's extremely rough. And Squatter Lake, which is normally an area that has a lot of flood, they have actually fared well so far. And also in the Savannah Guard, they have also fared well so far in terms of flooding. There's a kind of a pond down there that I kind of watch a lot just to make sure. So overall, I mean, there's still a lot of lessons, but as Mr. Roy said, you know, people who prepared, I mean, keep the lumber. We've got 5 more months left to go in the hurricane season. September is normally the peak hurricane season. So, I mean, we have not passed September yet, and normally for me, is until September passes is when I would start maybe exhaling a little bit. I mean, but I mean, thus far, it's just most of the trees and a lot of mangoes and a lot of breadfruit get blown down. But I mean, overall, I think a lot of people prepared. I think the heat wave that we were getting earlier in the month kind of put people on guard that this was going to be a rough season.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because it was hot as hell. But hey, but like I said, I really have to give Minister J and the NRA team a lot of work. They have helped me a lot with the flooding in my area. So places that we'll have a lot of flooding before, that has been mitigated. And I mean, I can't thank the Premier enough in terms of supply that they have supported out there. And the one good thing I can tell you that came out of this is, again, the level of camaraderie. I mean, I ran out of fly one time, and you know, McKeever, you know, sent me fly all the way from West Bay.
Wow.
Kenneth sent me fly from Georgetown until I was able to get some more fly. You know what I mean? And I know they have need to, but you know, it just goes to show that this is not a time to play politics. You know what I mean? And when you can have, you know, government members helping other opposition members and so forth, that's always good. But I mean, so far, I mean, the roads have been pretty empty. So people are definitely listening and not getting into the all clear.
That's good to know. Good to know. I was going to ask about that. Yes.
You know, I've seen a regiment out. I've seen the police out. I've seen CUC vehicle out. So the inspections are being done. So I just want to use this opportunity before the road starts to get pack up to at least get a look around. None tuck it down in Beach Bay. They definitely need some clearing there. But I mean, overall, I think it's something that we as a community can pretty much manage. But definitely the one for Old Yard Lane and Dominic and Drive and back and northward is definitely going to need some power saws and some power tools. So I'm going to see if I can grab a couple of my guys and pretty early and see if we can start at least getting that, get those ones out of the way done. There's one house along Beryl Drive that lost some shingles. So one of my guys is already heading there. Actually, he's there right now dealing with that. And then we see what we can directly do. But like I said, we've got 5 more months to go. This is not a time for us to be complacent. We have to work together as a team and everything else. But kudos to everybody involved. The communication has been well. You know what I mean? And the community really came together. And that's all you can ask for when these things happen.
Yes, and you know, I'm sure that everyone's appreciative, you know, of the work that you have done and continue to do, you know, as well. And you know, sometimes if people were to follow these social media posts that people put out there, and if you didn't know any different, you know, you would believe what they're saying. But they need to know that those persons whose lives you've touched by, you know, assisting them in one way or the other, they know better.
Unfortunately, Ochi, human nature, you'll all have mischief within our community. I mean, that has always been, we're not going to get around that. I mean, that is as clear as day. There's a lot of, they say the devil find work for islands or that kind of stuff. I honestly, I've seen it, and I know the Premier and many others in the political field have seen it. And in this business, you just have to learn to ignore it. I mean, okay, Nature Circle is definitely this. I'm on my last part of Beach Bay. Nature Circle going for a little bit more, not as bad as I thought it would be, because there's a lot of green around here. But yeah, sorry about that. But what I'm saying is that we don't pay those things any mind. You always have the mischief and so forth. You can't get around that. And one thing I've learned is that the Caymanian people have way more sense than people actually give us for. And we're no fools. You know what I mean? So it is what it is most of the time. You know what I mean? And the community and everyone is beginning to see that. But I can tell you, a lot of people are their hands on deck. I think all the MPs, kudos to them, I've known for a fact that all of them did work, really good work, and they did as best as they could. I mean, it is still a large island. I mean, I have over 1,000 homes in my community. I have over 100 roads in my community. You know what I mean? You will never have enough resources, period.
Yeah.
But like I said, the planning, the new building code has helped. There are two developments literally that, you know, we didn't have to go and put resources there because of the planning code, which was the Bristol Heights and also the Savannah Haven. The Haven in just after past Woodland Drive there.
Mm-hmm.
So that actually helped, you know what I mean? And we were able, but one thing is for certain is that we just need to make sure that we remain vigilant and that we just be prepared, because you can never over prepare. You know what I mean? And I think that really was one of the blessings. I mean, I've always said that the Cayman Islands is a very blessed place, and we thought it's a good one so far. I've seen some of the videos from elsewhere. I feel it for our neighbor in Jamaica. I mean, some of them well has been affected.
Yes.
But, you know, we are lucky. I think Jamaica may have taken some of the brunt of it going over. Jamaica kind of weakened it a little bit. But as we saw this thing move very quickly, and the weather is like that, so we just need to make sure we remain vigilant. And again, prayer work. I really want to thank the Premier. She really stepped up. Our team stepped up. Minister Jay. I mean, I can't thank him enough. He has really made this area a little bit more safe in that regard. So I'd have to give him props. CUC was short the entire night, and so that was helpful again too. And, you know, we had internet for the longest while. You know, so I'm really extremely grateful to OT. But like I said, we got 5 more months to go. We can't be complacent. And I know in my case, I put up one shutter and that not coming down till probably October, November, because it was a lot of work just to put it up. I ain't taking it back now. You know what I mean?
Yep.
My daughter's looking at me like, Daddy, and I tell her, OT, when I hang up, I'm going to show you. I took a picture of how much I weighed on June 30th.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to show you how much I weighed last night when I took the picture. I literally dropped 15 pounds
Wow.
in about
Wow.
3 days.
Wow.
Literally. I'll send you the proof.
And no Ozempic, right? No Ozempic.
No. I'm going to tell you, I have never worked this much in a long time. I got a lot of respect for construction. People working out, son, I got a lot of respect for them. Honestly.
Yes.
I got a lot of respect for them. You know, maybe I should go into that field, but literally almost like 15 pounds in 3 days.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah.
most of it probably would have
Amazing.
been water weight. Anyway, but I'll send it and you can see it for yourself.
Okay. Look
But
forward
anyway,
to it.
Well done job, guys. Good job. You know, well done. You know, and
Thank you.
keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Good.
Take care. Stay safe.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. All right, a lot coming in from Mr. Saunders right there.
Yes.
15-pound drop.
A 15 pound. I was about to ask him his secret, and until he said he
Ozempic,
was
apparently.
outside. But that's a lot of people's secret, but it's not so much a secret. But I was going to ask a secret, but then when he told me outside, sun, hot, I was like, oh, I don't know about that one. But yeah, yep. He had a lot of good things to say and a great update on his constituency as well. So thank you so much for that, Mr. Saunders. We appreciate hearing from you and letting us know what's going on. He did mention a certain road. I forget. It starts with a D, I think.
Discovery?
I don't want to say not the road that OC apparently.
No, I'm in Discover Drive.
Discover you are, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
We're in Discover.
All right. So there was a different road, I think, that he had mentioned that a tree had fallen.
Yeah,
and,
that's
it was blocking.
in the northward area. In northward, I forget the name of it. That he said now. Yeah.
Okay, so I think that was the only real big hiccup that he could see down in that area of Bodden Town. So I guess we'll see. We got to go to a commercial break. 11 a.m. Headline News.
We are Radio Cayman.
Covering Cayman Brac, Little Cayman, and Grand Cayman.
1 in a million. From Radio Cayman's newsroom, this is Headlines. Local, regional, international news.
The Headline News is brought to you by Kirk Market and Health Services Authority.
With your latest news, I'm Karsley Fuller. According to the National Hurricane Center's latest bulletin, the center of Hurricane Beryl is located near latitude 19.0 degrees north, longitude 82.6 degrees west. It's moving toward the west-northwest near 18 miles per hour. A westward to west-northwestern motion is expected during the next day or so, taking the core of Beryl away from the Cayman Islands through this afternoon and over the Yucatan Peninsula early tomorrow. Beryl is expected to emerge over the southwestern Gulf of Mexico by Friday night. Max winds are now 115 miles per hour, which means it's still a Category 3. Weakening is forecast over the next day or so. The latest minimum central pressure estimate from the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter data is 971. Chief meteorologist with the National Weather Service, Kerry Powery, tells Radio Cayman Beryl's spiral bands are expected to bring a lot of rain and potential flooding to Grand Cayman this morning.
As now Beryl starts to move away from us, it's going to take that abnormal sea level rise, the surge, further away from us. So the addition of the storm surge to the wind-driven waves, that level of wave action will start to decrease the further Beryl moves away from the Cayman Islands. We expect 10 to 15 feet wave heights, but with the storm being closer to Grand Cayman, storms would potentially add another 2 to 4 foot to the waves that Grand Cayman is experiencing.
That being said, the sister islands appear to have dodged a bullet.
The initial damage assessment for Cayman, Brac, and Little Cayman are minimal. There were some breaches in some parts of the road, and my team, before the sun rose, was out sending in reports and pictures that roads had been cleaned.
Premier the Honorable Juliana O'Connor-Connolly stressing that Grand Cayman remains under a hurricane warning.
A stay-in-place advisory, therefore, is still in effect for Grand Cayman, as radars show heavy showers around Grand Cayman remaining, which poses dangerous conditions for the next few hours.
Assessments are underway in Grand Cayman this hour. Her Excellency, the Governor Jane Owen, says the teams are checking out the level of structural damage as well as the conditions of local roads and potential debris and downed power lines.
We are going to do this work as quickly as possible. I'm grateful to my colleague, Police Commissioner Kurt Walton, and all his people. I know he now has security and police staff out and about around all three islands, trying to make sure that we're kept safe and that our properties are safe.
The next executive meeting is scheduled for 12 p.m. today. Hazard Management Cayman Islands Director Danny Coleman basically has the key message.
People in the Grand Cayman just to sort of stay put while we do those assessments, the damage assessments, the debris clearance, and also any medical evacuations that we need to do. And then we will give you the all clear.
Now, piped water services are expected to resume soon.
We do have to go through a number of steps to assess our pipelines, especially those on the coastal roads. We will do this as expeditiously as possible as soon as we get the weather clearance to have our staff on the roads. We will have crews working simultaneously in the eastern districts and in Georgetown area.
Director of the Water Authority, Gilia Frederick Van Genderen, is asking residents to keep their shutoff valves off to help expedite the restoration.
As service is restored, please report any leaks that you may see, especially on the main line, to our emergency helpline, 949-4357. I repeat, 949-4357.
And a quick note, non-essential government offices in Grand Cayman and the Sister Islands will remain closed today. Emergency teams will remain operational, providing essential services to safeguard life and property across all three Cayman Islands. Civil servants are asked to monitor official channels and maintain close contact with their department leaders for additional details. That's your latest news. I'm Karsley Fuller.
More news available at www.radiocayman.gov.ky. Check out our social media pages: Facebook, YouTube, X, formerly Twitter, Radio Cayman Headline News.
When it comes to weekly meal prep, I trust Kirk Market to provide the best value for quality proteins. The butchers at Kirk Market are super helpful. They always slice my steaks perfectly. Kirk Market has everything I need for healthy and flavorful protein-packed meals. From lean cuts of CAB choice beef, tender CAB prime beef, the juiciest pork, and all-natural hormone-free poultry, to their seafood section with everything from fresh local snapper to omega-3 rich salmon. I choose Kirk Market for the highest quality proteins to support my healthy lifestyle. Kirk Market. Eat well, live well, and discover a world of choice.
The Health Services Authority has over 120 world-class physicians offering the most comprehensive range of specialist services on island. Our dedicated team of professionals provide the highest quality care in orthopedics, interventional radiology, women's health, geriatrics, and a host of other specialist areas. We are a JCI accredited organization with a proven record of excellence. At HSA, we are committed to caring for you. For more information, visit hsa.ky.
Looking to make house cleaning more fun? Hire My Canda Cleaners. They offer the best rates on the island for cleaning services, including office, home, school, and industrial. You can book for a daily, weekly, bi-weekly, or one-time cleaning, and they provide huge discounts for recurring jobs and offer packages with monthly payments. Their vision is to provide you with a peaceful and healthier environment so you can be more productive at what you do best. Call or WhatsApp My Canda Cleaners at 326-3379 for your free quote today. They provide friendly, courteous, trusted, honest, and the best customer service.
Hello there, this Obadiah. I hope everybody doing all right. Well, my darling gone on a little trip foreign. Says she need a little fun with her girlfriends. So, while she gone, I'm going to surprise and paint our bedroom with that new light green color. She wanted to match with them pretty curtains she bought. You know I gotta keep my darling happy. I'm going down TCE Paint Shop right now and get some of that good Sherwin-Williams quality interior paint. Talk about some good stuff. Mr. Thomas said they have over 1,500 colors you can choose from, and they mix it right at the paint shop for you too. I can't wait to see the look on my darling face when she come back from her little trip.
TCE Paint Shop, located on 27 Godfrey Nixon Way. They also stock painting supplies for your convenience. Call them at 943-0565 if you have any questions.
Where the warm winds blowing and the rivers flowing
Looking for a fresh and flavorful experience in Georgetown? Look no further than the Farmers and Artisans Retail Market. Start your day with a refreshing smoothie or coconut water straight from the source. Hungry for more? Healthy lunches to carry you through the day, and choose from their seasonal local produce from okra, kale, peppers, breadfruit, and so much more. The healthy way to make your home cooking experience grand. Bring home a touch of island flavor with a variety of homemade jams, jellies, and sauces, from breakfast, lunch to dinner, and every snack in between. Indulge in clean, green eating at the Farmers and Artisans Retail Market. Swing by today to savor the essence of local goodness.
Radio station. Radio Cayman is the voice of the Cayman Islands.
Good morning. Welcome back to Radio Cayman. I'm Kathy Miller, and I'm in studio with Sterling Dwayne Ebanks and Orette Connor. Good morning again, guys. Or good evening to you. I don't really know what it is anymore.
Yeah, I'm not
for
sure.
you two.
You know, and one of our listeners, you know, saying thanks to us and the Radio Cayman crew for, you know, being on air and bringing the information in the way we have, and perhaps, you know, many others, you know, for statutory authorities to private sector can take a cue from that, you know, level of commitment and dedication and diligence. So, you know, thanks very much for that. It's about service to country, and it's not, you know, not about doing something for any reason other than you can do it and you want to do it, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
I believe everybody did get the latest update, which was at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. Eastern time. That was the last update that came. The location is 19 north and 82.6 west. And it's about 95 miles west-southwest of Grand Cayman. And about 530... Oh, I'm going to say, sorry, let me go back to miles. 330 miles east-southeast of Tula, Mexico. Yes. Were you saying something, Mosi?
No, I was checking.
You were doing a mic check.
Yep.
Mosi was having his own mic check going on on one side of me.
Right.
Trying to give you updates on the last update that we had on Hurricane Beryl.
So it's pulling away from us and heading towards
to
Mexico.
Maximum sustained winds are at 115 miles per hour, so it is going, the winds are slowing down for sure, which is great.
Which I hope it doesn't strengthen now and just dissipates, you know. That'll be good. It's already caused so much, you know, damage and devastation.
It absolutely has.
Yes. I mean, it skirted, I think if meteorologists shared with the coast of Jamaica, yeah, I think as they shared, it could have been so much worse had it gone ashore. That's what Mr. Tibbetts had indicated. So
yes,
we just got to be thankful. It could have been as bad as it was. It could have been so much worse.
Could have been worse.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was Gilbert Miller with weather as well. Yesterday, Tuesday morning. I'm like, I don't even know what day we are anymore. Tuesday morning on the Business Buzz with me when he shared the conditions that could cause Beryl to weaken. And he did mention that there was a little bit cooler waters over here right now, and especially in like Yucatan Peninsula in the Gulf of Mexico. So going up there or towards that area, hopefully, as you said, Dwayne, that it will continue to dissipate, and less damage, even less damage will be will occur in Mexico. At least that's the hope right there.
Yeah, it's one of the listeners that messaged, talking about as it moves on its way, that we be mindful of the impact, of the islands that lie ahead. Could have been so much worse. I like your question. I've been reflecting on what you asked the Honourable Opposition Leader. How this conversation could be that much more, different compared to what we're having now.
Definitely.
Can't take anything for granted. Always going to be grateful, for small mercies, but this one time is a huge grace afforded to us.
Absolutely. It's making me rethink my living arrangements. A whole lot is going on out here.
Well, it may... Sorry, we'll see.
No.
I say it may cause us, and we heard the Honourable Opposition Leaders, other parliamentarians, talk about the provision of plywood in the cooperative spirit in which that was dispensed.
Right.
But what are we doing now that we have it? Is there a way to ensure that, we'll have it again this season or next if it's necessary, as opposed to getting a new supply? Assuming that a new supply is available. It's not so much that you have or the money to do it. It may not be any. It may not be as much as you need. Is it something that we can do? Is there another system? There might be things to consider.
Right. I mean, keep your plywood.
Yeah.
Keep it. Please don't let me find it in your backyard, because it might not be there any longer. I know
Just
I
leave a
need
note.
some, so hey.
Just say, I borrowed it.
Yeah. You want to see how fortunate we are in more ways than one? Grenada has now written to financial agencies and multilateral partners requesting that the debt payment suspension clause in several loan agreements be triggered because of the devastation on the country by Hurricane Beryl.
That's sad.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
That is sad. Yeah. That is sad.
And we won't know for a little while there what the kind of financial loss and that devastation, what that equates to. It'll be a long minute before we really understand that. And then, throughout the years, the economic impact that will have on Grenada as well will be...
Yeah. And here in the Cayman Islands, some of those places that you've seen photos of, workmen will be out there tomorrow working on them, right away.
Oh, absolutely. Because most of us, as far as I remember from the calls coming in, it was just a couple of people who had lost power on Grand Cayman. But as far as I remember, everybody had power. Power was still there. Internet was still going. So when it comes to us wanting to communicate, making sure that we do have power, so that's a huge level of comfort as is. But knowing that, okay, internet services for the most part didn't go down, or your mobile services as well, they did not go down. So just having that kind of extra comfort, we can call each other, but we also have a WhatsApp that we can use. We also have our data or our internet going, the Wi-Fi is working, and it could have been a long time before any of that was restored, had we been hit.
Hurricane Island is a good example of what what happens. And now where are we in assessing this so that that the wealth that we have isn't something that we look at and want to conclude it extends to these people in this way. It's the resilience of our infrastructure, the collective investment in ensuring that when we need something, it's there, but it's there, accessible to all. But we all have to play a role. I mean, we can't call on government for something constantly and expect that resource the government devotes to this thing will also be available for it to devote to the other thing. There are going to be costs and consequences of our choices.
Absolutely.
We'll see. I believe we have a policy initiative that we have to look at there. But as you talk about that debt restructuring clause for Grenada, to what extent those multilateral agencies now would be empathetic, sympathetic? Will they be looking at it from not just a commercial perspective? Will it saddle them with more debt?
Yeah, and that comes on the heels of the former Prime Minister Keith Mitchell, when seeking other loans, was seeking, to have, let's see, I'll tell you where it is. It says, following the passage of Hurricane Ivan in 2004, then Prime Minister Dr. Keith Mitchell had advocated and successfully campaigned for a debt suspension to be included in all new loan agreements. So at least they had that clause in there. The clause is triggered whenever the country is experiencing hazards from natural disasters such as hurricanes, earthquakes, or a health pandemic. The last time Grenada requested a triggering of that clause was in 2020 when COVID-19 was declared a pandemic. So at least they have employed a strategy of having, a debt suspension clause in the loans, that they obtain. And I think their debt now is somewhere around 770 million, or 0.77 of a billion US dollars. That's what their debt is estimated to be.
Yes. Well, my good folks, I wanted to have sat with you. I'm just looking at the clock at this time now and thinking I'm going to be back here in less than an hour.
Yes.
You guys want to stay on and enjoy yourselves. Me, I think I'm going to go up and enjoy the snacks that were prepared. Take a shower and catch a fresh. I won't shave, but I might do something else.
Don't even worry about
I used to have a friend that used to have, in the mornings when we finish riding, say, I'm heading home now to blah, 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 and shave.
Well, listen, this has been a fantastic opportunity to sit with both of you.
It has.
And, I'm reflecting on much that was shared and importantly, the camaraderie that was exhibited amongst the parliamentarians. So we have a call?
I think we might have a call. I don't know if the call's for us, but I do see the phone going off. So
all right. Well,
might have.
At the next break, I'll exit. But
we'll find out in a short little second. Oh yeah, we do have a call. All right, we will take the caller. Good morning. Thank you for calling Radio Cayman.
Yes. Good morning.
Morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Yeah. This OC.
Yes. How are things?
Yeah, man, you guys deserve a Queen medal, man.
Thank you.
You guys doing a great job, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I also want to thank the Public Works Department and the police for coming around to help us get prepared for the hurricane, And, man, we still in this house that we got with the bakery. According to some older folks who say this house been here over 100 years, so we didn't lose a sheet off of it this time.
Wow.
Paloma, we lost about 2 sheets off the porch, and got to give God thanks, because I really appreciate you guys coming onto the radio and trying to keep us up to date on everything,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, man, you're doing a great job. Keep it up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's good to know that everyone is safe over there and little or no damage whatsoever. Again as well. Good to know that.
And I also want to give a big shout out to the Premier. I think she does an excellent job. And the governor.
Yep.
You guys keep up the good work, man.
Thank you. And you stay safe and give our regards to your staff up there as well. We know that they are loyal listeners to Radio Cayman as well.
Yeah, I'm sure Rosa will do that in the morning, God's willing.
All right. Thanks, man. Thanks care.
Again.
Okay, take care. Thanks.
Thank you.
All the best. It's good to see the country as a whole recognizing, the effort. So,
Again, it goes to show you that when we are faced with adversity, that is when we all come together. No matter what, it's like you and Kathy are family, and something happens, the two of you are going to get together because it's family.
Mm-hmm.
Family comes 1st.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, in Cayman comes first, and we're going to all converge, get together. Everyone's going to throw their hands in as well. You know, I know Miss Susan is very modest and stuff, but she was, when I was talking to her, she was talking about the, you know, sand. I have to be careful how I use it. I want to say sandbagging, but I don't want to use it in the context that sandbagging is used. But filling bags, you know, with sand and assisting people, and so many people were throwing, you know, their hands in to assist and everything, especially with, you know, older persons and stuff like that. Unbelievable. And we saw it after Hurricane Ivan as well. That was, you know, aptly demonstrated after Hurricane Ivan.
All right.
We have another phone call right now. I believe we have Minister Kenneth Bryan on the phone.
Okay, great.
Good morning. Thanks for calling Radio Cayman.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm well. OC, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Not too bad, sir. Just touching base. I know you were inquiring about Cayman Airways in light of the level of positivity of the effects of the storm being minimal. I know firstly people are already starting to think about, okay, what's going to happen with Cayman Airways and getting people home and stuff like that, because everybody is away that left would want to know how to get back home in operations and so forth. Just to give you a little heads up, we do have a plane in Los Angeles, LA. We have one in New York and some in Florida. They are going to be coming back as soon as CIAA has been given the all clear. They have to do the assessment of the operations at the airport. Even after they're all clear for the whole island, then CIAA has to go to the airport and do the assessment there. We're trying to get our aircraft home for this evening, if all goes well, and then we can be able to give some more public announcements by this evening as to when operations will resume as soon as possible. So though I can't give you definitive times yet, I want to give around about a timeline so people can understand. The hope and goal is to have our planes back home so we can start operations again as soon as possible. But the good news is, as for a constituency perspective in Georgetown Central, had the opportunity to look around, particularly the Crew Road area, started from the east coming west. No significant damage. The largest report thus far is a major almond tree that fell in the middle of the entrance to Palmdale, which caused no ability to come in and out from a vehicle perspective. So emergency crews are out there and have already started to cut it away to make sure that we can have access. I'm doing the rest of Central now as we speak, but I'm happy to say with God's blessings, we don't seem to have a lot of damage in the center part of town, particularly my constituency. So that's where I'm focusing on first and then moving outer part of Georgetown. But it seems like mainly trees damage, which is what we expected because the earth was already saturated and we were told that would most likely happen. Sadly, a lot of fruit trees. I've seen so many mangoes and breadfruit trees in a long time. Hold on one second. Morning, sir. How you doing? You guys holding up all right? You holding up okay? All right, man. God bless you. Stay safe, okay? Remember, until it's all clear, you can't come on the road, all right? Okay. Sorry about that, OC. Just driving through the neighborhood. But nothing major to report. I am going to also be passing the Port Authority, which is under my constituency, under my responsibility and in my constituency, just to make sure that nothing severe has happened there, because as soon as we get that all clear, we want to be able to coordinate with the cargo ships that are waiting on the outskirts to bring cargo in, because obviously our supplies would have been depleted. I wouldn't say that we're out of stock, but we definitely have to stock back up again, and those cargo ships are waiting for us to bring back into Cayman Islands. As per flooding, actually, believe it or not, the rain levels didn't do very bad. Compared to the other day, I would say about a quarter of the amount compared to that major rain we had about 3.5 weeks ago. So things are looking good. The emergency crews are out. It's our fire, regiment, police. So until all clear is given, I just encourage people to just stay put. We're almost there, and everybody can start getting to the cleanup process, which is very important. And while I have this opportunity to talk about cleanup, I want the public to remember, please separate vegetation from other debris, because it makes it very difficult for DEH to do their job in respect to separation, because we don't want to overwhelm the landfill with stuff that could be mulched and doesn't have to go into the landfill. Okay, so when you're piling up your piles, I know that the minister responsible for that is going to go ahead and start giving out indications from after talking to our director about how to deal with waste. But I know from the very top, from dealing with this so many times, we want to have two different sets of debris because we don't want to mix metals with, tree fallen branches and so forth. So just keep that in mind. Morning, guys. Everybody all right? All right, cool, man. Cool. So that's all I'll say for now. If any other updates or you got any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay.
I didn't have any. OC, I think you had a couple questions you wanted to ask Mr. Bryan.
Well, the main one was in relation to Cayman Airways and the aircraft, and he has answered that. That's the main one, and he's given us an update on portions of his constituency, and that's good to know as well. But since you're moderating this segment of the show, that's why I pointed back over to you.
No problem. All right. Did you have any questions as well?
No. Let the Honourable Minister get back to his constituency and do this. Thanks very much, Mr. Bryan.
Yes.
God bless you all. Okay.
Thank you so much for
Take
taking
care.
the time to call in and give us an update as well.
Okay.
Very much appreciated. We have a couple messages that also came in via WhatsApp, but we've got to go to a very overdue commercial break. So let's do that. And I think, Dwayne, you're going to take a break before you come back to do Talk Today in 45 minutes.
Yeah, I think I'll do that and, eat some mangoes, taste some chocolate, return the phone a few calls. But thank you all very, very much. And see your listeners, God's willing, in 45 minutes.
Thank you for joining me this morning, for staying on.
That was an honor, man.
Throughout the show. Appreciate it.
Let's get some teeth now.
Looking for a fresh and flavorful experience in Georgetown? Look no further than the Farmers and Artisans Retail Market. Start your day with a refreshing smoothie or coconut water straight from the source. Hungry for more? Healthy lunches to carry you through the day, and choose from their seasonal local produce from okra, kale, peppers, breadfruit, and so much more. The healthy way to make your home cooking experience grand. Bring home a touch of island flavor with a variety of homemade jams, jellies, and sauces, from breakfast, lunch to dinner, and every snack in between. Indulge in clean, green eating at the Farmers and Artisans Retail Market. Swing by today to savor the essence of local goodness.
Hello there, this Obadiah. I hope everybody doing all right today. Well, my darling gone on a little trip foreign. Says she need a little fun with her girlfriends. So, while she gone, I'm going to surprise and paint our bedroom with that new light green color. She wanted to match with them pretty curtains she bought. I gotta keep my darling happy. I'm going down TCE Paint Shop right now and get some of that good Sherwin-Williams quality interior paint. Talk about some good stuff. Mr. Thomas said they have over 1,500 colors you can choose from, and they mix it right at the paint shop for you too. I can't wait to see the look on my darling face when she come back from her little trip.
TCE Paint Shop, located on 27 Godfrey Nixon Way. They also stock painting supplies for your convenience. Call them at 943-0565 if you have any questions.
Where the warm winds blowing and the rivers flowing
The Ministry of Education and the Passport and Corporate Services Office remind all students traveling to and from school overseas to ensure their passports are valid for both travel and entry into their destination country. Passports should be renewed at least 10 weeks before departure, and any necessary student visas must be obtained. For passport Corporate Services, contact the Passport and Corporate Services Office at 649-7678. For Ministry of Education scholarship inquiries, contact scholarships@gov.ky. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education and the Passport and Corporate Services Office.
Radio station. Radio Cayman is the voice of the Cayman Islands.
All right, good morning. Welcome back to Radio Cayman. I am Kathy Miller, and I am in studio here with Orette Connor, better known as OC. I was about to say AC there for a second. Can you believe that? It's so weird. All right, we do have one caller on the phone with us this morning. Good morning. Thank you for calling Radio Cayman.
Yes, good morning, Kathy.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Okay, and good morning to Mr. Orette Connor again.
Good morning again, sir.
Yeah, well, I'm in West Point Road, and I'm staying right across the road from the Iron Shore. And from what I hear and what I can see from where I am, the waves are getting pretty high.
Mm-hmm.
And they sound very powerful. So I think they could probably be between 15 feet or probably more. And from what we experienced, I would say about between 4 and 5 months ago, with the nor'wester that we had, there was some serious damage in this area because the water in this area is very deep. So there's a possibility that we could probably have some buildings being damaged at this time. But right now, the weather in West Point is getting really rough, and we're still having a lot of rain off and on also.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But that's how it is right now in the West Point area.
Yeah, and the representatives from the National Weather Service, told us that we should expect that to occur as well, that we would still have, the wave activity, rough seas, for a while as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really rough. The seas, when they hit the Iron Shore, it's you can hear the pressure. They're very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And how did you and your family fare otherwise, sir?
Well, some of my neighbors, when it came to hurricane shutters, but thankfully, it didn't get as bad as Ivan, because as we know, after Ivan, we got to stand up in lines to get gas. We got to use generators, and then the days that are not raining, it's really, really hot. So I'm very thankful that we did not have another Ivan or worse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, caller. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And we do have an update from the water authorities.
Yes,
we can go to that message ASAP. And then joining us in studio is Minister Sabrina Turner, Minister for Health and Wellness. Thank you for joining us as well. And
pleasure. Good morning, everybody.
We're going to go to our message first regarding the water authority, and then we will welcome Ms. Turner.
Good morning, everyone. This is Julia Frederick Van Generen, Director of the Water Authority. I just wanted to give you a quick update on our plans to restore piped water services as quickly as possible. Our priority right now for service restoration are the 2 hospitals in Georgetown. We do have to go through a number of steps to assess our pipelines, especially those on the coastal roads. We will do this as expeditiously as possible as soon as we get the weather clearance to have our staff on the roads. We will have crews working simultaneously in the eastern districts and in Georgetown area. We ask that your shut-off valve remain closed, as this will help us to expedite the restoration. As service is restored, please report any leaks that you may see, especially on the main line, to our emergency helpline, 949-4357. I repeat, 949-4357. Thank you for your patience as our crews work as quickly as possible to restore services. It will help Water Authority and other utilities if you do stay at home so that traffic is reduced while we carry out these assessments. In Cayman Brac, the process to restore piped water services to the South Side Road area is underway. We are very thankful that our Cayman Islands have been spared the brunt of Hurricane Beryl's wrath. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the message. And welcoming in studio with us, joining us live, is Minister Sabrina Turner, Minister for Health, Wellness, and Home Affairs. I left Home Affairs off a little earlier. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. That's fine. Hey, with the night that you all had, that we've all had.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you guys providing continuous coverage. And let me tell you something. It was well received by everyone. We all, as Caymanians, know that you go to Radio Cayman for these and other, especially when you're going through situations like this. Radio Cayman is always the number one station that persons actually tune into. So that speaks volumes of the level of information, the quality of information that has been dispensed from here. And I can assure you that everyone that I have been seeing in the numerous chats that we have appreciate the work that you do. And I'm quite sure a lot have shared the same sentiments.
Definitely, we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
I share those sentiments because it's been mostly OC and Dwayne, and they've done a phenomenal job, as well as our news team. They've done a phenomenal job.
Correct. I must say we have come together to actually weather this, and like all parties, the NEOC, your political arm, both sides, and it just shows exactly who we are as a people. I mean, even all through the night, I have been updating the Prospect and Red Bay community. Throughout the night, I have been personally calling individuals, and it is amazing, just one call, even though you can't be there in person, what that means to someone. On my way in here, because we have executive meeting in about half hour, but I chose this time to traverse the roads, and I must give kudos to all those persons who adhered to the shelter in place. That speaks volumes of the persons that we have living in our country. Mm-hmm. And just getting the information out there is a sense of calm. I'm so grateful to the Water Authority executive who have addressed the public, because that was one of the growing concerns. Mm-hmm. But we understand, as people, we want to go out and assess our homes, go to the shorelines, and we're discouraging that at this time. Make sure that the roadways remain clear for our essential services and emergency personnel, and those same utility workers who are trying to restore our waters and doing the necessary checks. But I must say, so far from what I've seen in my initial assessment along the roads in the Prospect that I have traversed, there is standing water, of course, because we're still having bands coming through with squalls that are bringing more torrential rains now that it's actually moving out of our area. Mm-hmm. But it's not to the point where we had the flooding of 10 days ago. I must say, as disruptive as the pump may be to a few in Prospect that has been installed along Poindexter, I must say that from what I'm seeing, not being the expert, it has done its job. So we're always talking about I'm being data driven, and the proof is in the pudding. And I feel that the people in Prospect, where flooding is concerned, are pleased with that temporary station that is there. As much as it is an eyesore for maybe some, the wider picture, we have to look at the big picture of what it is doing and its purpose until we find a permanent solution. Mm-hmm. But from what I'm seeing, there's a lot of down branches, a lot of coconut limbs, 1-2 coconut trees just bent a little bit more out of shape. But to say any major damage from what I have initially assessed, which I will go back through again after this meeting, but I leave it also to the experts. I'm not a utility person, and I'm not going to put myself in harm's way. I traversed the roads that I know for sure would be dry. Like, I definitely didn't go along the Linford Pearson highway. I traversed on Crew Road.
Okay.
Yeah, so from what I'm seeing, there's not a lot of traffic on the road. kudos to the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service, all of those shelter managers, all of the volunteers. I was at the Prospect Primary School last night and I visited them, and they were all, up to the last time I checked in with them, all was in order. The light was maintained, air conditioning, even Wi-Fi connectivity, because we did have a few children there as well as patients, because that is one of the medical emergency centers as a hurricane shelter. But from what I observed, all of the nurses and the doctor that was on site, all was in order. They were comfortable. We played around a little bit just to bring light to the moment. But I must say, overall, we are blessed as a nation, and we have to give thanks for how we came together in this to navigate this through. It just shows our resilience as a jurisdiction, to be honest.
Really does. Really, really does.
Wonderfully said. Absolutely. Everything that I wanted to ask, you said already. You knew it was going to be.
And I'm not telepathic.
You've done this. You know what's coming. But you gave us a good oversight on what's happening in Prospect.
Correct.
I heard about the pump. I believe it was on For the Record a few weeks ago. You were talking about it. Mm-hmm. And I just was like, I need to know more about this. So I think that's absolutely phenomenal that it is working, that it is an eyesore is an eyesore. It's not a big deal. Is it doing the job that needs to be done that we've always heard complaints about?
Correct.
It's doing it.
We have a lot of drains that have been installed over the years. Everyone who knows the geography of Prospect and Red Bay will know that it is a flood-prone area like many other areas. The water table there is very high. And there's one thing of installing drains with huge pipes, but based on the topography, if you don't have gravity to move the water, it's a false sense of security. That has been proven, and it needs the assistance of some sort of a vacuum to interconnect all of those drains together so that when the need arises, that the water is removed as quickly as possible. There is a natural soak away anyhow that runs on the backside of of Mangrove Avenue, which Mr. Verdon Terry, Mr. Connor, you may know, they have suffered, and Suzanne suffered for years. This has spilled its banks. When you skip over one road now, to Poindexter Road that leads to Prospect Primary School, Tarpon Circle right there, there's a little lake. When that spills its banks as well, then it blocks the entire Poindexter Road. So understanding the lay of the land with how long I have been on the ground in Prospect and Red Bay, I can almost give you a picture in words of how it should be done, but I'm not deemed to be an engineer. But this is an easy solution once we work with the relevant government stakeholders. And the big picture is to make sure that we keep our people as dry as possible, and once and for all to actually bring a permanent solution to the flooding that has been talked about for years. This is the closest it has ever come to getting some sort of a solution. We have the data to prove now that it works with this temporary pump. Now, until that actually happens, we are blessed that, from what I'm understanding, there was a low tide when the system was its closest to us. And with a few, once the NRA crews are out, and we know that some places are going to take a little longer for the water to recede, but with some suction, some vacuuming and blowing of existing drains, I feel that we will be in good standing in very short order. But I just want to encourage people in Grand Cayman especially to remain sheltered in place until the all clear is given, because like I said, let's leave the roads for our Royal Cayman Islands Police Service, our utility crews, and only essential workers at this time. Trust me, your safety is my top priority, and I would hate to go out there, maybe down electrical wire, and we hear something. We're asking people to, when you are actually doing the necessary do-it-yourself repairs, to be careful how you're using ladders. Be safe about it. We don't want anybody injuring themselves, chainsaws, that sort of stuff, these drills for hammering of nails. We just want you to be careful as possible. It's early into the hurricane season. We don't know what's coming up. Consider this a dry run. But again, we are blessed.
Yeah, no pun intended when she says dry run either right there.
No, none at all.
We got to go to a commercial break right now, but when we come back, we're going to hear a few more words from Minister Turner and maybe some more people.
Cayman Islands, your input can shape our future. Plan Cayman needs your input on the updated planning statement to create a sustainable community for everyone. Help shape Cayman's future by participating in public consultations with the Central Planning Authority and the Ministries for Planning and Sustainability. Together, we can build a thriving Cayman. For details and to find the meeting closest to you, visit plancayman.ky. Your voice matters. Let's plan Cayman together.
Looking to make house cleaning more fun? Hire My Kanda Cleaners. They offer the best rates on the island for cleaning services, including office, home, school, and industrial. You can book for a daily, weekly, bi-weekly, or one-time cleaning, and they provide huge discounts for recurring jobs and offer packages with monthly payments. Their vision is to provide you with a peaceful and healthier environment so you can be more productive at what you do best. Call or WhatsApp My Kanda Cleaners at 326-3379 for your free quote today. They provide friendly, courteous, trusted, honest, and the best customer service.
Looking for a fresh and flavorful experience in Georgetown? Look no further than the Farmers and Artisans Retail Market. Start your day with a refreshing smoothie or coconut water straight from the source. Hungry for more? Healthy lunches to carry you through the day, and choose from their seasonal local produce from okra, kale, peppers, breadfruit, and so much more. The healthy way to make your home cooking experience grand. Bring home a touch of island flavor with a variety of homemade jams, jellies, and sauces, from breakfast, lunch to dinner, and every snack in between. Indulge in clean, green eating at the Farmers and Artisans Retail Market. Swing by today to savor the essence of local goodness.
For the Health of It, heard on Wednesdays at 7 p.m. and repeated on Saturdays at 9:30 a.m. Brought to you by UHealth International, University of Miami Health System. International patients go to UHealth International for consultations with renowned physicians, advanced treatment technologies, leading-edge medical therapies, and state-of-the-art surgical procedures. Whatever your particular reason for going to UHealth International, you will receive customized medical care delivered within a compassionate, multicultural setting. The care you need when you need it.
Cybercrime happens online or through the technology we use every day. Anyone can be a victim of cybercrime, whether you are a young person being bullied or harassed online, or an older person or business who's been scammed out of money or personal data. Cybercrime is an issue that touches all of us. The Cayman Islands government has therefore created an online resource to help keep you cyber safe in an ever-changing world.
In online situations, it is better to be cyber safe than sorry. Learn now to protect yourself against cybercrime. Visit gov.ky/cybersafe.
Good morning, you're listening to Radio Cayman. And just to let you know, the center of Beryl is moving away from the Cayman Islands. Strong winds, dangerous storm surge, and damaging waves expected on the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico by early Friday. At the last check, Hurricane Beryl was located at 19.0 north, 82.6 west. It's about 95 miles west-southwest of Grand Cayman. Maximum sustained winds are 115 miles per hour. Present movement is west-northwest at 18 miles per hour. And the minimum central pressure is 971 millibars. The all clear for Grand Cayman has not been given, so we're asking you to please shelter in place.
Radio Cayman,
the voice,
the heart, the soul of the Cayman Islands.
Good morning. Welcome back to Radio Cayman. I'm Kathy Miller. In studio with me is Orette Connor, and joining us as our guest right now in studio before she has to go to a 12 o'clock meeting to where we might hopefully get some further information about a possible all clear. We don't know yet, but I am going to, just dangle that on the air. We are joined by Minister Sabrina Turner, Minister for Health, Wellness, and Home Affairs. Now, you were giving us an idea of what's going on in your constituency and how your constituents are feeling and all the rest, which has been great progress, great news from the Health Ministry hat.
Oh, yes.
Speak from that perspective.
From the national level now, I have been updated by my acting chief officer, who I must give kudos to, Mr. Troy Claxton, and our CMO, Dr. Nick Gent, who has been very engaged with NEOC, especially Dr. Gent in his national role. But by all accounts, all staff across the ministry have made it quite well through the hurricane, and no major incidents from any of the ministerial staff has been reported. Updates from all head of departments as well as HSA, National Drug Council, everyone has fared off very well, and no major incidents or damages has been reported. Now, I have been personally in contact with the CEO of HSA, and they too minor issues that they have fared, and they are working very closely right now with the water authority, because we know how long the hospital has been built. They once were running on any reserves from a cistern. That is not operational at this moment, but all necessary things are in place to make sure that there is reserves at pace, and they are working closely with water authority to have that matter resolved. It looks as though everyone, to be honest, from the government departments took this preparation very seriously, and everyone was prepared. And I would like to thank them for being so proactive in that approach. From the Home Affairs as well, I will have a more detailed update from them. But again, nothing major has come from Home Affairs. Understanding His Majesty's Prison fall under me, 911 as well, Coast Guard, cadets, the regiments, which I work closely and hand in hand with the governor on in regards to that, and MRCU. So we're going to be dealing with those pesky buggers after this, and they've already made their way. But I leave it to the experts and the department heads that they will do the necessary treatment. But with the rainfall that we have had during this system, and what is going to possibly come from another system that is behind this, that's only going to be a rainmaker, for the record, just let me set that straight from what I've been told. In your cleanup efforts, we're asking you that if you see trash cans, garbage can lids and stuff, that you empty them. Any plant pots that may have collected water and all that sort of stuff, these stagnated water creates breeding grounds for mosquitoes. Help us help you in doing our part. This is the rainy season anyhow, so you may be doing this a lot more often to help us aid in combating these pesky mosquitoes. But so far, I am happy to report on all fronts, and I want to thank my ministry's teams, my chief officers, their assistants, deputies, but the departments that fall under my responsible remit. I mean, everybody right now has made this. This is not a Ministry of Health and Wellness. This is everybody, the entire government, the elected arm, and the entire civil service came together. We discussed, and as you know, we're going into a meeting, and here we are, seeing fruits of our labor and a collaborative approach, breaking down silos, and it just proved our strength when we all work together.
How does that feel compared to, I guess I want to say, the last kind of emergency we had to where we are now? Oh, wow. Organization, communication, all of it.
Day and night. Of course, this is a work in progress. Every natural disaster comes with a different, may come with different approach. We may see gaps here that we need to tighten up on, better communications. But I tell you what, we can't top what has been displayed here today in the past 24, 48 hours is just leaps and bounds. And I must say that we feel more involved, to be honest, as your elected arm. We're on the ground. We're out there amongst the people, and we're seeing a better understanding with where our roles lie. But again, collectively, it's the people that is at the forefront. But I have seen remarkable difference. I have seen the civil service stepped up to the plate, and kudos to everyone, Danny and her team. But this would not be possible if we didn't have the cooperation and the collaboration from everyone to make this a reality. Even the GIS crews, I mean, some people have not slept in days.
Yeah.
So we have to give thanks again for the infrastructure that we have in place, just the culture. And where we fall short, we come together and we uplift and we improve for the betterment of everybody, because it's the Cayman Islands' reputation that is at stake here.
Very much so.
Yes.
Very well said. I love it. You just covered everything. To me, very much so. Any follow-up questions that you have for Minister Turner at all?
Well, one of the things, one topic that we discussed at length with Dr. Gent also was, mental
health. Yes.
And while for some persons this event may have been traumatic, those who have really been through hurricanes know that it can be, quite, worse, much worse. It has been much worse than what we experience now as well. But, we can't understate the importance of addressing mental health issues as well.
Mr. Connor, and let me tell you, from all accounts, we're still recovering and seeing the serious impacts of COVID and the lockdown. And some people are still remembering Ivan. I've heard a lot of people, even with our updates and my colleagues, comparing this with intensity, distance, wind speed to that of Ivan. It just states how that's etched in us.
Yeah.
The whole panic of, we understand right now that it's really hard times that everybody's going through right now. And it's just hard overall. But the mere fact that we have gotten so comfortable with speaking about mental health is one step in the right direction that we're addressing this. And as your Minister of Health and Wellness, working with those experts, we are doing everything in our power to make sure that we make the necessary policy, legislative changes to make sure that more access and better access where insurance coverage is concerned as well for mental health issues. That is something that this government takes very serious. And as your minister, I take it very serious because access to mental health services is also paramount for creating a solution. But for the anxiety that comes up, I'd be lying if I told you I didn't have it, because being a minister with all these responsibilities and keeping on the ground, making sure that everyone that you can possibly touch was safe, being proactive. It did come with its form of stress, I'm going to be honest. Even my own personal preparations, last night I was doing some of those late into the night, and then I still went to prospect. But it does take everyone helping each other.
Yeah.
You have to find ways to try and manage it yourself. And if it becomes to the point where it's unbearable, we have resources there to help you. And that is why one of the clusters in New York, we do have a mental health experts on hand, and the toll-free numbers were in public's domain for persons to call. But this is something that requires continued conversation. And I'm just happy that we have broken down the stigma and really are doing our best to address mental health here in the Cayman Islands.
And I want to piggyback on that, because I think this is the very first time I've seen any notifications regarding taking care of your mental health.
Yeah.
During the prep for Hurricane Beryl and for afterwards. This is the very first time I've seen any sort of, and this is mostly on social media.
And this is going to continue.
I've seen people share that.
We don't want mental health to only be a conversation when we have something devastating. I can recall saying this to a very senior member of staff when I was reached out to a couple of weeks ago. I said, okay, but where's the continuation after this?
Yeah.
I don't want it to be topical now. I want us to deliver results, and we can't just be speaking about it because it's topical now. We have to show that the resources are accessible by everyone. No one should be stigmatized. No one should feel any way if they're just stressed out or embarrassed because of the dynamics of our society. I want something that is going to be sustainable, and something that doesn't only become topical when we have an incident.
Yes.
And we are prepared to put the resources and definitely the funding in order to make that a reality for all ages in our society.
Right. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For sharing your thoughts, for joining us in studio this morning.
My pleasure.
To share a little bit of what was happening in a prospect area and on the national levels as well.
And we know you have to rush off.
Yes, I do. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks again for making yourself so available throughout, as well, while at the same time,
dealing with our national responsibilities.
Exactly.
That comes with the constitutional responsibilities.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're on
Keep
it.
up the great work.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if we still have Minister Brian. I believe he called in. Okay. If we have Minister Brian on the phone. Good morning again, Minister Brian.
Good morning again. I just want to say.
Morning.
My colleague minister did such an amazing job. Just I'm proud of her.
She did.
One thing I just want to call in. I just came from the Port Authority to have a look at the dock closest to the water. things look really, really good. The infrastructure is that OC, I sent you some pictures just so you can have
Yes, I saw this. Thank you.
On the radio. And I just got off the phone with Ms. Michelle Page, who's from the cruise lines, because one of the things after a storm is getting back to business so people can provide for their families and make money. So I've already spoke to them, given them a preliminary update saying the port infrastructure, just from a visual look, looks safe. Obviously, the engineers will have to take a proper assessment of the dock itself, but it looks like we'll be able to get back up in operations very soon. I would like to say tomorrow, but I think tomorrow may be too early. So I'm going to shoot for Saturday to try to get those cruise lines back up and going, because one thing about Cayman is we can move fast and we're going to clean up this country really quick so our visitors can enjoy, as well as for our communities to be peaceful and safe and clean. So I just want to give that an update, particularly for those who are on cruise, who need to get back to work to provide for their families. The process is already starting. Hopefully by Saturday we can have operations back up and going.
Excellent. Sounds good.
One more thing, I think it'd be only right to give credit to the NRA. Like we're having so little flooding, and it's because they worked so hard after the last 3 weeks of rain to blow out the drains and so forth. Everywhere I've gone to, I see the drains are working effectively. One or two places they're still clogged up, but I think that's because of the sea level or the tide level. It can't go any further down, but the drains are working well, and it's due to the hard work of the staff and management at NRA. Thank you guys so much. I'll give you a further update on other things as I get them, okay?
Look forward to that, sir. Take care.
Thank you so much. All right, and
Perfect
with
timing.
that, perfect timing, we are going to go to our headline news, and then after our 12 noon news, it's 12 noon news, really not headline news, my bad, and we're going to have Talk Today by Sterling Dwayne Ebanks, who's only been up for 16 hours talking straight.
Yeah, and we're going to stay here.
We gave him a little break.
We're going to stay here and support Sterling as well, all right?
I like how you looked at me like we're going to, right, Kathy? I'm
going to stay here at least until the all clear is given that I can that I'm able to leave. I'm not going to
you're not going to
break
go
the rules and go on the road before then.
But you're an essential person.
Yeah, but I set the example.
Well, it's a better you than me. Let's see. All right, let's go to our 12 noon news.
Okay.
Looking to make house cleaning more fun? Hire My Kanda Cleaners. They offer the best rates on the island for cleaning services, including office, home, school, and industrial. You can book for a daily, weekly, bi-weekly, or one-time cleaning, and they provide huge discounts for recurring jobs and offer packages with monthly payments. Their vision is to provide you with a peaceful and healthier environment so you can be more productive at what you do best. Call or WhatsApp My Kanda Cleaners at 326-3379 for your free quote today. They provide friendly, courteous, trusted, honest, and the best customer service.
Cayman Islands, your input can shape our future. Plan Cayman needs your input on the updated planning statement to create a sustainable community for everyone. Help shape Cayman's future by participating in public consultations with the Central Planning Authority and the Ministries for Planning and Sustainability. Together, we can build a thriving Cayman. For details and to find the meeting closest to you, visit plancayman.ky. Your voice matters. Let's plan Cayman together.